Good morning. I'd like to welcome you all to the 8th Annual Energy Summit. I want to thank Baker Botts for co-hosting the event. Danny David, the Baker Botts Managing Partner, thank you once again for all of the close cooperation we have had with Baker Botts. We hope that this continues. This event is of extraordinary utility for Houston, for Texas, for the U.S., for the energy sector. Ken and his team have arranged outstanding presentations for the next 2 days on topics ranging from energy sector investment to all aspects of carbon, sustainability, and every possible facet of the energy transition or transitions in the United States and abroad. This event is really focused on energy in the broadest possible sense. Market futures, transition futures, status of the evolution of energy in a global manner. Now, the talks that will be taking place here will focus not only on local and U.S. markets and market developments, but on global developments as well, and the factors that need to be taken into consideration in assessing the potential both for energy transitions and for continued reliance and production of classic hydrocarbons. I want to take this opportunity to underscore to this audience something I hope you already know: the extraordinary work that continues to be done by our Center for Energy Studies. The center's work here at Baker, at Rice, is at the forefront of U.S. and international discussion of energy issues and continues to be literally a center of excellence for all matters energy-related. With that, you've got a very full agenda, and I will turn this over, Danny, to you. Thank you. Thanks.
Good morning, everybody. You know it's an energy meeting when it starts at 8 a.m., 8:30 a.m. The technology conferences generally start at 1 or 2 p.m. Go figure. I want to say thank you, Ambassador Satterfield. We are honored to have you open our 8th Annual Energy Summit. I speak for all of the partners of Baker Botts, everybody in this room, when I say we are in awe of your efforts on the global stage to advance the cause of peace, and we thank you for it. Ambassador Satterfield, Dr. Ken Medlock, distinguished speakers and guests, welcome to the 8th Annual Energy Summit. I'm Danny David, the Managing Partner of Baker Botts. We are proud to be the premier law firm, partner of the Baker Institute's Center for Energy Studies, and we appreciate the opportunity to jointly develop and host this amazing conference once again. The relationship between Baker Botts, Rice University, and the Baker Institute go back to the very founding of each organization. As all of you know, Secretary Baker's grandfather, Captain Baker, represented William Marsh Rice and helped ensure that Mr. Rice's estate would go toward the establishment of this fine university as he intended, rather than in the pockets of the butler who poisoned him. You rarely get to say that. And then in 1993, Secretary Baker did two great things, and I'm going to offer them up in no particular order. He founded the Baker Institute here at Rice, and we were very fortunate to have him join our law firm as a senior partner. But the bond between our organizations is not only in our shared DNA, it's also in what we do day in and day out. Consider that many of our lawyers are Rice alums, and I'm told that many of our retired partners come back to become students again at the Glasscock School of Continuing Studies right across the way over here. And Rice University, our oldest client, is still a client. And we actively support the Baker Institute and recommend that you do the same. But the piece that seems most relevant to me today is this, and I was reminded of it when I walked in through the front door. Just like the Baker Institute endeavors to be a bridge between the world of ideas and the world of action, the lawyers at Baker Botts do too. And like the policymakers and the academics and the business leaders that are home here at the Baker Institute, we like to think of ourselves as also driven by purpose and mission. As with the experts you'll hear from today, so many of our lawyers are dedicated to helping solve the existential issue of our time, which is how do we move from a carbon-heavy economy to a carbon-light, or maybe one day a carbon-neutral footprint, without sacrificing the ability of humanity to take advantage of the amazing energy resources it continues to harness. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm aware of no larger question that we confront today. And by today, I mean literally right now, because this conference is intended to address the evolving energy mix and the challenges and opportunities for companies and countries as they work to optimize the energy value chains. We continue to find ourselves in a period of unprecedented change in the global energy sector, and as the leading international energy law firm, Baker Botts is itself busily involved in these momentous changes, bringing the future into the present with all deliberate speed. Our preeminent energy and technology practices are fully engaged in the convergence of technological innovation and every aspect of energy supply chains, including energy finance, decarbonization, sustainability, LNG, the electrification of energy consumption, transportation, the future of fuels, and minerals and materials transitions. And we are actively working hand in hand with our clients, including many in attendance here today, to manage risk and capitalize on the rapidly changing environment. We thank you for the opportunity to engage with these important issues. We will continue to be there at every step along the way to provide our clients with a multidisciplinary, full-service approach to serving their needs. So we are proud of our long history in the energy arena and our collaboration with the Baker Institute on this program. I'd like to thank 3 Baker Botts partners in particular who have served as this year's program co-chairs. You may want to raise your hand if you're here. Matt Carilla, partner and Houston section chair of our environmental safety and incident response team. Mona Dejani, New York-based partner and co-chair of our global energy practice and co-chair of our energy infrastructure and hydrogen teams. And Eileen Boyce, a corporate partner based here out of Houston. Thank you very much. We have a list of industry leaders you'll be hearing from that is just absolutely stellar, and we're delighted to be co-hosting this event with the Baker Institute and look forward to our continued collaboration for years to come. So please enjoy the conference, and now I'd like to hand it over to Dr. Medlock. Thank you very much.
Well, welcome everybody. I will very quickly give you a couple of logistical notes. Most of you are familiar with the building, but during the breaks or at any point in time, if the need arises, the restrooms are actually to either side of me. Women's restrooms on this side, men's restrooms on this side, behind the stage. There are also no planned fire drills or anything like that, so if you do hear a fire alarm, it is important that you get up and walk out. There are a couple of muster points. One is actually out front where most of you came through near the fountain. The other is actually through either one of these doors in the back in the street. So hopefully nothing like that interrupts the discussions. I have to point that out because it actually did happen one year. And people just sat here and looked at the stage as if they didn't need to get up and leave, so it was interesting. It's a pleasure to see everybody here. We've got a packed agenda, absolutely packed agenda. Lots of different topics to discuss. I am going to give a very brief overview of several points that will be highlighted throughout the next 2 days. I'm not going to belabor the points, I'm just going to present them so it'll get the wheels spinning, so to speak, as you sort of think about what everybody will say as they take the stage and discuss the issues at hand. The way I like to start a conversation about energy is really by looking at this picture. And I've actually used this for well over a decade now in lectures that I give, but it's a phenomenal way to think about the world of energy because you can see in The Earth at Night, which was originally made, this photograph, for example, was made famous by National Geographic back in the mid-1990s. It appeared on the cover of one of their magazines. It's a composite of satellite photographs taken on clear nights around the world. The beautiful thing about it, when you look at where the lights are on, where you can see exactly on the planet where we use energy. It's very eye-opening because there are places that are very bright and there are places that aren't as bright. This has direct bearing on how the energy sectors will evolve as we move forward. Economic development in less developed countries is going to bring with it a new demand for energy that we have not seen. And of course, that will open all sorts of opportunities to develop supply chains in new and innovative ways that ultimately will allow that energy to be delivered in a reliable, secure, affordable way, but also, hopefully, in a cleaner way. So as we look forward to what the future of energy looks like, we first have to understand what the past looks like, because the past actually carries some very important clues regarding what works and what doesn't. So how does change happen? It's a really important question that we all wrestle with, but sometimes it's not really brought together in a way that allows us to think about pathways that can be accelerated. And so one of the things I like to do is connect this to supply chains, and that's actually, you think about the theme of the conference, right? Understanding the energy value chain, or value chains, if you will. There are opportunities across value chains as we go from the upstream, so the development of a raw material, all the way through to delivery of a final product to an end user. There are multiple points of coordination that have to work seamlessly in order for that to happen. We were all reminded of the importance of supply chains when the world emerged from COVID. We are unfortunately being reminded yet again with longshoreman strike that just happened. But here we are, right? And it allows us to think about ultimately how these supply chains not only operate, but how they can develop and transform. Because at the end of the day, when we talk about energy transitions, they will look different everywhere, because no place is identical. We can see that in the current energy landscape. Energy systems around the world look different everywhere you go, because ultimately they develop around ultimately the principle of comparative advantage. What resources do we have available? How can we deploy those resources in an efficient way so that returns to capital can be generated and energy services can be delivered reliably? So all of that stuff matters, and it will matter going forward. So you have to understand that first in order to frame the discussion. Now, how does technology sort of find its way into the mix? I like to use something called the widget parable to sort of talk about this. And some of you have probably heard me talk about this story, but it's a fun one just to kind of remind you of what we have to think about when we think about how new technology ultimately matriculates into a marketplace. Pretend like we're all working at a university, right? And we're working in a university lab, and we're developing technologies that can be used for the production of widgets. Now, what's a widget? Doesn't matter. It's anything we want to say it is. We're just going to make the assumption that widgets are in high demand. And so we have this breakthrough, right, in our lab that allows us to produce a widget at half the cost of what we see in the commercial value chain. So we think this is phenomenal. This is game-changing. We inform Central Campus. There's a big press release that's issued, and it sort of reaches the highest levels of the widget industry, and they express interest in coming to our lab and seeing what we're doing. And so we open the door for those conversations, thinking this is going to be game-changing. And we invite those companies into the lab. They look at what they do. And in fact, the world's largest widget manufacturer is enthralled with what we've done. And so they ask if they can take it in-house and do their own evaluation to see what it would take to adopt this technology. We, of course, go through all the necessary intellectual property protections, sign the NDAs, all that kind of stuff, and we think this is going to be exactly what we expected, because now the world's largest widget producer is interested in what we just did. Well, we give them a 9-month window to do this internal evaluation, and they come back 9 months later, and they tell us thanks, but no thanks. And we're stunned. How is this possible? We just showed you how to do what you're doing at half the cost. And they won't disclose why they won't pick it up. But to make matters even more interesting, 3 months later, we find out that they sign a deal with a competing lab at another university that brings it a widget production technology that cuts cost by 10%. And now we just can't believe this happened. And we might venture into conspiracy theory land and write a book about it, whatever. Well, what did we miss? And this is where understanding coordination and the supply chain become very important. What we missed is what the company did is they evaluated what it would take to adopt the technology. They recognized full well that once adopted, it would cut costs by half. That was not an argument. But it turned out to adopt the technology, they have to tear down their existing supply chain and rebuild a new one. Well, that is a massive fixed cost associated with adoption. It presents what economists often refer to as a fixed cost barrier to entry, and it can lead that technology to falling into the proverbial valley of death. There's actually a lot of literature on this phenomenon. We have to understand that if we want to understand how the world of energy or the world of technology at the end of the day will ultimately change as we go forward. So it's a really important idea to be sort of keeping in mind as we go through the next couple of days, because you're going to hear a lot of discussion about different parts of the value chain. It will all connect back to this. What is the cost of adoption? We have to keep that in mind. So what do we see across the global energy landscape today? It's a good place to start because history, of course, provides a useful frame. And this is not a shock to anybody who's actually looked at energy data, but on the left-hand side, you see energy use in the OECD. So this is the Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development. If I go back to the Earth at night, that's the brightest spots on the map. It's really just that simple. Collectively, it represents a relatively small fraction of the global population, about 1.2, 1.3 billion people currently, projected to go up to about 1.4. But the world's population is much larger than that. And it turns out the rest of the world, there's actually not quite as much energy that is actually being used by citizens in the rest of the planet. And that's largely because of the state of economic development. So as those countries grow, you will see energy use grow. And we've actually, in fact, seen that over the last 2.5 decades with the emergence of large developing giants in Asia. First China and now India, sort of jumping into the fray. You're talking about collectively in 2 countries, all by themselves, a population that rivals the entirety of the OECD, each country individually. So you're talking about, when you look forward, a massive demand for energy that is coming. We haven't even seen it yet. And so understanding how that energy demand will ultimately be sated is critically important. The pictures also show you how energy is produced. So you can stack this up by primary energy source. The dark green at the bottom is crude oil, the red is gas, the black is coal, yellow is nuclear, blue is hydro, purple is wind, orange is solar, and the brownish color at the top is everything else. So that includes geothermal, waste, biomass, et cetera. Hopefully when you look at this, you understand very much why we still talk about hydrocarbons. They are the dominant source of energy on the planet. And that is not going to change overnight. Why? Because there are massive legacy infrastructures that have been developed to produce, refine, and deliver those energy sources to end users. And so we have to understand how those legacy infrastructures ultimately can be managed, re-envisioned. Ultimately, the development of new infrastructures, new legacies can be established for the provision of different forms of energy. But this doesn't happen overnight because the energy space is a very capital-intensive one. Another view, this is just a way to look at the last 20 years, and what I'm going to show you is actually quite striking. So on the left, you actually see energy use and how it's changed from 2003 to 2023 by energy source. Everything's grown. Nothing has contracted. This point often shocks people because a lot of times what you hear about in the news or in the press is the decline of coal, for example, or the decline of oil, a peak in demand. I'm going to show you in just a second that the last 20 years are a growth story for everything. And in fact, you can see that here. Where are you seeing that demand emerge? Well, you can see that on the left. That's by country. All of the red is Asia. So if you want to understand what's been going in the global energy scene, you have to look no farther than Asia. And one of my colleagues, Gabe Collins, recently wrote a piece in our Energy Insights document that highlights this point. This is oil over the same time period. So yes, you've seen some decline in demand, and you can see that on the chart on the left. But on the right, you can also see some decline in supply. What's really interesting about this, because it is in fact it's an indicator of one of the most significant drivers of change in the energy ecosystem globally for the last 20 years, is on the left you see most of the increase in demand is in the red, that's Asia. Most of the increase in supply is actually in the blue, followed very closely by the purple. What's the blue? Well, the biggest block there is the United States. Massive increases in oil production. This is all a shale-related phenomenon. If I fast forward to natural gas, you see a very similar picture emerge. On the demand side, gas growth is a little bit more uniform. So it's really interesting when you look at what's happening in the crude oil and natural gas space, you see a growth story. Well, what about coal? It's also another growth story. So yes, you've seen decline in coal use in the United States and in Europe. You've seen a decline in production of coal in the United States and Europe. But guess what we're seeing in Asia? Well, it's kind of obvious when you look at this picture, right? So understanding why this is happening, how it's happening, is critically important to understanding how you frame a vision of the future. There are a lot of forecasts out there today that do not recognize what we've been living through for the last 20 years. And remarkably, if I go back to oil and natural gas, the rate of growth between 1983 and 2003 has actually slowed. So has the delta. It's slightly smaller than it was over the last 20 years relative to the prior 20 years. Guess what's true of coal? Exactly the opposite. The increase in coal demand from 2003 to 2023 is much larger than the increase we saw the 20 years prior. So it's really interesting to understand why. It has to do with supply chains, comparative advantage, where growth is occurring. It's occurring in the behemoths in Asia, like China and India. What do they have in terms of natural resources, an abundance of? Coal. So what do they use first? Coal. Every country in the history of time has done exactly the same thing. You typically lean into what you have first because not only do you have direct control over those supply chains, but you actually have the capital to deploy to ensure, because you have that direct control, something that is economically efficient, capital efficient. That is a really important point that oftentimes gets swept under the rug when we're having conversations like this. Where does electrification fit? It's also part of the growth story. And I have slides that show you wind and solar over the last 20 years, but it's all growth, right? Literally all growth, because there was really nothing on the ground prior to 2003, or very small amounts. So the delta there is just all positive. Interestingly, for wind and solar, where you see the most significant growth are locations where you already have well-established grids. Why is that? Because those technologies can fit seamlessly into well-established grids, and there are already resources where the fixed cost is sunk that can actually facilitate intermittency as those resources are deployed. It's a really important point. You're going to hear about some of this tomorrow morning. The entire morning is focused on electric power. There's going to be a lot of discussions about the opportunities that are present in that space. They are enormous. And you're also going to hear about some of the challenges, because those are equally large. There are trade-offs. This is a really important point that I hope all of you come away with over the next 2 days, is we have to recognize that those trade-offs are real. It's not a figment of imagination. They are very substantial and they are very real. And we have to recognize them when we're thinking about what the future of energy looks like. In this diagram, it's taking all that, the OECD and non-OECD, and stacking it on top of each other, going back to 1985. And then the crosshatch colors, same color code, but the crosshatch colors are what's going into electric power. So what you notice there is electricity still isn't quite half of total energy. There's a lot of direct use and feedstock use of hydrocarbon fuels, which gets right to the heart of another really important point. When we talk about energy transitions, we also have to talk about materials transitions. We cannot get away from that, because if we are ultimately going to think about the role that hydrocarbons play in the future of the global economy, it's not just an energy discussion, it's also a materials discussion. It's why we're talking a lot about plastics now. It's why we're talking a lot about just the petrochemical industry in general. It's why we talk about creating circularity in supply chains. It's a way to ease some of the stresses, and it's why we talk about new innovations in material science, how we might think about turning carbon into a value-added product. There's a lot of this kind of discussion that's going on, and you're going to hear about that over the next 2 days as well. Growth is also not uniform. So while everything's a growth story, when we talk about increases globally, it's not the same everywhere. And again, this has directly to do with where you are on the economic development ladder. Well-developed countries have moved past an industrialization phase. They moved into a post-industrial phase of growth. Because of that, you actually see energy intensity on the downslope. It's been falling, and it's actually, in most cases, quite low. And they're not growing in terms of energy demand. They're still growing in terms of GDP, but energy demand is not growing. You can see that in the OECD. In fact, over the last 20 years, there's been no growth. But if you look at the rest of the world, you see tremendous growth. And that tremendous growth has to date really been driven by Asia. But there are a lot of other people in other parts of the world that are striving to improve living standards. And guess what's going to happen over the next 20 to 30 years? You're going to see efforts expended to ensure that that happens. Along with that, you will see growth in energy demand. CO2 emissions are also part of the growth story. This is not a shock to anyone, hopefully. But understanding where they're coming from and why they are coming matters. Because again, it's about trade-offs. The growth that we've seen in developing Asian economies has lifted the average welfare of citizens in those countries. It's also adding to CO2 emissions on a global basis. So which one matters more? I'm not going to give you an answer, but it's one you have to think about because there are trade-offs. It is very important to consider all of these issues in their entirety. And of course, geopolitics have bearing. So this is just a rehash of oil demand's growing. It's a growth story, but it sort of shows you from 1984 through 2023, so 40 years inclusive, where it's been growing and how it's been growing. The OECD is the dark green at the bottom, the lighter green, the top is the non-OECD. That's really where all the growth is coming from. And so we end up in conversations inevitably about what is the future of oil? Is demand going to peak? Well, the last 40 years have been a growth story. In fact, from 1983 to 2003, oil demand grew on average by 1.1 million barrels a day every year. Guess what happened from 2003 to 2023? And this includes COVID. Oil demand grew on average by 1.02 million barrels a day every year. And that includes 2020. So it's not falling. That's a really important point that we have to recognize. And we have to understand why, particularly if you want to address in earnest carbon emissions. We have to understand why demand is growing so we can do so and ensure equitable access to energy. It's incredibly important. And this picture tells 1,000 words. I love this one. So this is for 2022. This is global oil production by company for the entire world. The lavender color are companies that have state-owned interest. The green are companies that don't. So independents, shareholder-owned corporations, et cetera. This always shocks people. It even shocks people who work at some of the companies I'm about to mention. But the 6 super majors, collectively in 22, in terms of raw crude oil production, did not produce as much crude as Saudi Aramco. That is eye-opening to a lot of people. Why does this matter? Well, it matters because you have to think about what all of that lavender does with the revenues associated with producing the natural resources they own. Those revenues actually flow into state coffers. They're used to develop roads and hospitals and schools. These are not trivial things. They are incredibly important for the welfare of the countries where those resources are being developed. And so you think about the future of oil, you also have to think about what a decline in oil demand and ultimately an evaporation of oil demand, which is what some people are projecting, would mean for those countries. This is a sizable share of the world economy, by the way. It's not a trivial thing to think about. It's very important. One of my colleagues, Jim Crane, is doing a lot of work, Francisco Minaldi as well, doing a lot of work looking at regional implications for what transitions mean with regard to oil. And you'll hear from both of them tomorrow. It's a challenge. It's a real challenge. Complexity abounds, without a doubt. We're going to hear about electricity writ large, but we're also going to have a focus on Texas because of all of the things that have been going on tomorrow morning. Should be an interesting set of conversations. We've been doing a tremendous amount of work focused on ERCOT. My colleague and I, Peter Hartley, along with one of our research managers, Elsie Hung, have been doing a ton of work on this. What's really interesting is, and people from abroad, when they come to Texas to talk about the energy landscape, often don't realize this, but Texas is actually a leader in green energy technology. More wind capacity has been deployed in this state than any other state in the country. Solar, we're number 2, fastest growing though. Batteries were number 2, fastest growing though. So the electricity sector is undergoing a transition that is absolutely phenomenal in terms of the rate of growth you're seeing across all these new technologies. But with that comes challenges. These are challenges that the Public Utility Commission and ERCOT are grappling with and have been grappling with. It came to a head when Winter Storm Uri happened because it elevated concerns about what intermittency means. Unfortunately, there were statements made by certain politicians in the state that it was all because of wind, but that's not true because actually wind will drop to 0 quite frequently. It was about system control. It was about what the system did. And when you have pieces of the system fall down, other parts can generally step in and fill the void. Redundancy on a power grid, insurance, if you will, for power flow, that's nothing new to a system operator. But you have to ensure that those pieces work. What does intermittency do? Well, this is a simple supply stack, so I'm an economist. I get to show stuff like this occasionally, right? What happens when wind and solar drop? This. During times of peak, that can lead to serious reliability concerns because you have insufficient resources. So it means you need to have something that is deployable on the grid, dispatchable, to make up for the gap. When wind is roaring and the sun is shining, you have excess supply, you end up with curtailments. We hear about this all the time. This is not just a transmission issue. People try to simplify it to that, but that's not the only thing that's going on. You have an overabundance of resource relative to demand. So how do you balance all this? Obvious answer might be storage, but there are other means that you can use to attack this issue. What do we see in ERCOT? Well, this is wind and solar combined in 15-minute intervals, every 15 minutes, every day, going all the way back to July 1st of 2011. It's not constant. It varies quite a bit. Now, on average, you're seeing generation grow. That's what that white line in the middle is telling us. And it's growing lockstep with additional capacity. That's the stair step. But averages don't mean anything when we talk about reliable system service. They are literally irrelevant. And so what you have to do is build a system that can manage the variability. And that is precisely what is being wrestled with in electric power markets, not just in Texas, but everywhere. It's been remarkable, some of the stuff we've been doing that's been ERCOT focused. We've had conversations with grid operators in places like Ukraine about this, in Germany, because they're seeing similar issues. In Ukraine, it's more about what happens once there's actually peace in the region. But it's something that everybody is wrestling with. It's an incredibly important point, and you're going to hear a lot about it tomorrow. How did we see system response in ERCOT in January of this year? Well, this is a great sort of way to look at it. The thing that actually stepped in to fill the gaps when wind and solar dipped in a high load period was gas. It's a very flexible fuel. It's very responsive when you have it. Cost matters. But it's a great indicator of what you need to ensure reliable service. You need flexibility. It's not just we need gas, you just need something that's dispatchable. And in ERCOT, that happens to be natural gas. In other places around the world, it might look totally different. Depends on resource availability. So some final thoughts before I pass the stage over to Gabe in the first panel. This is a great way to hopefully frame everything, because you'll often hear about forecasts and outlooks, and everybody says, well, that's what we've got to do. Well, forecasts are incredibly inaccurate. What you're actually looking at here in the black line is the price of oil on nominal basis, so it's not inflation adjusted, from 1979 all the way through 2023. The colored lines that jump off the black line are 10-year forecasts for the price of oil made by the U.S. Energy Information Administration. It's not very good. This is not to throw stones at EIA. This is true of everybody. We do not do these exercises, however, in hopes that we hit the nail on the head. Yeah, a forecaster thinks they've got it, but in reality, you realize when you go out a sample, you don't know what's going to happen in the next 10 years. As a matter of fact, in 2019, nobody knew COVID was about to happen. So you have to approach this with some humility. What that means is, despite our best efforts, we don't really know what's going to happen. And this is a great thing. I share it with my class every fall. So incoming students focused on energy economics. This is the cover of Popular Science. You look at that, sunshine into electricity, new research brings solar cell power closer to your roof. If you go up just above the second E in science, you can see the date, April 1981. Obviously, the world's different today. Technology has advanced. You do see solar power on your roof in many places. But you can apply this to any new technology that shows promise and begin to ask questions, well, is this really going to happen? And how long will it take? Generally, it doesn't take 5, 6 years. Generally, it takes decades. And that's because of the scale of capital that is needed to build the supply chains to support deployment en masse. We actually have out front, Brian Weeks brought it, and you'll hear from him later today, a Toyota Mirai. So I encourage you to go look at it. It's a good-looking vehicle. It's a hydrogen fuel cell vehicle. This is something that has been talked about for decades. It's not new. Innovation continues to occur. We're actually seeing some real deployment, but it still faces challenges. But it's an example of what we could do if the conditions are right. The only thing we do know is that there will be trade-offs. This is actually the centerfold of Science Magazine all the way back in August of 2010. Again, I still use this. In fact, we're updating this data so we can have it as a dashboard on our website. Energy's tricky trade-offs. There are resource constraints in every dimension of the energy supply chain, no matter what form of energy you're talking about. It could be land, it could be water, it could be oil resources, it could be coal, it could be certain precious metals that are needed to make magnets, et cetera. It doesn't matter. There are resource constraints no matter what we talk about. We have to recognize those if we're going to actually come up with feasible solutions to the problems that are in front of us. And that is really the punchline that I hope you ultimately walk away with. There are massive opportunities everywhere. Massive opportunities. It's just a matter of how do we actually capture them in an economically feasible way. So with that, I'm going to step away. Hopefully this gives a nice frame for the next 2 days. Gabe, if you want to come take the stage and bring your panel with you, thank you very much.
So I know we're starting on the right foot when they don't want to sit with me. We have one more panelist who's getting mic'd who will be out. So what I'll do while he's getting wired up is just one quick housekeeping note and then 4 very quick thank yous. So the housekeeping note is I have my nice lawyerly list of questions here, which I sort of like. What I love are your questions. And so if you have questions, please write them down, pass them to the end, and we have runners who will come and get them, and we'll engage those as quickly as possible. As far as the thank yous, the first thank you is to Baker Botts for being a wonderful partner and co-hosting this event with us. The second is to the administrative folks who toil behind the scenes on this, and without whom this just simply wouldn't work. We'd be pilots without an airplane. So thank you to all of you. Thank you, of course, to you in the audience, and then thank you to all of you for being generous enough to share your time and expertise. And the way I'd like to kick off, and we'll just run sequentially down the panel, is 2 to 3 minutes, tell them who you are, and maybe even as importantly, what energy opportunity sets are you most excited about in the coming 12 months? With that, Gary,
Sure.
you have the misfortune of
Sure.
being next to me.
I
so
came
you
last, so I guess I get the first seat. No, really appreciate the invite. Love this conference. We're privileged to live in Houston and have such a great institution not that far away. So I'm happy to be here. My name is Gary Tanner. I'm one of the partners at Quantum Energy Capital Group. We do all energy. We've been doing it for about 27 years now. So we're across the value chain and across the balance sheet. So we do equity, structured capital, and debt. And then we do a lot of upstream, but we also do energy transition, midstream service, new technologies, and just recently got into power as well. And so we think and breathe energy. We're in Houston. We also have an office in New York. And I would say right now, while we look at everything, we spend, probably invest 80+% of our capital in the upstream space. So we have been active in energy transition, and when you think about the amount of capital going into that, I think it's something like $8 trillion over the last 15 years. We are very selective in what we've invested in that. We think it is a bit challenging to get returns in energy transition, more so than what we've seen in upstream oil and gas. And so while we look at everything, we're more selective there and have really spent a lot of our time on our bread and butter in the upstream oil and gas. And then recently, I would say power has gotten pretty interesting. So you've seen the demand forecast for power as we electrify everything, as you see these data centers coming up, AI, big power users. So we're pretty excited about the power sector in general. And we just bought a company called Cogentrix. So now we have 11 power plants across the country in 3 different jurisdictions. And so we're excited about that as well.
Excuse me, thank you. Got a little allergies today, so bear with me. Gary Peterson, one of the original founders of InCap Investments. We're a private equity firm, principally for oil and gas, but we have 3 platforms. We have oil and gas upstream. We have energy transition, which Sean Cumberland is here with me. And then we also have a midstream, InCap Flat Rock Midstream. We've been in business for 35 years, so that makes me probably the oldest guy in the room here today, but I'm still very active and love doing what I do. I've traveled all over the globe in the last 35 years, raising money and investing in oil and gas and other forms of energy. I thought, is Dr. Medlock in here? Is he still in here? Oh, right here. Let me tell you, I do this for a living. I travel all over the country, make speeches and raise money and so on and so forth. That's the finest presentation I've ever heard. That's the most realistic presentation of the oil and gas industry and the power. And you know, I'm sure you've taken that to Washington, D.C., but you need to go educate them up there if you would. We, just like Gary Tanner, our firm invests in all the various sectors. I would say oil and gas is our flagship fund, and right now we're selling several companies, and we've just raised a new fund, and we're growing some companies, and so it's a great time for us to be in the oil and gas industry. We like stable prices, but people, I think oil eventually could go to $150 a barrel. People say, "Gosh, how's that possible?" Well, think about this. I started in the business. When I started in this business, oil was $5.50 a barrel. And today it's 75 a barrel, 70, 75. So you can, if it goes 550 to 75, it goes from 75 to 150 much easier. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens over the next 10, 15 years.
Yes, sir. Sean, please.
Yeah, I'm Sean Cumberland. So we're the new kids on the block from the InCap family. The way the founders set it up, actually they have 3 different GPs that manage the 3 different verticals that he mentioned. And so they went out and got subject matter experts that knew the midstream business when a decade and a half ago they wanted to get into midstream. And then likewise, when they wanted to set us up in 2019, they went and found folks that had been in the power and renewable sector a long time. So I'm one of 4 of the managing partners. All 4 of us, can check that we were at Enron. So for better or worse, I think better. We all came from Enron, but it had a lot to do with how we look at sort of opportunities. Ken had mentioned constraints, and Enron was really good at trying to find those constraints, and we try to use that for finding how to put money to work. We're a fiduciary of other people's capital, and so what we're doing is we're not out to save the world, we're out to make great returns for our investors. And we have pensioners who need money, university endowments, insurance companies, and others. What we have found, though, is that a lot of the primary source capital do want to direct their capital one way or the other. So, it was great to have NCAP as the flagship because they're a proven fiduciary of other people's money and have been delivering outstanding returns over the years, so they were trusted. And so we had that halo effect when we raised Fund 1. I'll just give them credit, we did. And you see now that the LPs are in, some case all three, some case one or the other, depending upon how they want to run their allocations of capital. But we set up Fund 1 in 2019, and we raised $1.2 billion. As I said, we all came from Enron, and we looked for where the opportunities and constraints are, because I agree it's a challenging area. There's a lot of competition for investing in renewable space, so you're trying to find the outsized opportunity. And what we had identified in that time period was Texas was building renewables really faster than any state. I mean, it is, if it were a country, I think it's the 5th largest wind country in the world. And for a while, Bloomberg was saying it was the largest corporate PPAs, renewable corporate PPAs, about a 20% market share, if you can believe that. So we saw that this intermittency was happening and said, gosh, they're going to need batteries. A lot of people were studying batteries on the whiteboard, understanding the technology and the market dynamics for how do you get paid with this new asset class. And we did our studies as well on the technology and the revenue side, but we made a position move and we said we're putting half the fund into 2 big storage companies to play in this, because give the people what they need, give the market what they need. So that turned out to be stellar investments for us. We backed 2 big players that had actually kind of changed the way the battery landscape was looked at. And we exited those, one to one of the monolithic big fund managers, BlackRock, and one to the big European utilities, Engie. And that gave us the ability to actually raise Fund 2, and we just closed Fund 2 in March at $1.5 billion, and we're out now deploying that into different portfolio companies. Gary didn't mention it, but our modus operandi investing across all 3 verticals is to back talent, back really smart management teams, and we adopt the same sort of investing philosophy. Great to be here. Thank you for having us.
Excellent. Patrick, please.
First of all, Gabe, thank you to the Baker Institute, to Rice, to Baker Botts for this opportunity. Patrick Yip, Managing Director here in Houston. I'm with Climate Investment, and similar to Ken's point, we are backed by the 12 largest oil and gas companies. So Ramco, Chevron, Exxon, Oxy, and really the goal was how can we really decarbonize? So partnering with traditional private equity, we're also a private equity fund, but the oil and gas super majors decided, how can we decrease that time to adoption? How can we more quickly invest into technologies and adopt them? And they decided, rather than just one company at a time, what if we brought a dozen? So this idea was brought by the former CEO of BP, Bob Dudley. So we're actually London headquarters, but we have venture colleagues on the West Coast. I lead our growth equity team here out of Houston, but it's taking that idea, to your point, it's innovation. How do we increase that adoption? And in addition to energy, we're looking at the built environment, looking at industrial. For us, we have several investments into a cleaner way to make cement. If you think about making cement, it's like baking a cake. And it's such a high intensive energy usage to make cement. So there's been some recent announcements about how can we decarbonize the way we just make cement. As we know, our built environment has so much of that. Another investment we've made recently is into a company called Luxwall, and really thinking about how can we have energy efficiency in our built environment for HVAC, and this is windows. So it's the concept of if we simply use air and have vacuum between 2 panes, the heat resilience, the solar radiation, 100% recyclable, And these are ways to change the supply chain by using cleaner materials, but also retrofitting the built environment. Not having to engineer an entire new supply chain, but can you drop in cleaner made materials into existing infrastructure? So these are just different themes that we're excited about.
Excellent, thank you. So as each of you have been introducing yourselves, it strikes me that we're seeing kind of the ecosystem described in front of us, where if you call this the energy Serengeti, we've got the upstream, the grass, it's kind of the basis of the food chain, all the way to the end and the top here, you know, when you think of the built environment. You've also addressed the way some of your root capital providers and LPs are thinking about things. How has the composition of those folks changed over, say, the last 10 years as you've found opportunities, invested in them, exited, and then built the next fund? And I'll just go down the row again.
Great. Love the leadoff spot. So on capital, in the last 2 years, we've raised across multiple different products about $10+ billion. I would say it's changed dramatically. So we're just closing our Fund 8 flagship fund. It does everything in one fund, equity-wise. But I would say normally we would have a re-up rate in the 95, 98% range. I would tell you that was dramatically less in this last fund. And we basically lost all of our European investors, and then we lost a lot of folks in the blue states. And it was basically, you may be our best performing private investment, but we can't invest in you because you do oil and gas. And then what we found is there are a number of people that actually were attracted to the energy space because if you look at it, it's one of the lowest multiples in the S&P. It's got a bit of a tailwind in terms of, I'll say a lot of the energy transition negativity is restricting supply. We're starting to run out of the early wins in the shale boom. And so when you look at it, the supply-demand balance is actually pretty constructive for long-term oil and gas prices. So we saw a lot of red states kind of pile in and a lot of family offices that we didn't expect. And so we'll be closing, we'll get well through our cover on Fund 8, and we did it, but I would tell you it was probably one of the harder fundraisers that we've done in our 27 years.
I would echo that. First of all, we think that energy, it's not energy transition, it's energy addition. So we have upstream, midstream, and then energy transition. And by the way, Gary Tanner used to work with us, so we're old friends. It's just kind of fun to be up here. He has 2 R's in his name. I just have one. So he's Gary and I'm Gary, but he's 2 R's. We've had the same experience. We've been in business for 35 years. We probably have 40 billion under management now. We have 90 university endowments that invest with us. Of the 90 university endowments, coming back to this particular fund, we just closed a $5 billion fund. Of those 90 university endowments, I would say 65 of them wouldn't return. We had Yale, we had Columbia, we had Dartmouth, we had all the usual, Harvard, all the usual suspects, and 2/3 or so of them wouldn't return, and they would tell us, your funds are great, you're really doing well and one of our best performers, but we're hydrocarbons, oil and gas, and so we're not going to reinvest with you. Same thing in blue state, red state. The blue states, for the most part, won't invest with us. The red states will. What's interesting is we have 6 Asian sovereign funds also invest with us, all the way from Korea down to Indonesia, and a couple in China, one in Hong Kong, and so on. You would think they would all invest, but they all have consultants in New York and Philadelphia, and the consultants in New York and Philadelphia tell them don't invest in hydrocarbons, oil and gas. We've even had 1 or 2 say, you're our best performer in our history, but we can't invest because our consultant tells us not to. So it's really become a political issue more than it is a return issue. So we've had to change and go to more family offices, people that want to make money. We go to family offices now, and we've had a lot of family offices come into this most recent fund. Less university endowments, we have the red states and so on. And so we've had very similar experience to Gary, and it hadn't been an easy fundraise, but we finally got it done.
You know, we've seen on the ESG or sustainability or other topics that are more along that line on the non-quantitative sort of topics, we see a pendulum move back and forth. So there has been a little bit of, you know, there was a euphoric period, grow, grow, grow. I think the trend line is still going up, but jagged, okay? And so right now is a pushback on that. Parsing it globally, if you looked at the primary source capital for private equity, this is a little bit dated information, but about 2/3 of it roughly is the United States, and 1/3 is global. We're more infra rather than private equity. We're called value add infra or plus plus, core plus plus. So it's not just a core buying. We actually do have to create value. It's the inverse. About 2/3 of the primary source capital for infra is global. And so we've got to court a number of international LPs. And one of those big buckets is Europe. And you know, that's a challenge for us to kind of crack in. So you talked about red states, blue states, but you could actually take that same sort of demarcation and go across the globe and see some countries more this way, some countries more that way. We do want to add some European names, but it makes us wonder, can we invest in gas turbines? You know, we view it as it's important for the energy transition. It's kind of hard to describe it on a bumper sticker of a car, though, when you're telling somebody who's already sort of, you know, we got to decarbonize, that no, this is good, you know, because it doesn't come out. You have to actually think about it. So that's a challenge for us right now. But we're still seeing a lot of interest for what we do. The harder part is for us to try to describe them that we're going to continue to get outsized returns. That's the bigger one right now for us.
So for climate investment, you know, we describe ourselves as a double bottom line, thinking about being a specialized decarbonization investor. So traditional private equity returns, but we have a specific CO2 impact. So with each of our investments, we're trying to quantify how much does this technology offset from traditional ways, and that's important for our LPs. And you know, Gabe, to your question about how has the capital stack changed, I think we are an example of it. You know, we're only from 2017, and you see a lot of these oil and gas companies think about, they're starting to have their own CVC funds, corporate venture capital groups. They've got corporate development. They're directly investing into investments, and I think they see that as the key. So even though they've supported us, we're working closely with Aramco's venture capital group, who's announced they're going to invest over $7 billion into decarbonization technology. So I think the capital stack is changing because you see, rather than having such a wide gap between what your end customer might be and private equity, are there ways in the middle to increase that collaboration from a technical perspective, commercial perspective, adoption perspective? And that's where we see this gap is happening. And if you think about climate from 10 years ago, they were very early stage investments, great innovation, but harder to really commercialize. But over time, we're seeing there are a lot more commercially viable opportunities that we can more readily adopt. So I think that's why we're fortunate to be backed by global super majors from Petrobras to Equinor, really across the globe that want to come together for decarbonization.
Excellent, thank you. So since I'm up here with a bunch of private equity guys, we're going to make a smash co with these questions here. We've got some good ones coming in. And it builds in a way as well, I think, off of the points each of you have made and then what you highlighted, Patrick, with the company's involvement. You've described kind of binary situations where folks from Europe or folks from a blue state or somewhere that maybe anti-hydrocarbon just says, no, we can't deal with you. Have you had any of your root capital sources take a middle path of, hey, we have some hesitancy perhaps about oil and gas, but we want our capital used to find best-in-class operators that do things better and cleaner and so forth? Have you had any of these types of interactions, or is it really something that's been binary?
Yeah, I think there's some folks that are in the middle, and we believe in this dual challenge where we need a lot more energy. You've got energy poverty around the world. You've got, I think the World Health Organization estimates about 4 million people a year are dying from using wood and dung and cooking indoors. That's a real problem that people don't think about. On the flip side, you have climate change, which is real, and we acknowledge that. So how do you provide all the energy that the world needs and is growing to lift the human condition while reducing emissions? And so we spend quite a bit of time talking about responsibly sourced hydrocarbons. And I think not only is it the right thing to do, it can be really good business. So we sold a Appalachian gas producer. It had one of the lowest carbon footprints of any natural gas company in the country. We think we got paid a premium. EQT bought us, and that was one of the highlights in their press release was the carbon intensity of what they bought. So we spend a lot of time thinking about reducing flaring, reducing leaks, and having that responsibly sourced hydrocarbons that has lower carbon footprints. So we think that is good business, and if you want to call that being in the middle, I think that makes sense for us.
Yeah, I think very similar. Our answers are always going to be fairly similar. I think
We'll find a question that breaks us apart, but please.
I think what's interesting in the old days, when you go over to the petroleum club and have 2 martinis for lunch, I mean the real old days back in the early 70s, you had guys with gold Rolexes hanging around the petroleum club and wildcatters and so on and so forth. They could care less about the environment. Today, it's a very sensitive issue, and we all recognize that. We try to make sure that we have ESG. We have an ESG person on our staff now, full time. We're trying. I think in the future, and I've actually made this some speeches. I think you're going to see more and more oil production, but the oil is going to be cleaner. There'll be more carbon capture. You'll have the same thing with natural gas. It's going to be cleaner and cleaner and cleaner in the form of producing hydrocarbons. So that I think oil and gas production will continue to go up as witnessed by the graphs put up earlier today. But I think that we're going to still need it, and we just need to produce it cleaner and better. Flaring right now, if you flare at the wrong time, you could get serious fines. I think the government has kind of shut down a lot of that, and that's fine. It's fine for the country and fine for all of us. But very similar thing. The industry itself is cleaning up. It's a very professional industry now. No gold Rolexes and 2 martinis at lunch. It's a really serious, careful business.
Can I add one thing before we leave
Yeah,
this?
please.
Is thinking about hydrocarbons. A lot of times in an effort to do the right thing in the United States and Canada, we're trying to restrict oil and gas production. And we think we're doing a good thing. The bad news is the world demands the same amount whether we produce it here or we produce it in a country that doesn't like us too much. And we do it a lot cleaner and a lot safer and a lot more socially responsible. And so we like to say that if you really cared about the environment, you would actually increase production in the US and Canada. And we would do a lot better in terms of worldwide emissions. And a lot of people forget that there's one atmosphere. And so if we just export our emissions to a foreign country, we're actually not doing any good. And that's one thing that we look at is when you look at those graphs, we're not doing a very good job addressing the dual challenge. So emissions are going up every year. We haven't even flattened them. And this is after 25 years after the Paris Accord. And then we're not doing a great job on energy poverty. We've still got billions of people in energy poverty. And so it makes you think, are we trying to solve this dual challenge in the wrong way? So we think we're doing something right, and all we're doing is restricting the clean energy supplies and exporting our emissions to another country.
I'm just going to take a bit of moderator's prerogative to try to make this a little more varied and stochastic so that we're not getting uniform, and we'll roll to Sean.
I'm voting for him.
So to what extent Like if the investors are saying, we like you guys and we like your return track record and everything else, but we can't invest in you because you do hydrocarbons, where are they going instead? And I'll move to, since we haven't engaged you two on this one yet, do you guys have a sense of that, where they're going and what the returns are that those sectors deliver?
Are you asking me?
I'll move to Sean because I've engaged you two, and we'll shake it up a little bit here.
Are you asking, I'm sorry, just so I understand,
Absolutely.
what returns our LPs are expecting when they invest into our sphere?
Or I guess that would probably be part of potentially of the response, but if they're not going with your funds, and maybe this is more applicable to the things that are directly hydrocarbon, but if they're going somewhere else, where are they going? And is that something that is delivering higher returns? Or is this truly an ideological decision where they would actually accept lower returns to avoid hydrocarbons?
Well, I mean, the assets can be a little bit different, right? I mean, so if you have an asset that has high volatility in pricing and uncertainty about where the price is going to be, you're going to require a higher rate of return. So if you're pure commodity, you're going to have a higher rate of return. In our sector, if you're investing in the power sector, it's kind of hybridized. There's some that's very sort of like, well, it's a regulated rate of return, or it's a 30-year contract, or a 25-year contract, and I know the certainty on it. So consequently, it prices at a lower yield because there's less risk associated with it. As we start to migrate more towards onboarding risk, whether that's development risk or commodity risk, we need to up our returns, and that's where you go from core infra to full commodity, right? So we're what in the classification between VC, private equity, core over here. We're a tweener, and when we went out to raise capital, we said we're tweeners, and people had to figure out where we fit in their capital allocation buckets. But now that's pretty well settled. You know, there's a whole lot of folks that like us that say they're tweeners. Just to kind of give you a number, we advertise around an 18% rate of return fund life. We're a 10-year fund, plus. And you know, we're looking to make a 1.8 over the time horizon. And that's no state secret for us. I mean, you know, a lot of folks have a similar range. Some of our competitors have offered lower for people who invest in the same kinds of things that we invest into. Did I say anything I wasn't supposed to? No, I don't think so. But I mean, that's what we try to score, and that's where our capital looks for. But there are core funds that are single-digit funds, and they're investing on the other end of the spectrum.
Sure.
Okay.
So being a former Halliburton person, and many of our LPs are super majors, hydrocarbons very much a focus, but I think the way that our fund took a look at it is, it's really, what is the CO2 emissions, right? Because that is beyond the energy sector. So thinking about the built environment, heavy emitting industries, and steel, cement, coal, the common language that we can use is CO2 emissions, right? So we partnered with many other firms to develop a common language or common vernacular. If you think about accounting, we all settled on US GAAP. You know, there is a way to do things that standardize it. There's an initiative called Project Frame that looks to standardize the way to calculate CO2 emissions. And that's what we really focus on. So we took one step back and said, we want to be better citizens, you know, reduce hydrocarbon emissions. But if we look at CO2, if we can, you know, offset CO2s from a building, from building materials, in the supply chain, to us, that is just as valuable. So I think taking that broader approach, we can achieve traditional private equity returns, but also have that real CO2 impact. And just maybe one more point to both Gary's mention about methane, thinking about, you know, what is the best bang for your buck, right? Methane, as we know, is 26 times more harmful than CO2. So if we can find solutions not just to, I'd say 10 years ago, we focused on identifying lots of methane emissions. We know maybe it's our pipelines, our operations, there's natural leakage. And you know, we see these big flares where it's just burning methane, you know, significant emissions impact. We now have technologies that can monetize that wastage stream and make it economic. So I think what many of us are talking about is, it's not just a private equity focus, but these are both more economic solutions and also huge emissions impact. So I think that is where our industry with, you know, energy hat on, thinking about we're going to back these technologies that can really solve these methane issues. No longer just detect, but can we truly eliminate flaring? You know, if you think about Colorado versus Texas, much more stringent restrictions, you know, putting fines on it. But I do think as a climate-focused investors, we are moving towards that ability to now back those existing commercialized solutions.
I'm sorry. I
No,
want to talk
by
a little
all
bit more
means.
about renewables. And I hope Gary doesn't mind. I'm going to share some family stuff. When we first came,
we're good.
when we came in, the four founders were great. I think they hired McKinsey and said, "What's going to be the next vertical?" And they landed on energy transition. They hired a search firm. They found my partner Jim Hughes, who used to be the former CEO of First Solar. He's kind of a brand all into himself, really smart guy. And they brought him in, and they pitched us, "Hey, come here. We want to go do this." And once we said, "Okay, we'll come do this," they leaned across the table and said, "You can't really make money in renewables, can you?" And I was wondering, they were just courting us, and then they said that. But the renewable space, it has a hard sort of categorization. And the high-profile stuff was a lot of VC money that had been destroyed, like Solyndra and places like this. And so what they had read in the profiles was not like power investments that had done well. The stuff that made the news was a lot of VC, a lot of Silicon Valley-backed tech investing, and they got painted with one brush.
Clean tech 1.0 kind of
Exactly.
scars from that.
And
yeah.
so, you know, if you invest into tech, then you get that. But that's not the majority of renewables investing capital. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Absolutely, and you've taken the risk with a lawyer that I'm going to now seize on that and
Great.
come at you with another question.
Touché.
And this is one that, you know, I think we can go sequentially because there may be somewhat different views. So I'm going to ask you about two perturbations, kind of thumps to the system, and how that might change your investment thinking. One would be if there were to be no more subsidies for wind and solar. The second perturbation would be if tomorrow we put on a $100 per metric ton carbon fee in the United States.
Did what?
If there were to be magically imposed $100 per metric ton fee on carbon dioxide emissions, how would each of those two perturbations and events change your investment thinking? And we'll go sequentially, if you don't mind.
I think if you eliminate subsidies, it's going to be more challenging. I mean, if you look at a lot of these projects, I think generally subsidies are needed, and they've propelled new technology adoption and development. So I think that would definitely slow the Q45 and a lot of what Biden passed. I think actually the Inflation Reduction Act was a great piece of legislation to drive these new technologies. So I think that was well received and actually got the rest of the world kind of thinking about how do we do this better. We would support some kind of carbon tax because I think that is one way to motivate the development of these solutions. You know, what's the right number? Don't know, but to your point, I think 100 would accelerate all of that energy transition. So those are the two ends of the spectrum, really. Take away all the subsidies, it's going to slow it down. If you increase the subsidies, it's going to speed it up. And then you leave industry to figure out what makes the most sense.
Yeah, I'm not sure I even know how to answer that. Let me.
You don't have to. I won't compel.
I want to turn something in a different direction. In the last 6 years, probably, I've been to both Beijing, China, and New Delhi, India. And in travels to both those cities, in perfectly clear days, you land on instruments. So you don't have, you just have to land on instruments you can't see all the way down to the runway. And one of my things is if we could just switch from coal to natural gas around the globe, we would clean up a big portion of this problem. But if you notice on all the graphs that we saw earlier, coal keeps growing, oil grows, natural gas grows, wind grows. All forms of energy are going to continue to grow. And how we get the third world countries to stop using so much coal, I don't really know, but we need to.
I think a lot of that's the energy security that Ken talked about. But it goes back to my earlier point. and I'll pick on Canada, our northern neighbor. They're just about to start their first LNG project. You know, in the time that they've been studying it, the U.S. has gone, we're the largest LNG exporter, and we've doubled natural gas production in the last 15 years. Theirs has been flat. And they are focused on trying to reduce Canada's emissions. But they have tremendous natural gas resources, second in the world behind the U.S. And if they had just pursued exporting their gas and trying to reduce some of this coal usage around the world, they would have made a much, much larger impact on CO2 emissions. And you think about Canada, maybe they can get some deals done that the U.S. can't from an energy security standpoint. But again, that's where I think we've got a wrong framework as we think about how to solve this challenge. And too many people, countries, municipalities are focused on what can I do on my little footprint instead of looking at the global picture.
I'm going to go back to your core question, though, and maybe be a little bit more provocative with Gary with 2 R's. Adam Smith, 250 years ago, warned that infant industries, once they were subsidized and subject to protection with tariffs, would never give it up. That is totally the solar industry right now. And so if you've read anything that I've written on LinkedIn over the last 3 years, it's been no more subsidies for wind and solar, no more subsidies. In fact, my partner, Jim Hughes, when he was the CEO of First Solar in 2015, they were doing an extender bill for the ITC for solar. And here's the largest U.S. solar panel manufacturer, and their biggest market by far is the United States. And they told Congress, no thank you. And it's not because Jim is an ideologue. He is an ideologue, but it's not because he did that. He was looking after, I'm going to sell more panels if we didn't have this old tax regime dictating it. And I completely agree with that. And when we backed those 2 battery companies, I had one of our companies actually hire a lobbyist and say, no subsidies for batteries. We don't want the ITC to apply for batteries. And why? Like Jim, I wanted to do more battery deals, and I thought that it was actually a governor, not a lubricant, because, the solar panel prices, if you track the history of solar going from where it was, while the price was high, it was like flatline. There was like a megawatt added here, 10 megawatts here. And once it hit that inflection point, well, Katie barred the door. Solar started to take off around the globe. And you got to thank the government subsidies. And we approached it in 2 different ways. On the Atlantic, the Europeans were actually putting in feed-in tariffs that allowed solar to get deployed. And then in the United States, we were giving tax credits, and the Chinese were subsidizing it. So all that brought learning to it, and that was great. But once you've arrived and you've reduced the price by 90%, then it should have to compete on its own, and it can around the globe. And wind likewise. I mean, wind's going to hit a plateau, and you should just sort of determine where you're going to stop subsidizing wind. Battery, it was the beneficiary not of backing stationary storage, but by subsidizing the EV industry. So we learned how to make batteries efficiently that way. And batteries had already come down about 90% when we decided to deploy them at scale. So I don't think that the tax credits are the best way to approach everything. I don't know about hydrogen. I think we're over here in my example on solar versus hydrogen. I don't know if it's ever going to work at scale or not. I don't know how much money you can throw at it to prove it. I'm sorry for anyone who's in the hydrogen industry, but it's not been an area that we've focused on. We kind of look at things like the Stephen Wright joke. I don't know if you know the old comedian from the 80s, but he said, that the early bird gets the worm, but the second mouse gets the cheese. When we invested in the battery deals, it looked like an early bird play. I think that hydrogen's a second mouse play, right? So,
He needs my therapist.
But I am sort of happy to see that the Europeans are leading the charge on putting a price on carbon. Because if you don't put a price on carbon, and I don't know what it ought to be, I'm not smart enough to know it, but it's greater than 0. If you don't put a price on it, you've subsidized the emission of CO2. That's really what you've done globally, subsidize it. James, you did a great
I
job.
might mention this too, is even in the industry like this panel, we all can't agree on everything. It's just, it's a very complicated, complex problem. And back on those charts, all these things are growing. And so we hopefully can make them cleaner over time, even though they're growing.
Well, it's no fun if you agree, so I tried to change the question.
Go to bed.
I don't really disagree with you. I think, I'm just saying more subsidies, things will go faster.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that's the right answer. I'm just saying that's the
Well,
reality.
and I'm challenging the faster part, though. That's what I'm challenging on solar. So
That
I
may be.
think more solar would be better without subsidies right now.
Okay.
I
If
think
you
you'd build
look-
more.
So
The last 20 years.
Patrick, you'll get the last word because I think
Okay.
we're on time. first.
What's encouraging about the ITC is that it's been supported and extended through both administrations. Different, doesn't matter who's blue or red in the White House. So we see a concerted effort by the US that we want to support this, right? And now, to your point, the price of solar is so affordable, it's essentially a bill swap. If you think about your typical electricity bill here in Houston, it's probably closer to 400, 500, whatever it is, you can now get solar for the same price. So that is beneficial. So when you're a homeowner, think about residential. In Texas, I think our market share is only 2 to 3% penetration, but West Coast and the Northeast, I mean, that's like the 20s, 25%, 30%. So I do think there's benefits. The other thing I wanted to mention is the Biden IRA is a huge boon for climate focus. Europe for many years was really outpacing the US, but with Biden IRAs in the last 5 years, it has created significant incentives. So, we're a London-based firm, and I talked to my Western European colleagues, and they're like, well, the US is just kind of taken over. It's because we have those benefits to support manufacturing, all these other regulations. So I think there's a place for it. I think there needs to be a fine balance, and you're right, we can't always be subsidized forever, but I do think it is helpful to get a lot of these newer industries off the ground to increase that market adoption, and now we can help proliferate it.
Yeah. Gary made the point that it's complicated, and it truly is. This is not simple stuff.
Super complicated.
But you could see I was agitated, animated, whatever you want to say about the IRA, and I'm sorry about the rant. But the irony is, it's fun too. I backed the company actually to go and play step-up capital and IRA step-out. So I'm a pragmatist at the very end of the day, and if there's money to be made, we'll play with whatever the rules are, and the rules change all the time. So you got to play the capital with how the rules are and how you expect that they're going to evolve.
Yes, sir. Well, you guys have been absolutely amazing. Join me and let's give them a hand.
Appreciate it.
No, thank you guys. Y'all are great.
Nice to meet you.
Good morning. Just to continue the accolations for the Baker Institute and for Ken Medlock, Baker at Botts, we are switching gears a little bit, and we're going to go personal, and we're going to have a fireside chat with Kathleen. Just so you know a little bit about me, my name is Mona Dejani, and I'm a partner here at Baker Botts, and I practice in clean energy for more than 25 years. Started at Enron, so it's very great to be here and to be here with the Baker Institute. But what I'm really super excited about is we have an amazing guest here who's been a trailblazer, and we're gonna switch it up a little bit and get really personal.
Really personal.
Really personal.
That wasn't in the fine print.
Yeah.
All right.
That's the and
Hold your
and-
expectation, team.
Yeah, and
Yep.
and I find you super exciting, very interesting.
You're setting the bar really high. You need to talk about how boring I am, and then they'll be surprised.
Well, why don't you, Kathleen? Why don't we get into why don't you do a brief introduction of yourself and your company?
Okay, so my name's Kathleen Ash. Some of you might know about an acquisition that ExxonMobil made November of last year, Denbury. And so I'm the president and CEO of Denbury, but I also have the U.S. conventional assets for the upstream. So significant other, Gulf of Mexico, Wyoming, all sorts of assets. So that's my current role.
Can you, Kathleen, maybe give us your journey? How did you get to be the president of Denbury, your path forward?
Yeah, so I guess this is the very personal part.
This is the personal,
Right,
yes.
right. So I was first generation college. My mother's a hairdresser, small town Mississippi. She owns, she's retired now. She actually lives with us, but she owned her own salon for a long time. I'm very confident coloring my own hair, so I do mail order, all of you ladies out there. And I loved math and science. Growing up, we were in a single parent home. My father's actually in prison. I used to not talk about that because I found it embarrassing, but the older you get, I think it's actually been really powerful with the field, with other employees, because everybody has, different challenges over time. So I think just kind of that personal vulnerability, I think, is really powerful. So with that, pretty difficult upbringing. My sister had a lot of challenges. She was, kind of went down the drugs and alcohol path, and it was very sad. So in school, I kind of tried everything. I was telling Mona last night, I was class president, I was cheerleader. That's the enthusiasm team. Cheerleader skills come in quite handy in the dark days. They come in. So I just tried everything, and I didn't know any engineers at the time. My high school chemistry teacher, Mr. Boswell, he really turned me on to the world of engineering. And he said, you should think about chemical engineering. You love math, you love chemistry. And so I signed up. I had never knew anybody who applied for college. I just kind of figured it out and went to Mississippi State. I was so fortunate. Wonderful professors there. I love that university. I actually sit on the board there. Really invested in me, and I just never looked back. I really enjoyed all my coursework. When I was there, I co-opted with Dow Chemical. Dow's a wonderful company. I did 2 terms in Baton Rouge and 1 in Midland, Michigan at the facility. And one that I did in Midland was around logistics and engineering logistics. And I'm a math nerd. I mean, my husband and I met in differential equations. Like, we love math. We play Nerdle together. If you don't know, that's a math game. And I loved the logistics concept. It was like this multinodal little complex problem. I just loved it. And so after that co-op experience, I thought, I love engineering, but I don't know if I want to work in the facilities. I think I want to do something more on the commercial side of the house. And ExxonMobil came out and interviewed me, and there was a gentleman who interviewed me. His name was Breck Bacon, and we still keep in touch. He's retired now. And he was in a company called Gas and Power Marketing. And I don't know, does anybody know Gas and Power Marketing Heritage? Yeah, a few. Big in the natural gas world, LNG marketing. And so I joined that, power sales, natural gas, LNG. Small town Mississippi, did not know an engineer. I sure did not know the energy world. I'm so fortunate I started there, because when you think about fundamentals of pricing, market dynamics, geopolitics, all that stuff, the world speaks in oil and gas. And I got to learn that, and so it was really fascinating. And then my career path, you couldn't make it up. I've done trading, logistics, supply planning, operations, commercial, LNG marketing, safety, pretty well anything. And so, we were in Singapore 2016 to 2019. I was LNG marketing manager for Asia at the time. Came back, I was in our planning and stewardship group when COVID happened. And I tell you what, that was fascinating. So to be on the upstream financial side during that period of time, it was a very clarifying event for a leader. I tell you that, getting to see kind of behind the scenes, the reality of that picture. I came out of that, and then I became the U.S. general manager for the U.S. assets. And so after that experience, I had all the U.S. assets in the upstream, and then we purchased Denbury. So it was the natural home to bring those assets into our U.S. portfolio. And so, so here we are.
That's great. We kind of bonded because we were both started as chemical engineers, and our careers have taken such big, divergent views, but actually on the same path too, as well, just doing different things. but still taking advantage of that background, that STEM, you know, the chemical engineering. So that's really cool. So you mentioned, Kathleen, you were talking about the merger. Big deal. Last year, there was, why don't we talk, can we talk a little more about that? Hear it from you first. Okay, so it's almost a year. What do you think?
Yeah. And it's hard to believe it's been a year, actually.
Yeah.
You know, it flies by. You know, there's definitely some dog year moments in there. So I came in August last year, and I was part of the closed prep team. So not the deal part, but the actual physical operations continuity team. And, you know, ExxonMobil hadn't done a large upstream LCS acquisition. Upstream over 10 years, you know, Interoil was the last one. And, I got the call on Friday that I was gonna lead it, and on Monday, I had a blank sheet of white paper, you know, and it's, how do I do this? You know, where do we start with this?
Yeah.
And we pulled together a small team. We didn't use any consultants. I know a lot of you came to visit me. We chose to go our own path. But so it was 25 of us, and it was 6 weeks. I mean, hopefully, you know, we were very fortunate that it went through regulatory approval quite quickly. Blessing and a curse. One, there's a lot of work to get done. Think of all the ops readiness, risk mitigation, making sure people get paid. You know, it feels like a small thing, but very important to a lot of people. You know, all the bank accounts work, everything's going. But there was so much stress in the Denbury organization, worried about what was gonna happen, that I'm really thankful it closed quickly, just to help kind of calm down the organization. There was a narrative that we were gonna lay off a significant portion of the people right at close. Even though I routinely said we were not, that's what they thought was gonna happen. And I remember at the town hall, you know, November 3rd, you could just feel, you know, everybody came in. Denbury has 843 employees when we closed. In the Dallas office, there was probably 350, and they come in, and you could just feel how nervous they were. I mean, there was just this tension there. And so as quickly as you can get through that, you know, and really show those proof points of, no, we're here, you know, fully transparent. We're gonna talk to you as we go here. There's no big secret kind of behind the veil. That whole process was quite
Was that the most
amazing.
challenging piece of the acquisition by ExxonMobil?
I think right at the beginning, that was, because if you think these people, you need them focused on day-to-day operations. I mean, these are, you know, you have significant field exposure, there's risks involved in what we do, taking safety very seriously. And if you have a distracted, stressed out workforce, that's not good for safety. And so how do you get through that process just as quickly as possible? There was also quite an event about dress code. And I know this sounds silly, but you know, I enjoy wearing fun little clothes. And so I'm in the Dallas office, and it's a bit more of a laxed dress code environment, you know, jeans, t-shirts, flip-flops. So they're coming in, and they asked me about dress code. Well, and I just said, you know, no changes to dress code, but what I like to wear. So I'm saying this, and there was, I mean, I came out of that room, and it was like this panic had just gone down the halls of like, Kathleen's changing the dress code. I had to send out a company-wide email like within an hour, like, everybody calm down.
It's okay.
We're not changing the dress code today. And it's funny, the rumor mill, because then people said, you know, Kathleen said you need to dress for the job you want. Just, I did not say that. So, yeah, the communication is a challenge as a leader. I'm sure anybody here in a leadership position knows, man, communication is your number one job, and it is the hardest. Particularly multi-layered organizations. I mean, it is like a complex telephone game. You know, you say one thing and then you get it played back and you're like, whoa, that is not what we said.
Yeah.
It's very difficult.
So everything's good. With
Everything's
the
amazing.
acquisition at the
Right.
end of the day, net, you're happy.
Yeah, I think the organization, I've been so impressed with the Denbury organization, the patience that they've had. I mean, because think about it. You know, we're quite big, we're coming in. We speak completely different languages. I mean, you talk about challenges.
Yeah.
Things, you know, back to communication. You'll say certain things, I'll use terminology, and I have a whole bunch of nodding heads, and then you find out we are talking about two completely different things. That process is really difficult. You also have people changing benefits changing payroll dates, signing up for insurance. I mean, everything in their life is completely new and different. And that's a lot to work through with them.
Yeah.
So I think that's been a challenge. I think we were talking about, everything's been amazing. No, it's not. I mean, welcome to the real world. Everything's not amazing. I wish we all had perfect forethought and we knew everything. We don't. We've had a very difficult start to safety this year, both on my Heritage U.S. assets, but also in the Denbury portfolio. We did have a fatality in February, one of our contractors on a well servicing rig. We've had, just significant potential safety events in ExxonMobil. A lot of you, if you're around the safety world, not just actual, but events that could have resulted in significant life-altering events. And we've had those, particular electrical, energy isolation, some of these things. So trying to drive that.
It's tough.
It's tough.
Yeah.
It's really tough. Yeah.
So let's talk about ExxonMobil announced investing $20 billion in low carbon initiatives. That's a lot.
Yes. Yes.
Can you elaborate on what some of those initiatives are and the ones that you feel most excited about?
So, the 20 billion, it's been increasing. So if you've been tracking it over time, it was 5 and then it was 17. And, Mona and I were talking last night. She's like, 17. I'm like, oh, it's 20 now. She's like, 20. So, it's been increasing. I think from a split perspective, 50% of that is in, our own operations, so abatement for our own operations, and about 50% of that then is in, third-party customer engagement type activities. And I have both in my portfolio. So on the abatement projects, also in my portfolio, the LaBarge facility. Is anybody here familiar with LaBarge facility in Wyoming? Yes, we have some LaBarge.
Good.
Amazing.
Good.
So
Yeah.
LaBarge facility, 20% of the world's helium comes from LaBarge. ExxonMobil is the largest helium producer in the United States. So a little random factoid for you there.
We're going to get into that.
Yeah. But so at that facility, some of the abatement projects that we're
Yeah.
doing is the carbon capture phase 1 project. The new well will start up February next year. It was full funded. I actually got to go to site 3 years ago and see the gravel, where it was going to go in, and then watch that construction has been pretty impressive. But $400 million on that project, and it starts up in February. So on the abatement side of the house, significant progress, really proving out the technology. That will be the first carbon capture well for the corporation, starts in February, 1.2 MTA, so quite significant.
Wow.
On the customer side, the Denbury asset was really around the carbon capture system. How to accelerate the carbon capture and sequestration business, building that foundation, having that asset infrastructure. So from a corporate, focus area, that is definitely one of them. So, half of that 20 billion that you talk about, the CCS Business Foundation. We talked about hydrogen in that last session. I think there's different views around hydrogen, but, for our Gulf Coast asset, we have significant connectivity between Permian Pioneer, the low carbon natural gas feedstock into the Gulf Coast. Then think of all the infrastructure we now have with the Denbury assets, right in a heavy, industrial emitting region. And that's where the Baytown Blue Hydrogen facility is being contemplated, which is a significant capital outlay. So CCS, hydrogen, you might have seen some of the press around lithium, looking at mobile lithium as well. We have our pilot project in Arkansas. And, many of you know, the oil and gas world, what is it that we touch actually most is water. I mean, we do a lot of water processing, water extraction, water cleaning. So think of from a competitive technology background, that's what they're looking at is the lithium brine out of the water and processing it and then purifying that over time. So something that really plays to our strengths is the lithium space as well.
That's amazing. Can we go back to the helium? Because that's a point that I don't think a lot of people realized.
I was surprised. We did have some people in here, though.
Did people realize that here?
Yeah.
Okay, because it's not a, maybe you can talk about the helium supply and the disruption, perhaps.
Yeah,
Because
so
that's, again, I mean, I think it's an interesting topic that a lot of people are not aware of.
even though we're all in energy.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, helium is a more niche,
Yeah.
market.
Right.
So those of you who aren't familiar with how helium is used, medical MRIs, it's also required for satellite launches, space activities. So think of all the stuff with SpaceX now, the satellite launching that they have. It's also required for semiconductors. So if you just think of all the press of late, where the focus area is, satellite launching, semiconductors. So helium's right in that conversation. The largest producers of helium is Russia, Qatar, and then the U.S. And in the U.S., we're the largest helium producer. And when there was supply disruptions,
That's so fascinating. Yeah.
several years ago with
that's
the
great. Yeah.
Russian situation. I mean, a lot of people in the U.S. really sought U.S. supply chain supplies. And so there was a lot, semiconductor facilities being built in the U.S. looking for U.S. supplies. So it's been a really fascinating space. It's more, those of you familiar with the LNG market, it behaves more like that market, longer term contracts, offtake, that sort of thing. Helium, because of the cooling that's required, it doesn't store well, so you really need like very consistent offtake, or it's quite expensive. So it's a bit unique on the logistics challenges.
It's very, very interesting, and I think that there's a tremendous advantage too.
Yeah.
That's great.
And the Labarge facility at
Yeah.
Exxon has, I think, the #1 prototypes of certain pieces of equipment. They don't even exist anywhere in the world. Like we get almost near Kelvin, absolute zero, in the facility production, which is quite amazing. Yeah.
That's fascinating. So let me ask you, what, out of all the technologies, what do you think is, and again, we're going to get a lot of people that will disagree, so just
That's the life. Yeah.
brace
That's
for
our
that
life.
here.
Yes. Yes.
What do you think is the most scalable technology in the low carbon, clean energy space, in your opinion?
Well,
What do you
I mean,
think?
CCS for sure.
Okay,
Yeah.
and why?
Why? I mean, one, it's a proven technology. This isn't something that's blue sky that you have to, have breakthrough today. Direct air capture, while it could be very helpful, is very expensive today. So if you look at the cost curve, CCS, you have it available,
Yeah.
and you can do it at scale. I mean,
Yeah.
from an injection standpoint, I mean, huge
Yeah.
play
Right.
for, Now, when you say technology, where technology needs breakthrough, it's really on that cost part on the capture side. And I know that's not the glamorous, blue sky next technology, it's the basic items. Solar, they were talking about solar earlier, that learning curve, really getting that cost down. I think that's where we are kind of early days on the capture side, is trying to get that cost down.
So tell us, I'm switching now to hydrogen a little bit. You guys, ExxonMobil just announced, or recently announced, a big deal with ADNOC for one of the largest hydrogen facilities. Can you enlighten us, tell us about what the thought was, the strategy behind that deal?
So the ADNOC deal, for those of you who haven't heard it, so ADNOC's taking 35% equity in the Baytown Blue Hydrogen project. Now, we've been working to mature that project over time. It hasn't been full funded. Really looking for policy certainty. I know there's some things they're expecting kind of towards the end of this year, hopefully, to move that in. And L.L.P, also, I see you in the front
They're
there.
here. Okay.
Yep. So kind of, you guys know, anytime you try to get a significant capital project off the ground in a new business, you need partners to help you do that. L.L.P, from an infrastructure perspective, the hydrogen, having access to hydrogen pipeline facilities already constructed, again, back to that cost savings, where you can reuse existing infrastructure. I mean, you all know that really aids, one, from a timing perspective and a cost perspective, where you can bring that on. ADNOC, from a partnership perspective, they've been big in ammonia. We're very aligned on the principles of how we want to progress the business and long-term contracts and relationships. So we're really excited about them coming on.
Great. That's great. So what do
And
you...
we have a long partnership with ADNOC.
Yeah.
We've been with ADNOC for
Right.
a long time.
But this is the hydrogen.
Yeah.
That's why it was a little bit like, oh, it's two
so
powerhouses.
the Baytown
Yeah.
hydrogen, there's also an ammonia facility that will
Okay.
go in.
That's
and
great.
ADNOC on the ammonia side as well.
That's great. So since we're running out of time, let me ask one more question. And I'm getting really personal now.
Okay.
So everyone listen. You have an amazing team, and you've been just tremendously successful. You've been a role model for many women and girls. And your team, maybe you can comment a little bit about your team, because people are saying that, does Kathleen only hire women? Or does she hire the best that happen to be women?
Yeah.
But if you can comment a little to our audience about that, I think that's really important for everyone to hear.
Yeah,
I think it's great.
So Bone and I, we met at the Women in Energy dinner at CERAWeek, and if you were there was like 750 women. I mean, it was really impressive. And we were talking on the sidelines about how many women are in this audience, here, and I think it's been increasing. And I was telling Mona, I looked up, and my entire operations asset manager team were all women. It's like, I don't know when this happened. So it was not intentional, but honestly, my team's probably, of the leadership roles I have, about 85% women. And they're just amazing. So, you don't see that very often. It's been a pretty neat experience. But, our asset managers, our Gulf Coast asset manager, my LaBarge asset manager, the North asset manager, I mean, they're all women. My engineering manager, my CFO. So I would say, I have 2 men on my team, and sometimes, they're like, I think they connect with each other, like, Rob, you have to come to the meeting, or it's going to be just me in there,
I love that.
So no,
that's
it's
so
been,
great.
yeah.
That's so great. Well, I want to, first of all, thank you so much for your valuable time. I hope you all enjoyed this conversation with you, Kathleen. You're an inspiration. You're inspiration to me and others. So thank you, everyone.
No, that was quick. Thank you.
Yeah, we're at time.
Yeah.
In fact, we went over a little bit. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Okay. Now we switched it up again. And I have a really interesting panel today that we'd like to, we're going to be talking about the low carbon technologies. And before we get started, I'd like to have my panel introduce themselves and say a little bit about your company, and then we'll get into the questions. We will also have for this panel, so get ready. If you have questions, please write your questions down, and there'll be runners picking them up, and we'll be doing a Q&A session towards the end. Okay, so let's get started. Doris, you want to start first?
Yeah, I will. Thanks, Mona, and thanks everyone. It's great to be here at the Baker Institute. My name is Doris Fuji, and I'm the head of hydrogen and CCUS analysis for BP in a group economics team. So I'm a chemical engineer by training, like Kathleen, and sometimes I wonder how I ended up in a team working with economists. But it's a lot of fun. It's interesting, even if we don't understand each other sometimes. But my role is to provide analysis and insights on the role of hydrogen and CCUS in the energy transition for our BP Energy Outlook and other strategic initiatives for the company. So my team needs to stay abreast of global developments, whether it's in the policy space, in the EU or China or here in the US. We need to stay on top of project costs, what those are looking like, both from our own internal expertise, but also externally. The evolution of the project pipeline, and not only announced projects, but also those that are seriously moving forward and reaching final investment decision. We need to follow technology developments too, and what technology breakthroughs are there, what cost reduction potential might they have. So yeah, all of those things. And I find myself sort of drawing on previous experiences that I've had. I spent about 13 years in the refining business and in various technical and commercial roles. And I ran these L.P models for several years, and so I think I learned something about optimizing the profitability of complex manufacturing facilities and the operational issues and limitations that you have there. And I also worked on a commercial scale CCUS project back in the 2000s. and led some commercial negotiations for that. So I still have some scars from that experience. But I think that it kind of helps me to bring a sense of reality, I think, to my current role, and a sense of what it really takes to get these projects across the line. And I also, need to think about not only decarbonization, but the other two parts of the energy trilemma, which are really important, which are energy affordability and energy security. So all of those play into, a view about the future role. So my role is more of a high-level macro view, rather than working on specific projects for BP. But the overall goal is to help shape the core beliefs of the company on the role of hydrogen in CCUS.
Thank you. Dave, you want to go next?
Excellent. So you can't have an energy transition session without a panel related to hydrogen these days. When you write hydrogen, it always comes with a question mark after it. Some of the other energy transition topics have exclamation points. Hydrogen always has a question mark. Hopefully today we'll focus maybe on the answers to the questions, but maybe even better, what questions should we be asking about hydrogen in order to enable it? My name is Dave Edwards. I play 3 roles within Air Liquide. Air Liquide is a large industrial gases company, hydrogen being one of our core products. I come out of our technology organization, so I have a R&D background in things like carbon capture, membranes development, and for the last 10 or 15 years, hydrogen production and hydrogen application space. I also play in the sphere of the markets. I report into our business line for the hydrogen energy group, and among other things are projects that are related to the hydrogen hubs around the US. We're active in 6 of the 7 hubs. We have projects in 4 of those hubs. Ultimately, I'm the steward of the strategy for how those hubs fit into our portfolio on the business side. And then lastly, I work in the policy arena. How do the policies and incentives then make those markets viable? How do they make the technologies enabled in those sectors? And so my influence is where those 3 circles overlap. From an Air Liquide perspective, if you're not familiar with us, we're a large industrial company. We're headquartered in Paris. Our US headquarters is here in Houston. I work out of the R&D center that's in Delaware. Very much an international corporation focused around the technologies of gas separations, gas production, gas purification, and logistics. Our core hydrogen business, which we've been in the business for more than 75 years, is really focused around things like ammonia production, decarbonization, desulfurization of products in refineries, for example. We have a pipeline network here in the Gulf Coast. We have tens of thousands of tons per day production around the world and several thousand tons per day within 100 miles of where we sit here today, for example. We own and operate one of the largest storage caverns for hydrogen. It's located about 30 miles east of here. And we own and operate one of the largest distribution networks for trucking for on-road applications for all of our gases, for example, with our Airgas brand. New to this portfolio, though, is the hydrogen energy business. The molecule's the same, some of the production methods are the same, but the markets are very different. When we talk about hydrogen energy, we're talking about using those molecules to decarbonize those difficult industries to decarbonize, and we are focused around the transportation industry. How can you use hydrogen, especially liquid hydrogen, as a transportation fuel for next generation decarbonization of these markets, especially the heavy duty vehicle markets where we see diesel and gasoline being very difficult to displace with electric vehicles, for example, and hydrogen will have a role to do that transition. As an example of the kind of projects that we do, we opened up our first production facility dedicated to the new hydrogen energy markets in Las Vegas about 2 years ago. It's a steam methane reformer, liquefying hydrogen and providing that liquid mostly into the California transportation market, but into some of the traditional industries in the West Coast as well. That's a facility, steam methane reforming, that's using methane for the feedstock, but that methane can either be fossil-based or it can be biogas-based, depending on what our customers desire, depending on what markets we're selling into and what the incentives are for decarbonization. So it gives us a flexible platform for meeting the customer needs and the policy needs of the region. With that, I look forward to the discussion.
That's great. Now, I want to make sure that everyone heard Ken's comment that he said earlier this morning about the blue Toyota car that Brian brought. Brian?
Sure. Thanks, Mona. And thanks to Rice University, to Baker Botts, and also the Baker Institute for hosting this today. Really, really glad to be here and glad to show off the Mirai, the fuel cell vehicle. If you haven't seen it, please take a look outside, and I've got it parked out there. It's just a regular car, but under the hood is very different. So again, my name is Brian. I'm not Chris Powers. My name is Brian Weeks. I'm with GTI Energy. Who is GTI Energy? We're a relatively small nonprofit research and development organization. We're nationwide. We have offices around the country. And while we're relatively small, I would humbly say we probably have an influence beyond our size in the amount of work that we do. We partner with virtually every notable player in the energy industry, either directly or indirectly, and a number of the projects that we have actually are focused here in this region in Texas. So what kind of projects does GTI do? They roughly fall into three categories. First of all, we are a performance lab. We make stuff. We design, test, and we design, build, and test and demonstrate technologies that we develop in-house. And occasionally we spin those out and turn them into commercial businesses. Our most recent example is actually Sungas Renewables, which is a gasification technology business that we actually is headquartered here in Houston, and just recently announced a $2 billion gasification facility in Bear Lake, Louisiana, to make e-methanol using clean hydrogen. And so that's just one example of a spin out that we've done. Secondly, GTI, we manage several, probably at least a dozen public-private partnerships or public-private research initiatives where we'll have a government partner that will anchor the initiative, and several industry partners that then help co-sponsor that initiative on whatever industry topic there is. The most well-known probably for people in this group would be the recent high velocity, or as DOE calls it, the Gulf Coast Regional Clean Hydrogen Hub. And I had the good fortune of working with a great friend and colleague who's not here today, only because he's somewhere else. He's still with us, and that's Brett Perlman, who's the former CEO of the Center for Houston's Future. Brett and I organized the hydrogen initiative for high velocity. I've spent, I guess, the last 3 years of my life involved in this. I'm still trying to decide if that was time well spent or not, but hopefully time will tell that it was. But that's one example of the kinds of public-private partnerships GTI is involved in. And there's a number of others, a couple of which I hope to talk about later in the discussion. And then the third thing that we do is professional training. And we have programs from LNG to hydrogen to pipeline design. With that, I'll stop and turn it back to you, Mona.
That's great. I mean, I also just wanted to mention here, since you brought up high velocity, that Baker Botts, we are lead counsel on several hubs, and one of them is high velocity. And we're very excited with that, and GTI is working with us. We are representing about 7 energy companies. Air Liquide is one, and ExxonMobil is another, Mitsubishi, AES, Sempra, Ørsted. So you guys are doing a great job. It's tremendous. It's very difficult to get 7 energy majors in a room together to agree to move forward, but
oh, come on, it was simple.
Yeah. So just wanted to put that into context a little bit. So my next question I'm going to ask each of you is, do you really think that, and we talked about this last night too, I told Doris, do you really think with respect to hydrogen and clean hydrogen and or CCS, there's a lot of people, and Kathleen mentioned this too, that have a question mark about it, whether that really fits in for mitigating our where we are today with low carbon and actually helping with mitigation targets or not. And for honest views, and would be interested to hear, and we'll get into more of the challenges as well, but just overall, if you could give us your company's view on what they think. And whoever wants to go first.
Well, I could
Okay,
start.
Doris.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I think we're still in the sort of an infancy period, and the first projects are getting out there and getting scaled up, and there's been a lot of expectation, maybe you could say hype, about hydrogen, and I think it's sort of meeting the reality of, how, what some of the challenges are. But there have been a lot of policies, supportive policies that have been put out there in various regions. And it's clear that there's still a long way to go on the policy part to really, move the needle. So if I draw on our energy outlook, hydrogen plays an important role in both of our scenarios, this current trajectory and a net zero scenario, but much, much bigger role in net zero, which really sort of implies that you are going to need a lot more policy, technology developments, et cetera, to really move the needle. Yeah.
Counter view.
So if the question was, does hydrogen have a role to play in decarbonizing our assets broadly? The answer is everything from absolutely immediately to probably never, depending on the application space. And as I described before, there's kind of two ways to think about hydrogen. There's all the places that it's used today, ammonia production, refinery applications, specialty metal applications. Decarbonizing the hydrogen for those applications absolutely is going to happen. In the same way that we saw that oil and gas will continue to be a core energy provider, mechanisms to decarbonize that, including the decarbonization of the hydrogen that goes into those processes, will become important and more important over time. Will there be markets for green ammonia and for reduced carbon refinery products? Almost certainly that's in our future. So in that sense, yes, the existing assets we have, how do we decarbonize? Can we change feedstocks from natural gas to renewable natural gas? In some cases, can we add carbon capture? Some of the assets we have were designed intentionally from the beginning to have carbon capture added to their portfolio. Our facility in Vegas has the ability to add carbon capture in the future, and we will likely do that at some point. Some of our production facilities here on our pipeline were also designed expecting that there would be a future where carbon capture would be required. So we would anticipate, as those markets evolve, we will be implementing the technology. If you think about the new energy applications, now you have to ask questions about what is it displacing? Because it's not an existing asset, it's something that it's displacing. So if you're displacing gas and diesel in vehicles, you have a target of reducing the carbon from about $8 per kilogram is the equivalent value of diesel and gasoline. That is probably quite achievable with technologies and infrastructures we have today. It's a matter of building that market. If you look at using hydrogen as a reactive molecule in various reactions and replacing things like natural gas and other feedstocks, now your value is more like $1 or $2 per kilogram. That's about what we already produce in the pipelines based on fossil-based production. So it's a real stretch today with our technologies to meet those cost targets. And then if you think about using hydrogen for its thermal content, where you're going to burn it in a turbine or in heating or other applications where all you're really interested in is the thermal content, well, now you're displacing natural gas in a pipeline, and that value is equivalent of 35 cents per kilogram. And that's a target that's very ambitious, aim for. But the technologies are in place, the policies are starting to evolve that provide those incentives, and the markets are where the big question marks are.
Sure. I like to look at hydrogen and CCS really as two large circles in a Venn diagram, where you have you can have hydrogen without CCS, you can have CCS without hydrogen, but so much of the market, so much of the two in applications are combined. And we did some scenario planning. One of our public-private partnerships is in partnership actually with EPRI, the Electric Power Research Institute, and we have an organization that we formed called the Low Carbon Resources Initiative, LCRI, So we did some scenario planning and looking at different ways to achieve net zero by 2050. And without getting into the specific numbers and so on, which I actually probably don't recall right off the top of my head, any scenario where you don't have carbon capture and hydrogen, we call those constrained scenarios where you eliminate options, increases the cost to achieve zero emissions. And so we have to have both hydrogen and CCS, not just for transportation, not just for power generation, but for a number of different applications, one of which I'd like to talk about maybe a little bit later in our discussion, of being energy storage, which is something I don't think we talk about nearly enough. But that's where hydrogen and CCS really play a complementary role in helping us lower the cost to achieve, again, net zero.
So let's move now to some of the applications that you see with respect to hydrogen in particular for hard to abate sectors. You know, I can throw out as an example, we're seeing a tremendous amount actually in transportation, especially with shipping in particular, and combining that with other technologies too as well. Can you comment on you know, where you see the application of hydrogen, and especially with these hard to abate sectors? I know, Dave, you mentioned something about steel, so you want to talk about that?
So I think from our perspective,
yes.
the place where we're starting to make our investments
Yeah.
are the place where hydrogen is valued the most and where the technology is most ready for implementation, and that's really as a transportation fuel.
Yeah.
So for us, that means liquefying the hydrogen. You pay a penalty in energy for liquefying, but it allows you to distribute it in a way that's more conventional with quantities that make more sense for scale. And while we have a light-duty vehicle sitting out front, and by the way, if you've looked at that, that isn't some showcase that came out of a one-off build. That comes off on an assembly line just like any other light-duty vehicle does. That technology is essentially, from a manufacturing perspective, at a level of maturity where it can be built in the tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands, for example. The next generation of vehicles, though, is not going to be light-duty vehicles, it's the heavy-duty vehicles. And the heavy-duty vehicles are where hydrogen really will play its role most primarily. And that is because battery electric really suffers from its weight and from the energy content, the amount of electricity that needs to go into those vehicles. Hydrogen has some inherent advantages with weight, with efficiency, with range, and a number of other assets. So we view that market to be the primary one to start. And therefore, our investments are mostly around the formation of liquid hydrogen and the logistics of distributing that to appropriate networks. But those other industrial sectors that are hard to decarbonize, whether it is the reduction process in steel or some of the others that might be related to cement or some of the other industries, once you have hydrogen available in a distribution network, it doesn't matter whether it's going into transportation fuel or going into a semiconductor factory or going to a steel mill, that becomes an energy source available for the local ecosystem. As you think about the Gulf Coast, for example, we already have pipelines that run hundreds of kilometers to all of the major chemical industries in the Gulf Coast. As they transition from one feedstock to another, hydrogen provides them an option, and by having low carbon hydrogen now in our pipeline system, we give them options for decarbonization. So it'll be very opportunistic to begin with, which locations and which industries, but we would say in general, the heavy-duty market, because it has the highest value of the hydrogen as a product, is where the starting point will be for us.
Doris, how about BP?
Yeah, I mean, I think Dave covered a lot of the potential applications there. You know, in steel making as a reducing agent, as he said, when you want to, you know, replace coal or gas, because it strips off the oxygen from the iron ore, so you want to you know, replace the carbon-containing part of that. And the high-temperature heating, where you really need to combust something to get to the thousands of degrees that you need for, you know, steel and cement making. In transportation, Dave mentioned the direct use into fuel cell vehicles. but it also can be used in more of a net zero world as a feedstock to make hydrogen-derived fuels like methanol and ammonia in shipping, and synthetic aviation fuel, because at some point you sort of run out of biofeedstocks to make sustainable aviation fuel, and you need to turn to hydrogen-derived fuels, where you also need a carbon neutral source of CO2, either biogenic or from direct air capture. Those are some other applications. I would say another one is in a net zero world to provide resilience in power systems. So power systems are going to be increasingly dominated by renewables that are variable. And so you need a source of low carbon energy to keep the lights on. And we definitely know how important that is in Texas.
Yeah, in terms of hard to decarbonize sectors, a lot of the focus on hydrogen for like shipping, you've mentioned shipping, Mona, and aviation fuels for that matter, is to use clean hydrogen to create what we call drop-in fuels, such as methanol, for example. Maersk has made a lot of they've made some pronouncements regarding purchasing cargo carriers that operate on methanol. And the methanol would be created using clean hydrogen and biogenic CO2 or other sources of CO2 from, for example, from carbon capture sources. So those are when we look at like heavy-duty transportation, shipping, and aviation, that's typically what we're looking at drop-in fuels. Dave said, I think, everything that I would have said about heavy-duty trucking. I think that is absolutely, pardon me, absolutely the best mobility application for hydrogen in the near term. One of the things that was said on a previous panel, on the wonderful previous panel that we had, that I have to comment on. I think there was a comment about hydrogen. We'll see if hydrogen can be scalable. I think, and I understand the sentiment there. Believe me, I've been having worked in hydrogen for 20 plus years. It is precisely because of the scalability of hydrogen that it makes it such an important solution for the future. Hydrogen is hard. It's really, really hard at small scale. But as we scale up in both quantity and in terms of the applications, such as heavy-duty trucks and so on, it becomes much, much easier compared to, for example, battery electrics, which is quite a bit easier at small scales. But as you scale it up, both for the applications and for the volume, it becomes much, much difficult, as we're seeing currently in terms of the cost of building out infrastructure. So hydrogen, give it time. Hey, I've given it 20 years. But I think that we are on the cusp of seeing that the technology's catching up with the business models.
Before we go on, if I can comment about the technology.
And then I'll make a point too. Yeah,
when I started, I said there was a question mark after hydrogen, and the questions that come with it have changed. For those of us that are in the hydrogen industry, the questions like, can it solve some of these problems, we've addressed with the technology development. There's a blue car out front that shows that, yes, it can do it. But how will it do it? Will it be able to do it in a way that's economically viable? Will it be able to do it in a way that has the environmental footprint that's required? And will there be things like policies that enable it? Those are the new questions that are actually much more difficult to answer. As a scientist and an engineer, I like to solve the engineering problem, and you can see the results of it very simply. But much more challenging to develop those solutions for, is it viable in the market? And those are the questions that are coming to play now. Scale is a big part of the answer to that question. Is it viable at low quantities using existing technologies? A lot of big question marks. But as we scale up, as we start to leverage the energy ecosystem in ways that hydrogen can take advantage of, those questions become much more manageable from a how do we do it perspective.
I just want to say that I've been putting together hydrogen transactions for over 20 years. And it's much more accepted in Europe and in Asia and the Middle East than it is here. And it's a little bit dumbfounding to me because there's a lot of not only energy majors, big energy majors, but also industrial. In my world, it's mostly transportation, shipping, trucking, logistics that are very much pouring in the R&D development that they need to get it to where it is. And it's so much more accepted than here, and it's interesting. It's interesting. So my next question I wanted to ask you guys, and by the way, we have a stack of questions here that we'll get into, is how do the regional location for the particular projects affect the success? Who wants to, I know you have, yeah.
So I mentioned earlier that we're in 4 of the hydrogen
Dave,
hubs.
yeah.
We're in the Pacific Northwest, we're in the Gulf Coast, we're in the Midwest, we're in Appalachia. And it would be difficult to identify 4 regions that have different energy needs and different energy resources available. One of the very nice things about hydrogen is it has flexibility in how it can be produced and where it needs to be used or where it can be used. And so we find in each of those 4 hubs, for example, we are using the local energy ecosystem to produce the hydrogen. Wind and hydropower in the Northwest, decarbonizing and carbon capture on processes here in the Gulf Coast and also in Appalachia, and then in the Midwest using the wind farms of the Midwest for the electrolytic production of hydrogen there. But in each case, the energy is coming from the immediate location under which we're producing the hydrogen. Hydrogen doesn't move very well. It's difficult to move hydrogen from one region of the country to another, let alone more than a few hundred miles. One of the reasons we're focusing around liquid production is because it helps solve some of those logistics challenges. The first generation of investments in this energy transition will be for the local use, local production, and local offtake of hydrogen. So you have to really look at a local ecosystem. The second and third generation of investments will start to move those molecules regionally and start to move them across the country. And eventually, 3 or 4 generations of investments down the line, those become global networks of how we move molecules around. But it'll grow in that sense. For today, our focus is very much around look at the local markets, look at the local energy systems, and identify where does hydrogen have a role for doing that interconnection, and how do you use those resources appropriately?
Yes, Doris.
So,
Thank
yeah,
you. Thank you, Dave.
Agree with Dave and some of the, localize first and then expanding from there. But just to look at things from a more global perspective, I guess.
That's where I'd like to go next.
Yeah,
so yes, please, yes.
So I think you need to look at where do you have the best resources. So in the case of blue hydrogen, it's cheap gas and access to good CO2 storage. So the US is a great place for that. The Middle East is a good place for that. Canada is a good place for that. And then on the green hydrogen side, where do you have advantaged renewables? So where can you put together a nice hybrid wind solar profile for that? And access to infrastructure is extremely important. It's not all about the renewables, but the access to infrastructure. And where do you have supportive policy? So where are the not only the incentives on the supply side, which I think globally there's around $360 billion now worth of subsidies available. Most of them are on the supply side, but some are on the demand side and for midstream infrastructure. And then, in the case of CCS, where do you have the regulatory frameworks also? So things like pore space ownership, long-term stewardship of the CO2, those are very important. And you mentioned Europe, Mona, but one of the things that the EU has, I guess one of the things that's lacking globally now is demand-side policy. What is forcing emitters to actually invest into a cleaner fuel or cleaner feedstock? I think it's only the EU and South Korea that have demand quotas that are enforceable now. And where you do have carbon prices, that does, obviously you have that in the EU, and we don't have that here except for a few places. But where you do have it, it's not really at the level that you really need to incentivize the switch. So I think those are some of the regional dimensions.
And I think, just to amplify, Doris, what you just said. In those countries, because there's no national in the EU right now, and certainly not here. There's no national like hydrogen something just for policy yet. But those countries, there are some individual countries, you know, like Korea, you mentioned, Portugal, and some others. And in those countries that have the policies, at least, in place, you see a tremendous amount of projects, you know. Mm-hmm. And so I think that we need the support on both sides, the demand side and the supply, for to really make this take off. And it's just interesting to see, you know, empirically how it has already in certain countries.
The EU does have, you know, very
limited.
Well, very ambitious targets.
Yeah, but it's not
maybe overly ambitious.
Right.
20 million tons by 2030, and half domestic and half imported. So I think that's widely seen as kind of being overly ambitious to what they're able to deliver. But yeah, they do have very ambitious policies.
But it's not like a totally nationalistic one. So, okay, Brian? Yeah.
I'd like to take your question as sort of an opening to really tout this region. The advantages of Texas and the Gulf Coast are incredible when it comes to clean energy, and especially for hydrogen. We have the pipeline infrastructure that Dave mentioned earlier. Of the approximately 1,600 miles of hydrogen pipelines, about between 1,550 of those miles are in Texas and the Gulf Coast, Texas and Louisiana combined. We have a workforce that is trained for industrial scale, petrochemical operations, high pressure gases, and so on. We have natural resources. We have wind, solar. We have natural gas reserves. We have reserves, pore space that's very amenable for carbon capture, for carbon storage, not capture, but for carbon sequestration. We have salt dome formations, one of the few regions in the country where we can store hydrogen in salt domes for use later, particularly for export. We have, and speaking of export, we have a number of ports here on the Gulf Coast, again, that are well positioned for large-scale ammonia or other carbon or other hydrogen carriers to both Europe and in Asia. So we have, and I'm sure I left something out, but I'm sure we have a lot of resources that make this region a great place to start and to build up a robust hydrogen economy. And we talked about that really in our application for the Regional Hydrogen Hub. And the projects, which I can't get into too many specifics yet, I'll let the companies do that when it's time. But the projects that we outlined for this region, and it's only a fraction of the total projects being designed for this region, but the projects under the hub outweigh, in terms of volume, more than all the other hubs combined. The other 6 regional hubs combined do not equal the amount of hydrogen, clean hydrogen, that is projected for this region. So this is a fantastic place to start and to grow a clean hydrogen economy or ecosystem.
So another question is when you first started in this area, this space in hydrogen, and now, if you could think about your first project or your first initiative and then today, what have you learned that you can share with the audience, that you'd like to share? And you don't have to answer. But what have you learned?
I'll just start. I'm really interested to hear what Dave has to say, because Dave and I have known each other for, I think, as long as both of us have been in hydrogen, or almost as long as probably as Dave has. I think you're the one guy in the room that's been doing this maybe a little bit longer than I have. But anyway, when my first project in the late 1990s, we weren't talking about greenhouse gas reduction. We were talking about NOx reduction. We were talking about how to extend the natural gas resource, because guess what, guys? We were running out of natural gas. back in the late 1990s. And so hydrogen was a way to use that gas more efficiently and again, and use it in a cleaner method. Then it was only later that we started talking about greenhouse gas emissions and CO2 reduction. But the other thing that I remember from those days is the car companies that I was working. I was one of the founding charter members of the California Fuel Cell Partnership. Some of you may or may not know what that organization did, and it's still in existence, but under a different name. But I remember the car companies talking about by 2010, we're going to have easily 1 million fuel cell cars on the road. And we have, I think, 20,000 in California as we speak. So I think the main thing I've learned is things take longer than you think they're going to take. And sometimes the answer is not what you initially started out with that.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Dave,
I do have a few,
everyone's waiting.
a few perspectives on that. If you think about the California Vehicle Introduction Challenge, there's always people bring up it's a chicken and an egg, and which comes first, the cars or the stations? It is not a chicken and egg problem. You absolutely must have reliable fueling networks in order for people to adopt, and the kind of numbers that we need people to adopt these new technologies. You can't put in place 15 stations across the state of California and expect that there's going to be an adoption beyond a few tens of thousands of vehicles. So how do you address that node? But you have to recognize that in order to provide an off-taker who owns a vehicle with fuel, there has to be a fueling station, there has to be someone who's distributing fuel to that station, there has to be a fuel producer, there has to be a vehicle provider. And so there are at least 4 different elements that have to be addressed in that supply chain, and very, very, very seldom is it ever going to be 1 or 2 companies. It's going to be 4 or 5 different companies that need to get together. So the lessons we've learned is partnerships are critical, and the problem is more challenging than you think it's going to be to make everybody whole in that supply chain, especially when you're the first group going into a market. And you need to have an off-taker, for example, a fleet operator for heavy-duty markets who's going to buy 100 trucks. Can he get them from an OEM at a cost that's going to be effective? Can he have a fuel price that's going to make his business work? And then the same questions for each of those elements upstream, the station operator, the fuel provider, and the producer. And those are very challenging partnerships, especially for those first market entries.
Do you want to comment?
Yeah, I mean, I think very good points made already, but I would say, building out this industry, there's a lot of chicken and egg thinking, because you need to feel some confidence that projects are going to make it to FID or later, to to invest in infrastructure, and you need infrastructure for people to feel confident to develop and get projects FID. So there's a lot of that just at a macro level. There's definitely been a lot of learnings just at the project level around how to minimize the levelized cost of hydrogen in different applications, and putting together the right combination of renewables or multiple PPAs for a green hydrogen project, and so yeah, lots of learnings.
That's great. I'll just add, and then I'll ask you one last question. In my 20 plus years doing this, the biggest thing I've seen that's changed the most is competitors are coming together, as like Dave said, and they're collaborating, and they're working together, and they're investing together, mitigating risk. And that didn't happen 20 years ago. It was like, oh, they're my competitor, we can't be together. So that's one very important message, is to collaborate more and not to be isolated. So my last question to each of you before we go into the Q&A, we have a stack. So is there anything, one last message or thought that you wanted to leave with our audience? And if you don't have anything, you all looked at me like.
Please go ahead.
Yeah,
Doris, go, yes.
I guess I would just say,
Yes.
like I mentioned before, this is the early stages of scaling up these industries, hydrogen and CCUS. The good news is that there are a lot of projects that are moving forward, and there's also been a lot of learnings. There, probably more hopes and dreams a few years ago. Now it's more reality. But I think that's good news, because I think going forward, that means that both for developers and policymakers, plans are going to be made based on what really is needed and what's realistic.
Thank you, Doris.
One of the points that you made is sort of who's in the room talking about hydrogen. Just a few years ago, Brian and I would have been on the stage, but probably BP would have been sitting here on a panel, and the audience would have been what I would call the hydrogen insiders, those of us who are already in the industry thinking about how the future of hydrogen is going to be. And now I'm in front of a panel, in front of a room full of people where I would argue that very few of you are career hydrogen people, but you're all looking at energy opportunities and asking the appropriate questions for where hydrogen might fit. That is a huge transition for our market, because now we have the financial institutions looking at it, we have the policymakers looking at it, we have the big energy players. Everything that happens in energy is going to happen because of private, in the US anyway, because of private investment into these markets. And to have these large energy companies and large energy sectors now interested in asking the questions of, can we and how do we make these investments work? All exactly the right kinds of questions that are being asked now. And that's the biggest transition I've seen just over the last few years.
That's great. Brian, any last words?
Just accenting what Doris and Dave have already said, that a few years ago, I was thinking, if Dave was talking about the number of people in the audience, the interest and so on, I spoke at I was on a side breakout session for a conference. I think this was a relatively large energy conference, and there was thousands of people. 7 people came to my session, 7. And I think it would have been probably more appropriate just to sort of sit around and chit-chat with 7 people, which is kind of what we did. But the point being that today, the number of companies and the type of companies that are investing and looking at this is what really gives me encouragement that the last couple of decades that I've been focused on this, and that my colleagues have not been wasted, but hopefully we've been building something that sounds corny, but we hope that what we've been building is good for society and good for our fellow man as we go forward. That's, I think, why a lot of us have been doing this for as long as we've been doing it. Is we hope that what we're doing will make an impact someday, and I think all of you can probably share, hopefully all of you can share that same sentiment, that the work we do in energy, whether it's conventional or clean energy, has a huge beneficial impact on our fellow human beings.
That's great. Okay, well, now we're going to get into Q&A. We have a stack of questions. We're probably not going to be able to go through all of them. We literally have a stack. And what I'll do is I'll ask you guys the question, and whoever wants to answer can answer. So we could have like one person answer per question, so we could get through more questions. Okay, the first one is, does the financial investment community understand the role of hydrogen? Why or why not? Who wants to take that? You want to take it?
That's a difficult one since we're not in the financial industries ourselves.
Don't look at me, I'm an engineer. Right?
Yeah, I'm an engineer also. We're all engineers. So, but I think that makes a point,
yes.
that the hydrogen industry has been driven by technology questions in the past. And
Yes.
now we are being asked the financial questions. Can we make this viable at scale? And I think that is one of the big questions that we need to ask. And the financial institutions are asking those questions, and we, to some degree, are working really hard to be able to answer them. But there's a lot of uncertainty tied to, for example, policy. Whatever we do next in hydrogen will be driven by policy, and the policies that are in place now have a lot of uncertainty tied to them. The IRA clarifications on 45E, some of the 45Q stuff. There's enough uncertainty in there that the financial institutions are asking those questions for surety, and we're unable to give a crisp answer to it.
I would say, I'll just add, that amplifying everything you just said, David, absolutely correctly. But there are some financial institutions, I'm on Wall Street, you know, that there are some hedge funds that are only investing in hydrogen. So long as they, and the successful ones have been, you know, not only proven technologies, but there are, there's that collaboration. There's a spread of the risk. So, but they're looking for certainty. There is certainty in parts of the world that is not here, but there are some, and that are interested in it and see the potential. So the next question is, and I think this one is a good one for the audience, why should major oil and gas companies invest in hydrogen?
It's probably to me.
Sorry, was I looking at you too?
Well, I would say
with my laser eyes. Yeah.
Yeah, I would say that, you know, the majors have the core skills to be doing hydrogen, whether it's green hydrogen or blue hydrogen. We have a lot of experience obviously in gas. We know the subsurface very well from producing oil and gas, which is a great fit for doing CCS. And we understand commodity markets, and we use hydrogen in our refineries already.
Yeah.
So I think we're very familiar with hydrogen, and yeah, I think those are some of the reasons.
Okay, this is another really good question from the audience. Can hydrogen be used to enhance transmission of electricity?
Thank you so much. I was hoping someone would ask about that. So I'm gonna toss out a phrase here that I love to use. Hydrogen is a good way to move energy across space and time. And I co-authored with some good friends and colleagues of mine at the Brand X University that's located down the street in Austin. And and we looked at moving excess capacity from renewable production. And ERCOT has, in the latest projection that I could find, which is still a couple of years old, had projected that by 2030, there could be as much as, I think, 28%, or just under 30% of power generation capacity from wind and solar would be constrained. In other words, in peak periods of time, there's just not enough transmission capacity to bring it to the eastern part of the state, which is where most of the demand is located. Most of the wind and solar, not surprisingly, is in the western part of the state. So the white paper that we co-authored really looked at, so what if you were to convert that excess wind and solar to hydrogen? And instead of building 5 high voltage transmission lines, we could move that same amount of energy by converting it to hydrogen and building 1 hydrogen pipeline. Think about this. Think about the permitting efficiencies of that. Think about the cost efficiencies. And we did some high-level cost estimates and found that it was well under half the cost, not just from a CapEx, but from an operating expense as well. So the story is it's much more efficient to move energy in the form of a molecule than it is in the form of an electron. And I think we have a great example of that here in Texas. And it's something I'd love for people to actually start doing and not just studying.
Okay.
I know you only want one answer per question.
No, it's okay.
Your question was, can it? And the answer is very simply yes, if you're asking it from a technical perspective. Does it have the energy to do it? On our pipeline, for example, we have a large salt dome storage in Beaumont. It's physically about the size, well, I'm a French company, so it's about the size of the Eiffel Tower. But I guess in Texas terms, it's about the size of the Williams Tower over at the Galleria, roughly. Stores enough energy that it could back up a nuclear power plant for a few weeks in energy storage. That's not what we're using it for, though. We're using it for reliability of our pipeline. those same salt domes, of which there are many possibilities here in the Gulf Coast, could be used for storage before you ship it overseas. Could also be used for energy backup if you were to put it in a gas turbine that was designed for hydrogen usage, for example. And so you could use it for that. The technology exists. The question isn't, can it be done? Because the technology has answered the question, yes. Is it economically viable? Are there policies in place to encourage that? Those are the questions that now need to be asked.
Thank you. All right, next question. What technologies, initiatives will be implemented for capturing methane emissions produced during hydrogen production?
Well, I don't know if anyone else, I can't speak to the specific technologies that are being deployed, but I know that a lot of people are in action to try to reduce methane emissions, and BP is one of those companies. And we have an aim to reduce our methane emissions, and I think that's a really important part of blue hydrogen being part of the solution and being accepted as having low life cycle emissions. That's a really key part of that is controlling those upstream methane emissions. So not sure about the technologies though, sorry.
Yeah, the question's a little bit twisted in that methane emissions during hydrogen production are very, very low. It's methane emissions during the sourcing of the natural gas that's coming to it, which isn't as much a hydrogen problem as it is a natural gas sourcing issue. So the things that will address that for the entire natural gas community, we heard earlier about some of the responsibly sourced natural gas projects that are out there. Those help with all of those footprints when it comes to a hydrogen perspective. Methane emissions at the point of production, very, very, very low actually.
If I could just say one more thing. Sure. I know we're supposed to just one person, one question. Sorry, I'm breaking the rules. But the question, and I'm sure probably sort of comes from a couple of studies that have been issued lately, that hydrogen's not so clean after all because of methane emissions. That presumes that all the incremental hydrogen we use will be based on incremental natural gas production that wouldn't be produced anyway. That is a false assumption. And yes, we have a methane emissions challenge. We are meeting that challenge, but that should not be intertwined or tied to the question about whether hydrogen is a clean fuel or not. Those are two related but different issues.
Okay, last question. It's another good one, but I thought what about hydrogen logistics? And you kind of touched on this, Doris, but I'm not picking on you.
Okay.
Can LNG facilities really be recycled? So I think the question, they use recycled, but I think it's repurposed, for H2 plants.
Well, I'm probably not going to be able to answer in detail on that one, but I know that was something that was talked about a lot in Europe, especially in the wake of Europe, or in the wake of Russia, Ukraine, that they needed to all of a sudden start importing a lot of LNG, and that there was a lot of discussion about making them hydrogen ready as well. But you just have to make sure that, the form that's coming in, if you're shipping it, it would likely be, ammonia. And then if the final use is hydrogen, then you crack that ammonia back to produce hydrogen. So making sure that it's compatible somehow with LNG, and that's probably the end of my technical knowledge about it, Dave.
Yeah, if the simple question is, can an LNG plant simply turn down its thermostat and generate liquid hydrogen, the answer very clearly is no. Liquid hydrogen is 20 degrees Kelvin. LNG is 100 degrees Kelvin, higher than that. The refrigeration cycles, all of the technologies, all the material compatibility, all the process really doesn't overlap very much. But they're both very energy intensive, they're both very refrigeration based, so integration of heat and energy across those and doing them simultaneously potentially does have some efficiency benefits, for example. If you think about a location where you're offloading LNG and offloading hydrogen and the need for refrigeration, then there's some potential there. Most people are looking at, can you repurpose the natural gas logistics, things like pipelines and carriers and others. And there's a lot of possibility for that, and a lot of that's getting a lot of attention for material compatibility and things. But from an LNG to LH2 perspective, the liquefier itself is an entirely different animal.
I'll just say
Okay, nothing to
that,
add.
I'll just say on this point that, that I agree, David, with you a lot. I agree. But they're calling hydrogen LNG 2.0. And the reason is because it's more on a macro level that, not really technological, but more macro, that they are both, they're similar in terms of their you know, to liquefy them. They have usually similar infrastructure. They also have a very skilled labor force too, as well. And all of these things we use together again to try to reduce the cost and mitigate risk as much as possible. So I know we did not have a chance to go through all the questions. We had a lot of questions. So I encourage you to reach out to my panelists here, and please, let's thank them for their time being here. It was excellent. Thank you. Thank you for a great job. Thank you.
We are on the brink of lunch, but I promise you you're in for a treat, so stick around. My name is Matt Carella. I'm a partner at Baker Botts here in the Houston office. I did not grow up in Houston. I'm from West Virginia, got here as soon as I could. I've practiced 28 years in Baker Botts Houston in the area of environmental law. Today we're here to talk about sustainability reporting. I know that sounds dry, but it has gotten very real in the last 12 months, as we'll discuss. So let me introduce our panel. First, Ron Curtis. Ron Curtis is a Virginian. He went to ODU. Lawyer, went to not Harvard?
Howard.
Howard.
Yeah.
Anyway, Howard,
Yeah.
for law school, has practiced at ExxonMobil for 22 years in a variety of roles, but most recently in the area of climate and sustainability. As such, Ron is a leader. He has been an initiator and a leader within one of our multi-client groups focused on this issue of sustainability reporting. Chris Wright is not a native Coloradan, but born in New Jersey, grew up in Colorado, lives in Colorado, attended MIT and Berkeley for engineering, is a lifelong entrepreneur, invented, I believe, if not developed and marketed, imaging technology, right, for fracking, which played a role in the boom in fracking that we observed, first in the Barnett and then elsewhere. So Chris is the founder and CEO of Liberty Energy. Liberty Energy is a fracking provider. They provide, I believe, 20% of the fracking services in the US and Canada. So with that, let's talk a little bit about sustainability reporting. What is it? Sustainability reporting is where companies, typically larger entities, self-report on their greenhouse gas emissions on an annual basis alongside their financial reporting. In addition to greenhouse gas, other values such as environmental performance, human rights, equity, and other issues. Sustainability reporting had been largely voluntary, and so I hadn't, as an environmental lawyer, seen it be given much focus in my field, but a year ago, roughly, that began to change. California passed 3 different laws that essentially call for companies that do business in the state to do sustainability reporting along their lines. The European Union, as we're going to talk about in a little bit, we'll elaborate on it, has passed two major initiatives just this year for climate and sustainability reporting and also due diligence. We'll spend a little bit more time on that latter initiative in the body of the discussion. SEC enacted a rule in March requiring companies to report on their greenhouse gas emissions. Canada is working on a similar mandate. So the topic really is, okay, now that which was voluntary has become in many jurisdictions the law. How did you get exposed to this, Ron?
Well, like you said, Matt, well, first of all, thank you all for having me today. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. Like Matt said earlier, I've been with ExxonMobil for 22 years, multiple roles downstream, midstream mostly. And my last role was actually managing counsel for Low Carbon Solutions, which is our new Low Carbon Solutions business, which I know you heard of earlier when the Denbury CEO was on the stage. But I guess in the last year, I've been managing counsel for sustainability and climate. So I've gotten a lot of experience over the last year. I know some of you in this room have been doing it for 20, 25 years. I've got a year and a lot more to learn, but I've learned a lot in that year, and it is a very fascinating subject and focus area for the law.
How about you, Ron? How did you encounter sustainability reporting?
Wow, great question. So,
sorry, Chris.
That's right. In addition to being a tech nerd, I've been a history buff my whole life. And if you look back at the broader sweep of history, as far back as we can see, human life expectancy at birth averaged about 30 years, before the invention of agriculture and 200 years ago. Today it's 73 years. Like, what happened? And to me, two giant factors just transformed the human condition, and they're interrelated. The growth of human liberty. After the invention of agriculture, we had almost all top-down societal structures. Slavery was the norm in every major civilization. Women were enfranchised nowhere. All of that changed in the last 200 years. I think the growth of human liberty, bottom-up social organization, and the explosion in available energy made possible by hydrocarbons. All of this really only got going at a meaningful scale in the middle of the 1800s. It changed everything. Human liberty and explosion in available energy, hence the name of my company, Liberty Energy. And I got involved in this particular issue because in January 2020, Larry Fink, the CEO of BlackRock, wrote a letter to all public company CEOs. My company's been public for about 7 years, saying that you must lay out your plan for net zero that's aligned with the Paris Climate Accords. And I took this as a threat both into human liberty. This was coastal, small number of people deciding what was virtuous and what wasn't, and ultimately a head-on attack in hydrocarbons, the main energy source for the planet. So I set out and wrote I called the first one an ESG report, maybe quite the opposite of an ESG report, although I covered the same issues of human life and betterment and all that, but just tried to put energy and climate change in context. And I've written 2 more expanded versions. The latest one from earlier this year is on the tables in the back, called Bettering Human Lives.
Okay, let me say that the views up here aren't those of our companies, but they are those of us individually. A little bit of table setting on the EU initiatives. The EU, as I said at the outset, enacted 2 major requirements. The CSRD, which we, as we refer to it, Climate and Sustainability Reporting Directive, which, as I indicated at the outset, mandates reporting of greenhouse gas and other sustainability information. But most significantly in May, the EU enacted the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive, or CS3D, which essentially calls for supply chain due diligence on not only GHGs, but also human rights, environmental metrics. In essence, this directive mandates that entities, business entities, embrace and demonstrate how they are following no fewer than 11 international treaties. The Paris Accords, as you mentioned, BlackRock writing you a letter about, with the 1.5 degrees Celsius mandate, 7 environmental treaties, and 3 treaties on human rights, many of which have not been ratified by the countries in which the companies are incorporated or do business. So the trigger is 450 million euros turnover in the EU for a company to become within scope of this obligation. Fines, if it is violated, are up to 5% of worldwide revenue. So suddenly lawyers, take notice. And finally, and my favorite, citizens and others who are aggrieved or can claim damage from failure to follow are able to file suits, or just as importantly, empower NGOs to file suits on their behalf for damages under this regime. So quite far-reaching. It is for phase-in between 27 and 29. Ron, what's your perspective on this?
Before I go to perspective, I want to poll the room. How many of you have actually heard of and read some pieces of CS3D? Oh, okay. How many of you believe your company is directly covered by CS3D? Only one. Okay. One more question. How many of you support a multinational corporation who is likely covered by the directive? Okay. All right. The reason I ask those questions are, most people looked at CS3D and they see a human rights law, which is really important and obviously an important issue that we need to focus on as a society. But the European Union has gone about it in a fairly overly burdensome and egregious way. And the reason I say it like that is because if you look at the due diligence requirements of CS3D and you really focus on what actually needs to happen for companies to be comfortably in compliance, you will notice that it is almost impossible. For the individuals that raise their hands because you support or are contracted with a multinational company, let's sort of look at your position in this, right? So you more than likely would not be directly covered by the law. However, your multinational company business partner is. So what does that mean for you? That means that your contracts will change after 2027. That means you will see due diligence requirements in your contracts. And if you are unable to meet those due diligence requirements in the contract, your multinational company actually has a duty under CS3D to consider canceling your contract. That should give you a pause. If you're a multinational company subject to potentially 5% global revenue penalty, you're going to be looking at your risk pretty tough. And if you're thinking Ron's just reading it wrong and he's not making any sense, I challenge you to go on Google, look up the German due diligence law that was passed last year. And you will see that in those Google searches, it will tell you that large German companies are canceling their contracts with smaller players because those smaller players cannot keep up with the due diligence requirements. You will also notice that the Mercedes-Benz plant in Alabama, where there is a labor issue currently pending, because of that labor issue in Alabama, Mercedes-Benz parent company in Germany is being sued by a US labor union under their due diligence law, which is exactly the same type of rights that Matt was talking about regarding the civil liability lawsuits that come under CS3D. So if you take a little bit more time and look at the implications of this law, you will notice that it is fairly egregious. It is extraterritorial in the way that it applies its requirements, and the potential penalties are pretty significant.
So what are ways that folks who want to learn more about this or get involved, what should they be thinking about?
I think folks should reach out to their congressman or congresswoman. You'll note, I'm not sure if anyone here has read it, but there was a letter issued by 60 Congress members on Friday last week actually asking Secretary of Treasury Yellen to look into the impacts of CS3D on U.S. competitiveness. If you think of a multinational U.S. company being subject to 5% potential global worldwide turnover penalties, or subject to European expectations on climate change and climate transition policies, those types of issues should cause you pause and cause you to look further into it. There are a good amount of summary documents on the internet. Actually, the EU does a pretty good summary document of CS3D on their webpage. So if you haven't had the chance to read up on it, there is material outside on the internet for you to look at. But I would ask you to raise your knowledge level of the law and reach out to your different Congress representatives, or if you're active in Europe, to reach out to your European representatives and start asking the tough questions. How is this actually going to support European competitiveness? I do understand and fully support human rights laws and focusing on a just and reasonable climate transition plan to make sure that we achieve net zero at a certain point in the future. But at the same time, we all have to, as Chris was talking earlier, there are significant impacts to supply chains being disrupted, significant impacts to energy demand not being met, and CS3D calls both of those into question.
Chris, how do laws like this affect your business?
Well, the one I've been recently involved with is the SEC climate disclosure rule that was just issued. And we immediately, upon issue, I wrote long commentary on it before, immediately when it was issued, we've sued the SEC. We first filed in the Fifth Circuit Court. We won a stay on the law. Through the lottery, it got moved to the Eighth Circuit Court. We refiled our request for a stay there. The SEC stayed their own law, so it's on hold for a while, but I think this battle matters. What's the impact of an SEC climate disclosure rule? Number one, I know how much money goes into our bank and goes out of our bank. I know where it comes from and I know where we send it. I got some accounting, I got to decide how I allocate that. But the numbers I know. I do not know how much greenhouse gas emissions our company emits. Depends what kind of engine you burn, what temperature you burn it at, what the engine condition is at. There's just estimates. We've actually been a pioneer in moving our frac equipment from diesel to natural gas, probably a leading driver of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Can I exactly quantify it so an auditor can say I was honest? Of course not. Will we be sued for it? Is that why we're passing this law, an all-of-government approach to try to drive a change in the energy system? My testimony in Congress was the only things we know for sure from a climate disclosure rule is it will make it more expensive and riskier to produce oil and gas in the United States. Given that, what's going to happen? It means, of course, at the margin, less oil and gas will be produced in the United States. You shrink the quantity of a commodity produced without any change in the demand, you're going to have higher prices and more of that production from overseas. So it's also relatively certain you're going to get increased global greenhouse gas emissions from passing this law nominally for climate reasons.
So California enacted similar laws requiring disclosures. What's your reaction to the California regime?
I lived in California for 19 years. We do not do business in California. I used to. My original technology company did a lot of business in California. Our frac company today looked at doing business. We've had customers there try hard to get us to come to California. I'm thankful we resisted it. So I have no business operations in California and am not subject to those laws. But my friend and colleague right here is not so lucky.
Ron, how do you deal
too big.
with the fact that you guys aren't at liberty to not operate places?
I think that the question here is more along the lines of what exactly are we getting from additional disclosure laws? If you think about what disclosure laws do. They provide additional information, hopefully for the public and investors to make decisions. However, a good portion of that information is already provided voluntarily by companies such as my own ExxonMobil. What people don't talk about is how much it costs to comply with these disclosure laws. These are not freebies. There is a certain amount of time and resources and money that companies have, and they have to manage it appropriately. And if you talk about the SEC rule, Chris, I think the SEC itself or one of their consultants actually said that the SEC rule was $6 billion to comply with for industry. If you think about that type of money and what you actually need to be net zero by 2050, you need technology, technical innovation, supportive policy. You'd rather that $6 billion be going towards technology to bring down emissions and have reliable, affordable energy instead of spending that money to send out more information that investors and the public might not even be able to understand. Some of this information is pretty technical, and I'm not certain that more information equals clarity. If you look at the voluntary reports that the major oil and gas companies provide every year, you will see Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions. You don't see Scope 3 because we'll talk about that at another question. But you do see Scope 1 and Scope 2. You see the policies, the ambitions that these companies have. That probably answers 95% of the questions that the average public person or investor has in these areas. I think if you step back in an objective way, most people would support spending that disclosure money on pushing technical innovation and making sure that we have reliable and affordable energy. I would assume you would agree with that, Chris.
Well, absolutely. Look, 1 billion people live lives remotely recognizable to the lives we all live. We use motorized transport. We live in beautiful buildings with light switches, and we have appliances at our house, and it's the wonderful trappings of the modern world. We, that lucky 1 billion people, consume 13 barrels of oil per person per year. The other 7 billion on average consume 3. And what do you think those 7 billion people want? They want the lives we have. More economic opportunity, better health, longer lives. Everyone wants that for themselves and their children. We cannot just gloss over that the price of energy doesn't matter that much. We're going to make energy more expensive. You make energy more expensive, you shrink people's opportunities. After the Russian invasion of Ukraine, I think Europe foolishly has shrunk its own energy production so much, it's entirely dependent upon imports. That following winter, luckily, was a warm winter, much warmer than average winter in Europe, yet 65,000 excess deaths happened that winter because people couldn't afford to heat their homes to a safe temperature. Like, that's not dodging a bullet when 65,000 people in a wealthy region of the world die that wouldn't have otherwise died with that expensive energy.
Not my question, but a good one. Chris, wouldn't you be concerned that lawsuits against SEC and regulators undermine public trust in this industry?
Oh, actually, one of the reasons I did it was to bring the public into this critical dialogue about energy and climate change. There's just so massive misunderstanding about this topic, and I'm very critical of our industry. We don't write and speak honestly and candidly about the global energy system or climate change. I think this is, we tend to speak in a way that's appeasing, thinking that'll make people like us more. My answer is, if you're not speaking clearly and honestly, that's dishonest and ineffective. So one of my goals in writing that book and in speaking about this thing is to try to bring more honesty and more understanding about the trade-offs between the global energy system and climate change.
One more question for you. So, seems that the hypothesis of reporting mandates is that if companies are required to disclose and reveal, it will drive the energy transition. How do you evaluate that that claim, the idea of driving the energy transition?
Well, would you burn down your existing house before you built the new one? You know, I think not. And of course, hampering the existing energy system today does nothing to better human lives or grow a new energy system. And before I give numbers, let me give you my background. I went to college to work on nuclear energy. Today, I own part of a nuclear company, and I'm on the board of a public small modular reactor company. I've worked on geothermal for years. We own part of a geothermal company. I'm a board observer on that. I worked on solar energy in graduate school. I don't care where energy comes from. As long as it's affordable, reliable, and makes people's lives better, that's what matters. But here's our record in energy transition, and maybe I should be ashamed. I spent many years on this. In 1973, the year of the Yom Kippur War, the world got 85% of its energy from hydrocarbons. And that set off a tripling of oil prices, a worry about, we got to develop new energy sources, we got to produce more energy at home. We've had 50 years of that. I've been a part of that. 50 years ago, 85% of global energy came from hydrocarbons. Today, 2023, latest full year, 85% of global energy came from hydrocarbons. Zero change in market share. 130% growth in total energy consumption. 1% compound annual growth rate in oil demand over the last 50 years. Continues at 1% today, but yet it's going to peak in the next few years. Nonsense. 2% compound annual growth rate in coal over 50 years, 3% compound annual growth rate in natural gas over the last 50 years. Like, that's how the global energy system works. And despite our efforts and interest, and look, we've had great panelists here working on exciting technologies. I'm all about new energies and new technologies and all that, but it's simply incredibly hard to replace hydrocarbons. In fact, when I quantify energy systems, there's traditional biomass, what we lived on without all society. That's our biggest energy problem today. 3 to 4 million deaths every year from indoor air pollution because people don't have a propane cook stove. They still cook like all our ancestors did. That's by far our biggest global human energy challenge. And all the energy sources, I call them the new or derivative energy sources. You can't have a nuclear power plant, a hydroelectric dam, wind, solar, you can't have any of those without hydrocarbons. They're just machines that we're able to build because we have hydrocarbons. But cumulatively, as a whole, 9% of global energy, 2.6% total from wind and solar after 20 years and trillions of dollars of subsidies. It's often reported as 6%, but that's because they multiply the actual energy number by 2.5. I just call that dishonesty. Let's talk about actual energy produced, actual energy consumed.
Ron, 2 questions about CS3D. One, sort of what's the idea? Is there a kernel here of something worthwhile? And 2, what would you do to change it if you had the ear of someone in that position?
I think the basic premise of CS3D is very commendable, and it's an important issue. You look at what it's trying to do is trying to ensure that people have safe places to work, root out child labor and forced labor in certain places around the world, things that all of us could get behind and really agree that these are important human rights things that we need to look at and focus on and try to make some changes there. So I think from a basic principle, it's an amendable law. But like I said before, it has some pretty significant challenges to it. As far as amendments to the law, I think the first thing to look at would be I would require that the due diligence only goes to your tier 1 suppliers. If you're familiar with CS3D, you would know that it goes all the way to raw materials on the upstream side of your product. Just sort of think through that a minute. 4 or 5 contract suppliers down your value chain, you have no vision, you have no contract, maybe not even a real way of finding where they are actually operating. But if they have a significant human rights adverse impact, and for some reason you knew about it, your company knew about it, you could be liable for all the damages because it's joint and several damages under CS3D. So your 5th tier supplier who had a negative impact on human rights in some country that is not connected to Europe, and get sued and investigated by the European regulators, you could be on the hook for that, depending on if you're directly covered under law. So first, I would limit it to tier 1 suppliers, where you have actual privity of contract and you know what they're doing. The next thing I would look at doing, I would remove the climate transition plan requirement. That climate transition plan requirement is in CSRD, which is your corporate sustainability disclosure directive. Why do you need it in both directives? And if you look at the European Union's Regulatory Scrutiny Board reports, this is their own Regulatory Scrutiny Board, they gave 2 negative reports to the European Commission because the European Commission keeps overlaying more laws and more laws and more laws on the same issue. So why do you need a climate transition plan requirement in CS3D when you already have it in CSRD? The other thing I would look at is, do you really need a 5% global worldwide turnover penalty as your minimum maximum penalty? Through transposition, individual member states could raise that 5% to a higher percentage point if they wanted to. Why do you need it to be that high on over 20 different human rights issues? I could understand, potentially a high penalty for forced labor, but we're talking potential 5% worldwide penalties on failure to work with a union, fair pay questions, rights of privacy. Is that really a 5% worldwide turnover type of issue? I do think there's some significant challenges here. Those are just maybe the top 3 that I would look at.
We're a little over time, but Chris, if someone were to come up to you, what would you want to communicate? What do you want to hear from people about in the wake of this?
I'll end. I'd love to close with, I think this idea of net zero 2050 is just a colossally bad idea. And that's not just my opinion, that's the conclusion of climate economists whose careers are studying the economics of climate change. William Nordhaus won the Nobel Prize in Economics in 2018 for his work on climate economics. And his lecture, you should listen to his lecture for that, of course, was full of common sense. We should invest in things where the cost of the investments are less than the benefits in reduced climate damages. That's just common sense. That's how we view everything. Paris Climate Accord and Net Zero 2050 don't remotely come close to doing those tests. It's like every dollar we spend, we're going to get a dime's worth of benefit. Like, that's just a massive human impoverishment program. This did not come from climate science. This did not come from climate economics. This came from, some hyped up activists and governments just figuring, this gives us a North Star, gives us a direction. And we've just spun off down just a wildly destructive anti-human pathway. My thing is energy realism equals humanism. When you mess up the energy system because there's a crisis and we have to do crazy stuff, you're messing up and shrinking people's life opportunities. This is not only intellectually wrong, it's morally wrong. My thing is, educate yourself about energy and about climate change and about those trade-offs, and let's do things that make the world a better place, not that fit some crazy slogan.
Ron, what should folks come see you about?
It's a hard one to follow up, Matt. I really think that as business people in the oil and gas space, we have to focus on the laws that are coming toward us earlier than we usually are. In the United States, I wanted to answer the previous question about what should we be, is it a problem that Chris's company sued the SEC? I think in the United States, that's one of our strengths. We get to go out and actually question some of the laws that are being passed and have a more robust conversation. If you look at CS3D and CSRD in Europe, that is a very difficult task to actually bring a lawsuit against the European Commission and force a more wholesome conversation about trade-offs, benefits, and negative impacts. And I think in the United States, that is a strength that we are able to do that and have those conversations. So I would ask people to look at some of these laws that are coming out, make sure that you are involved, that you are getting up to speed, getting your knowledge up to par. And even with the European issues, there are ways to bring your questions and your issues forward for the European Commission to actually hear those. You should work through European GA groups to actually reach out to European representatives and have those conversations as you would in the US.
That's time. Please join me in thanking these guys.
Good job.
We're going to get started with our next panel. Come on in, there's plenty of seats in front, so please have a seat and we'll get started. So for those of you that have been following CES over the course of time, since our inception, we have really expanded the energy ecosystem. And when we talk about the energy ecosystem, we talk about it very broadly. We're talking about, alternative energy and traditional forms of energy, but we're also talking about extractive industries, oil and gas, the metals and minerals, all of the processing that happens, the production of the finished product, the transportation of the finished product, and we're also talking about the end of life and end of use management. And so products like healthcare, plastics and medical devices, and end of life management of these materials by companies like WM, formerly Waste Management. And so today's panel is about plastics, the challenges of plastic, the plastic waste issue, which I'm sure many of you have heard by now. And I think this might be a first here at our Energy Summit where we're talking solely about plastics, and we see a big opportunity to focus on plastics waste given the challenges that we see across the globe. And so the big question is, how do we get to re-X? And when we say re-X, we talk about things like reuse and refill, recycling, remanufacturing, repurposing, redistribution, all of these things. How do we get to re-X, and how do we do it sustainably? And so that's what we're going to talk about today. And so I just want to kick it off with a couple of statistics. We produce globally over 400 million metric tons of plastics every year, plastic waste every year, and less than 10% is recycled. And when we look at healthcare plastic waste, and Lynette, I'm sure you're going to cover some of this too, 48 billion pounds of medical and healthcare plastic waste, where almost 100% of it is landfilled or incinerated, just a small fraction that is actually recycled. And a lot of that is clean, uncontaminated, non-patient contact plastics. And so I want to, since we only have 30 minutes for this awesome discussion, I want to kick it over to you, Lynette and Ganesh, to introduce yourselves, your companies, and then where do you sit in the world of plastics and kind of your role in that space.
So good afternoon, everybody. My name is Lynette Leeden. I'm a director in environmental health and safety at MD Anderson Cancer Center in the Texas Medical Center.
Yeah, good afternoon. I'm Ganesh Nagarajan at WM. I'm the senior director for plastics. I think Rachel set the stage pretty well around the issue around plastics. Just a bit about WM, for those of you who don't know who WM are. We are headquartered in Houston, Texas, right here in downtown. We are the largest, many of you may know us as the largest landfill company, but we are also the largest recycler in North America, right? Essentially, we are gatekeepers for the materials you generate, the businesses generate, the retailers generate. We service over 19 million residential customers, over 2 million commercial customers in North America. Our asset footprint today is largely US and Canada, but a lot of the products we sort and we generate are actually exported as well. plastics is, for most part, is not exported today because the China's put ban on importing plastics in China several years ago. So a lot of the plastics is remaining in the U.S. As you may hear about the brands committing to using more recycled content around plastics. There is a lot more emphasis today around recycling plastics than ever before. If you look at some of the statistics around what percentage of plastics make up the inbound composition of the waste streams that we get, and plastics may be about 5% of the recycled commodities that you and I put out on the curbside. But from a value perspective, it could be as high as 30% when plastic prices are high. It's a relative number. When the virgin prices are low, you tend to have a lower recycled prices as well. But nevertheless, the point being, right, it does provide economic value as well, not just it's the right thing to do by environment, but it also provides economic value for businesses such as ourselves. At WM, we are emphasizing a lot more on plastics these days. We are investing over $1 billion plus in infrastructure investment, which includes upgrading and automating a lot of our recycling facilities. We operate over 100 recycling centers across U.S. and Canada, and almost half of that is what we call as the single stream recycling, which is the materials that you put on your either the blue bin or the green bin on the curbside. They get collected and separated and sorted. So that $1 billion plus investments that we are upgrading across the country and includes new investments as well. New MRFs being built. MRFs are material recovery facilities. That's where all the recycled commodities get separated and segregated and sold into the market. That investment of $1 billion plus, we are building 12 new facilities across the country today, trying to unlock about 2 million additional metric tons. We handle about 15 million metric tons of recycled commodities each year, and plastics is about 500,000 tons, and a pretty significant part of our revenue stream is from plastics. So the 12 new markets, includes places like Fort Walton in Florida, where there is no recycling infrastructure today. So I think it's a combination of increasing access, but also access to communities where there is no recycling. And the automation we did in Houston on the west side, we have a brand new MRF here that we upgraded to handle film and flexibles as well, which is a big part of plastic waste that is not recycled. I think if you look at the statistics, only 2% of the film and flexible waste that is generated is recycled in U.S. That's out of roughly about 10 million metric tons that gets generated in the U.S., only 2% is recycled. So we are putting a lot more emphasis on investing in technology around recycling film and flexibles as well.
So Lynette, when you and I spoke, we had a great conversation, about the challenges of plastics. But I think when most of us think about plastics and the discourse in the policymaking sphere and in the general public, there's a big focus around consumer-grade plastics, single-use plastics, plastic packaging. Certainly that is a great challenge, but what we don't really think about are medical and healthcare plastics, which comprise a huge wealth of different complexities used for life-saving equipment and personal protective gear and so forth. So tell us about the different types of plastic waste that circulate around the healthcare and medical industries.
Thanks, Rachel. I definitely will. So I'll share a little bit about MD Anderson and about our waste. So we generate about 8,000 tons of solid waste each year. And in that generation, we have approximately 2,500 of those tons that are recycled materials. Another 10% of our total waste is medical waste. So what you'll find is there are so many different types of plastics in the medical field, one for medical equipment, for plastics have improved significantly how we treat our patients. And especially during the pandemic, we moved to a lot of disposables, right? Because that was safer, infection control wise, it was quicker, more efficient. But in that process, a lot of that is wasted, right? For each case, there are several kits, and you may not use each piece of those kits. However, I think there are so many opportunities now to begin recycling those materials. And she talked about consumer products, but there's a small market that needs to be, for me, increased to be able to recycle those, right? So what I'm saying is there are opportunities for us to bring back those plastics so that they can be used in a reused in a process, and we are struggling with that a little bit as well. We're also struggling with the regulatory requirements of, if it's medical waste, it's incinerated, right? It's not going to be able to be recycled or reused or re-exed for any purpose. And we also have another component we have to consider. There are some items that people just don't want to use after another person, right? So there's another issue with the plastics and medical equipment that may only be used once. Like the pulse oximeters, you know, for example, those things they put on your fingers, those could be recycled, but there's a stigma around someone else has already used this. So we have lots of opportunities to be able to renew, re-ex those products that may have only been used once. And I'll share in the healthcare industry, in the operating room, that's where we're having the most opportunity to re-ex items.
So I want to go back to what you said about some of the regulatory hurdles, and I think that's an area that is in need of a lot of reform and a lot of change if we want to get to the point where these medical and healthcare plastics have a chance of recycling, because some of the regulations are prohibitive, right? Based off of their very classification itself by, you know, whatever agency or statute kind of oversees that. And so maybe you could expound on some of that, just so we all understand the layered complexity of it. It truly is a labyrinth, because it's not just medical and healthcare plastics, right? I mean, it could fall into a hazardous waste category,
yes,
or infectious or medical biohazardous category. And so even if that container is empty, if it's classified as waste, it has to be incinerated or treated in a permitted facility, right?
That's a great segue, right? So yes, for example, we have a chemotherapy, MD Anderson does cancer treatment, so that's our primary goal, is to end cancer. And in that, we have a couple of treatments that are regulated by the EPA that are considered hazardous. And even once you empty the container, that container must be disposed of as hazardous waste. One example is arsenic trioxide. So that's one of those items that no matter the state of the plastic, it's not going to be reused, because the regulatory agencies have said that cannot be reused. The other item is trace chemo, right? So we have IV bags, and if they have trace chemo, and what do we consider trace chemo, then those bags also must be incinerated and cannot be used for any other purpose or returned to a product line for re-ex.
So what, Ganesh, this one is we're both at New York Climate Week and have spoken many times before about plastics and some of the challenges about, let's just say, recycling. I mean, we know that there's challenges with just regular consumer grade plastic recycling. Where do you see the challenges are for medical and healthcare plastics? I mean, knowing that we have ongoing challenges, with supply chains, getting enough feedstock to support, a recycling industry or other re-ex pathways. Where do you see the greatest challenges are for this particular industry?
Right. Yeah, I'll start with a general response, and then we'll talk specifically around the medical plastics, right? At WM, right, and ideally we want to take all plastics in the bin. But we look at several things, before we, turn on that spigot. One thing we know in our industry, once you turn on that spigot, we can't turn it off, right? It's going to be there in your bin forever. So first and foremost, we look at is like, is it designed for recyclability, right? Take the case of hospital waste, a lot of those, sterile medical devices that's in a tray, right? It's got a Tyvek paper on, it's multi-material, multi-layer material. So it doesn't lend itself to recycling, right? It's not one material, you got a high-density polyethylene, you may have PET,
Yes.
you got linear low-density polyethylene, what have you, right? Polypropylene in some cases. So that doesn't lend itself to be recycled. So I think the first and foremost thing we need to address is, work with, your suppliers, with the industry in terms of, can we design these packages to be more recyclable, monomaterial, for example, made out of one material that is recyclable. The second thing we look at is, from a technology perspective, can we separate this at scale in an industrial environment, right? So as you know, a lot of it is automated, right? Let's face it, nobody wants to do the hand sorting. It's not a glorious job, right? So there's a lot of technology that's used with infrared, AI, visual imaging, so that automatically separates the different plastic components, if you will. So can these packages be separated at scale? Some of them are smaller size. Anything less than 2 by 2 inches would fall through the screens. We won't be able to separate them out. If you have, for example, the example I can think of from medical perspective is those small cups you measure for dosage or whatnot, right? Medicine, right? So those will essentially fall through the cracks. So they're good material. Oftentimes they're polypropylene, or it can be recycled, but technology doesn't support itself. And from a common usage perspective, like coffee pots, the K-cups, right? They fall through the cracks, right? So that, you got to look at that, right? And the third thing is, there enough of it? Is that a critical mass, right? For us, if you were to separate individual streams, we got to put a separate bunker for that material and to collect it, right? Is there enough of that material, right? So that's around to be collected and sorted. And biggest, most important aspect of what we do is there a viable end market for those products? Is that somebody wants to buy that, right? Provide the value, and it's not easy for MD Anderson or others to institute a program to collect these plastics, especially with the resource constraints you have, the space constraints you may have. It's going to be expensive, it's going to be costly. Does the market want to pay for it? I think that's where the rubber meets the road.
Yes.
Lastly, from a safety perspective, you talked about regulations, right? And I think nobody wants to see anything medical. And even if you see a biohazard bag in our streams, the line shuts down. We got to clear that. And we don't even open any bag containing recyclables. So some people have the tendency to put all the recyclables in a bag, in a black bag, or not a transparent bag. We won't open those bags for fear of, we don't know what's in that bag. So I think this has to be addressed. I think one thing we were talking about during lunch was around a lot of the specification around the materials that we sell prohibit the use of any medical waste in those bales, right? So I think that's a huge challenge to overcome, right? So unless some of those things changes, it's going to be challenging. But it's the barriers I already talked about, the multi-material thing, designing for recycle. But there are opportunities, I would say, right? There are new technologies that are evolving, like the advanced recycling, where you can break the polymer down to the molecular level. But there too, you need to think about, medical industry uses a lot of PVC, right? So we don't want PVC in advanced recycling. How do we separate PVC from your other streams? A lot of the multi-layer materials, you got barrier materials like nylon that's used in your construction. That's, again, is a problem, right? But it is an opportunity. The advanced recycling is scaling up as we speak. There are a lot of investments here in the Gulf Coast and across the country, right? There's, by my math, about $8 billion being invested, and there's going to be huge capacities, around 3 million metric tons of additional capacity that could come on stream by year 2030. So as the technology evolves, I think there is an opportunity to look at this medical waste and see how we can utilize in those new technologies.
And then Lynette, what are your thoughts, like looking internally in MD Anderson? Are you seeing some of the same challenges? Is it logistics? Is it collection? And then is it the sorting of all the different types of plastics that we've discussed?
So Ganesh, walked right into it. Definitely, remember I said the OR is one of the spaces where we have the most disposables and we use the most disposables. But it's also the space with the most limited space and limited time and with the requirements to maintain a sterile environment. So container, placement, separation, who's gonna do that? You know, the goal of those people in the OR is to perform the surgery. So how do we integrate people and processes into their space to manage those items that can be recycled? And then we always have an issue with segregation, right? Just like you said, we don't want the PVC, but we want the PET, or we want, so having the right segregation processes and limiting contamination, that's the other issue, is a lot about education and awareness, right? Because if a load of recycling is contaminated with a bottle of Coke, with food waste, now the entire load becomes trash, right? So that's another thing that education and awareness really are so important to help us manage what can be recycled and what cannot. The other thing that I want to share is MD Anderson's goals are going to be safety and stewardship, right? So while there's a market and we are very excited about new unused products, we want to make sure we're not buying too much, right? So that's the other piece to having those new and unused pieces that can be recycled or re-exed, is we hope not to have that much of that. So really, then that pushes us to the need to see if there's something more that can be done about the items that are either not used because they're part of packaging, or they're not used because this operation doesn't need it, but that can be recycled.
Right. I think one thing to add to what you said, Lynette, around training, right? You know, their job is to do the operation of the surgery, whatever they're supposed to do, right? It's hard as it is as you know, chemical engineers or plastic engineers who knows what type of plastic it is. You know, it's pretty hard for them to understand which one is high density, which one is, you know, polypropylene or what have you, and have them separate them into different streams. That is a huge challenge.
And the time required to do
time
that, right?
required to do that, right?
Yeah, very labor intensive.
Right. I think one more thing, and if you look at just U.S. as a market, right? You know, I think based on statistics that are out there, there's about 14,000 tons of waste generated in the hospital system today in the U.S., right? And vast majority of them is non-infectious. I think number I saw was about 85%. And then if you drill down to the plastic, it's about 25% of that is plastic. So roughly around 2,000 to 3,000 tons of plastic waste that's generated. That is across the United States. So it's a highly fragmented volume for us. Somebody has to do the aggregation of the different plastics from the different hospitals. I think that's where it gets challenging logistically as well, right? You know, if you divide that 2,000 tons or 3,000 tons by the number of hospitals around the country, you know, at each hospital level, it's pretty small for anybody to look at. So that's where the logistics come into play, and how do we aggregate this, and how do you do this at scale?
Right. I mean, you need a minimum amount of feedstock to actually keep that operation going. So plastics is in the news all the time now, and there's a lot of information or misinformation about recycling, what can be recycled, what can't be recycled. How much plastics actually can be recycled? I mean, it has the ability to be recycled. I guess, I mean, both in mechanical systems, and then theoretically, I guess, in you know, advanced systems. I mean, we're hoping that things like molecular recycling, advanced recycling could be a catalyst for a circular polymer future for medical and healthcare plastics, but how much of that material is really recyclable? And from what you see, Ganesh?
Are you talking from a technical perspective or an economic perspective? The answer would be different, right?
Yes.
I would answer it differently, right? If you look at the commitments that are made broadly by the industry, right, by the brands, by the petrochemical companies, I think most of them have a goal of 25 to 50% recycled content by year 2030 or 2040, or the dates vary, right? So if you use that measure, I think getting to between 30 to 50% recycling rate is feasible by year 2040 or 2050, but the investments have to happen now, right? I think that's where we are seeing the gap, right? The example I mentioned around what WM is doing around the automation investments, we are investing over $1 billion plus, right? So that investment has to have a return. So we are not seeing that today. A lot of the brands are already hedging towards their goals, 2030 goals. They say we're not going to meet it. It's kind of chicken and egg thing. Right now, they point fingers at the material not being available, the quality is not good, as whatnot. But the investments are happening, but it has to have a value, right? People, you got to. I use this word. You got to put your money where your mouth is, right? I think at the end of the day, I think that's where the gap is. But I think ideally, I think you can get to the 30 to 50% levels by between 2040 and 2050. But a lot of the things have, pieces have to fall in line, and the market needs to de-link from the virgin prices. Today in a cheaper virgin pricing environment, that's hugely challenging. Some of the economics around, you talked about advanced recycling. It may be, depending on where the virgin prices are, it could be 3x the virgin prices. So that's a significant premium that the market needs to think about paying. So I think that's where the gaps are. The investment economics today requires a much higher premium for advanced recycling. Even on mechanical recycling, it's a bit challenging, right? You don't even have to go that far, talking about advanced recycling. A lot of the mechanical recyclers are struggling today.
Yeah, and I guess just for clarification for those, I mean, there's today's recycling systems that we use today, that's mechanical recycling.
Correct.
Advanced recycling is trying to scale
right.
At the moment. And I think, as far as how much is recycled, I think a lot of that goes back to what we talked about today on collaboration across entire value chains, and understanding the economics,
right.
and bridging the knowledge gaps, and going back to the societal acceptance of plastics, and something that's recycled, and not being able to understand, well, how much of this is actually recycled content? Is this safe? And so, I mean, the whole idea of PFAS, like
Yes.
the forever chemicals now. I mean, that is a real issue. And so when it comes to plastics and recycling plastics, and making plastics safe, where does PFAS fit in from both an innovation and technology standpoint, and like an investment standpoint? Like, are there investments that are needed to understand this? Are there understandings on the medical and healthcare side, Lynette, that you all deal with, when it comes to trying to re-X plastic, healthcare plastic?
So can I answer really quick? Like,
Yeah,
one of
sure,
our
sure,
goals
sure.
is always stewardship, right? So,
Yeah.
and we're trying to cure cancer. I'll say that again. So the products that we use matter, right?
Yeah.
The products that we put into the ecosystem matter for us, right? So for us, research that indicates that something is a carcinogen or that it's harmful to people is something that we, in our role, want to stay away from. So in staying away from that, but yet meeting the needs of the consumer, meeting the needs of our patients, is still yet important. So choosing items that kind of branch or go across all of that is a little bit difficult, especially when the research is out there saying that this is unhealthy.
Right. Yeah, we are at the receiving end, at the tail end of this, right? We don't create any of those forever chemicals. Sometimes we may have to handle them, right? But it starts with, as I said, design for recycling. The packages themselves should be made sure the products that are used to make those packages do not contain any of those forever chemicals, right? I think that's where we start from our perspective, right? So it's just understanding, where it came from. I think traceability is another. I didn't forget to mention around hospital waste. That's a huge thing, right? You got to know where your product came from, right?
Yes.
Today, traceability is also becoming more important from a perspective of, recycled content mandates. You need to know, there is clear transparency and visibility around where the products came from, not only from a regulatory perspective, but also making on-packaging claims. The brands have to know how much physically the material, recycled content material is there in that package. So there's traceability is another thing, right? So I think from PFAS perspective, right, we just want to make sure the materials that we're separating do not contain them in the first place.
And then, so MD Anderson is, we spoke with you all a number of times and discussed sustainability and your sustainability goals and your desires to, in waste reduction and emissions, and not just that, but also societal impacts on the business. And talk more about that and how this effort on trying to increase the recyclability of medical and healthcare plastics, how that fits into your sustainability strategy.
So it definitely fits in our sustainability strategy to, one, not purchase too much. Two, if we do purchase items, to use them. Three, if we cannot use them, then it is very important for us to find an alternative method or way to bring those back into the supply chain. So how do we do that? We've participated in programs that send some of these items to other countries to be used. We've also considered and worked with a group to re-X some plastics, and we've been very interested and pleased with that process, and we've done it, and we want to continue that. So for us, it's about doing the right thing, and it's about doing the right thing in the right way and in the right timing.
Right. I mean, I think the good thing, I'm starting to see some, change in the medical industry, right? And a lot of the hospitals and even the procurement agencies like Vizian, they have recycled content goals in the packages that they procure, or the plastic materials they procure, right? So I think Kaiser Permanente, Cleveland Clinic, they all have recycled content goals now. So I think that's starting to create those, so to speak, the end markets, right? The challenges around the collection and the logistics. So we need to work that piece now.
But even in the beginning, what we're also trying to do is make sure our suppliers are giving us things that are recyclable, that are safe.
Exactly.
So to start with, not purchasing if it doesn't meet our standards.
Well, that means, so where does standardization fit into this? Because it's not so easy, right, to just recycle plastics without understanding it meets a certain quality or standard. Are there efforts in place for you all to look at standardizing plastics for medical and healthcare?
Standardizing from the perspective of, I think design for recycling
quality.
Would be, not just quality, but making sure the package, to Lynette's point, right? You got to make sure the package itself is 100% recyclable. That's where you start. That's the most basic thing we have to do, is making sure the package is technically recyclable, and then you worry about the next steps around the collection and the logistics and the sorting part of it. I think standardization around designing packages for recyclability is key. I think there are associations like Association of Plastics Recyclers. They have a program, design guidelines on how to design your package for recyclability. I think that's a good way to think about standardizing your packages around recyclability.
And because we want this to be such a circular environment, right? We're the consumer, he takes the end product. I think it's so important to bring into the conversation those people who generate the raw materials and who create the packaging and those items that are sent to us to ensure that we are completing the whole cycle with their input and with our input as well.
Yeah. Well, that's thank you for that plug, Lynette, because that's really what we do here. And so the efforts that we have at the Baker, I'll close this panel, but the efforts that we have here at the Baker Institute at CES is a life cycle approach, and it's bringing the entire energy value chain, the plastics value chain, and giving them a seat at the table and to discuss a lot of these challenging issues. And so I want to thank Ganesh and Lynette for taking the time today to talk to us about this very challenging issue that we are continuing to work on. And so we've got our fingers crossed here at the Baker Institute, because we just did a National Academy of Sciences Gulf Futures Challenge grant that tackles this very issue of medical and healthcare plastics, how to get to re-X and how to do it sustainably. So thank you both so much for your time, and thank you all. Thank you so much.
Well, everybody buckle up. we're about to go into the world of transportation. It's been touched on a little bit throughout the day, but let me start by introducing myself in case you don't know me. I'm Ed Emmett. I'm fellow in Energy and Transportation Policy here at the Baker Institute Center for Energy Studies. And I'm pretty much a lifelong transportation wonk. And today we want to talk about the role of transportation in the world of energy. And what does that mean? Well, you're going to get a little bit of a lecture at the beginning because I have this fundamental belief that I've talked about for years and years and years, that the transportation system of a country or a locality or anything really is like the veins and arteries in your body. The better the flow, the better the health. The better the flow in a transportation system, the better the economic health. Well, that means that all the modes of transportation have to work efficiently. And what we're going to talk about today are what's going to fuel the future of all those modes. And I've come up with my own sort of analysis that we are entering the fourth era of transportation. The first era, for millions of years, was everything was moved by muscle or natural forces, wind, water, rivers, things like that. And then the second era was steam. And if you think about it, every mode of transportation converted to steam, and the fuel sources were coal and oil, coal and wood for the most part. And then along came petroleum. And all the modes shifted to some petroleum product. And it even allowed for the development of new transportation systems like airplanes. You know, we never had a steam-driven airplane. It just wouldn't work quite the same. Well, now we're entering what I call the fourth era. And for a variety of reasons, some environmental, some governmental mandates, for the first time, modes of transportation are going to get to either pick and choose, or they're going to be told what their fuel is going to be, and they won't all be the same. And to me, it's one of the biggest tipping points in transportation in history, because what are going to be the fuels of the future? How much of them exist? It's a question we have to ask, and we have a panel that's going to discuss that later. And how's technology going to play into all of this? Is technology for one mode right for the other modes? Not necessarily. So here to discuss this new fascinating world are three people who are right in the midst of what I call the fourth era of transportation. So I would like each of them to introduce themselves briefly, and then I have some questions for them. And then I hope you have questions for them, because this needs to be very interactive. So we'll start with you, Cynthia.
Thank you. I'm Cynthia Ciancio. I'm the CEO of Octant. We are a consulting firm helping clients to manage effectively strategic initiatives from business case for operations, which includes also future energy and future fuels. Happy to be here.
And my name is Lee Raymond. I'm the Global Head of Project Development for First Ammonia. First Ammonia is developing the world's first modular green ammonia plant involving TOPSO solid oxide electrolysis technology.
Matt Luke, I'm the technical manager for Neste here in the Americas. So I'm kind of the product expert for Neste. We're the world's largest producer of renewable fuels, so that's renewable diesel and SAF, sustainable aviation fuel.
So we're going to start with you, Matt.
Okay.
Neste is already providing fuels to road transport and the air industry. What are those fuels? How are they made? How do you see the future? And also, and I'll repeat this if you lose track of these, the public hears terms like renewable diesel, biodiesel, sustainable aviation fuels. How are those different?
So I think the first thing we always want to say is there's the big biofuel umbrella, but underneath that you have renewable diesel and biodiesel. So they're not the same product, but they do come from the same feedstocks. The biggest difference is a renewable diesel is a hydrocarbon, right? It is a direct drop-in replacement for the diesel fuel that's being run now or for the jet fuel that's being run now. A biodiesel product is similar, but it has oxygen, which changes some physical characteristics. There's some blend limits for what you can do in your equipment and infrastructure, transportation, things like that. So chemically similar, but one does have its advantages because it is fully fungible. And right now, our company, our goal is to use nothing but waste and residues to make these fuels. So we just want fat molecules. Like triglyceride actually has 3 hydrocarbons in it that are just stuck together. We just need to break those apart. So the way we do that, we use hydrotreating and isomerization. These are refining steps, processes that have been around for 100 years, right? We're already using these in the fossil industry. Now we're just using different catalysts, different control technology, that sort of stuff to break those apart and make these super clean, super stable. It's almost like the ideal portion of the big diesel spectrum. We're just making this one little part of that bell curve without the things you don't necessarily want to deal with. The cool part about this is the product that comes out is a much higher performance fuel. If you're into the nerdy diesel world, it's a higher cetane fuel. It's got much better cloud point, much better cold properties. It's sulfur free, it's free of metals and other contaminants. But the biggest thing for what kind of the bigger picture in the world is the carbon intensity, or that life cycle analysis, life cycle carbon footprint score. So the baseline that we kind of measure everything off of is California's LCFS market, the low carbon fuel standard. It's been around the longest, it's the most established credit market out there. And there's a baseline for fossil diesel, and the renewable diesel we're making, depending on the feedstock we use, can be anywhere from, in the US, 60 to 70 to 75% lower carbon intensity. The same technology over in Europe, with some different feedstocks and logistics, we can get to a 90% reduction in carbon intensity. And the cool thing is it's drop-in, right? You're not having to build out new infrastructure, you're not having to change technology, change vehicles. So for a lot of these, what we call hard to abate industries, so light duty passenger cars, plug-in hybrids, things like that, they're great. But Class 8 over-the-road trucking, rail, marine, agriculture, power generation, all these other things are going to be much harder to do that decarbonization on. So that's where we're going to start stepping in.
Okay. I'm going to have a couple of follow-up questions.
Yeah, I'm sure.
For you. Lee, First Ammonia and its partners are gearing up to provide ammonia as a fuel.
Right.
For which mode of transportation? And what are the advantages of ammonia as a fuel, and what are the challenges? And not all ammonia is the same, as I understand it. So can you sort of tee that up a little bit?
In terms of the transportation, there's a physical and chemical property of ammonia that makes it a little tricky as a fuel, in that it has a very slow laminar burn velocity. It doesn't burst into life as it would need to do in a combustion engine. So it's not something you want to be running in an aeroplane, for example, because you don't know when you're going to plummet out the sky. So a way of carrying, where it would be more useful is in things such as barges, rail, trucks, and ocean-going vessels. I don't see it any time soon being used in personal motor cars. And that's primarily because we would have to then trust the general public to handle it correctly. And there's no escaping the fact that ammonia is a hazardous substance. In terms of advantages and disadvantages, I can't compete with diesel, whether it be biodiesel or traditional diesel. I can't compete, first of all, on the cost, and secondly, on the range. Diesel and bunker fuels and the like are quite energy dense, and ammonia compared to diesel about half the energy density. So if you could put ammonia in the trunk of a car, you'd get about half the range. You'll hear a lot right now about the hydrogen economy, billions of dollars put aside, partly in the Inflation Reduction Act, to promote green hydrogen hubs. The idea being is that we can stimulate more renewables that would go through electrolysis of water to produce hydrogen, which the theory originally would be piped all around the country, and God forbid that would ever happen, because you do not want hydrogen piped around the country. So what's a better way of carrying hydrogen? It's ammonia. Ammonia is only about 17% hydrogen, But when it's in its liquid form, it's actually more energy dense. So again, if you think about putting ammonia in the trunk of a car, you'd actually need twice as much again if it were hydrogen liquid. And you can see this in hydrogen cars that are trundling around in California. Very little space in those cars because they need so much hydrogen, to have any kind of meaningful range. Another thing about those vehicles, and this is another reason why I favor ammonia, ammonia is rather like the propane tanks that you might have in your backyard feeding your backyard grill. It's about 250 pounds per square inches if you choose to store it under pressure. Ammonia is about the same. You can store it at about 250 pounds per square inch. If you want to store it in larger volumes, we tend to use cryogenic storage. And that storage is about minus 30 degrees Fahrenheit, which is incredibly cold, obviously. Now compare that with hydrogen. If you wanted to move and transport the same energy value of hydrogen, it works out about 30 times more expensive. And the reason for that is that if you want to liquefy hydrogen, you need to cool it down to minus 253 degrees centigrade, which is not that far above absolute zero for those of you who remember your high school chemistry and physics. For the imperial measurements, it's about 480 degrees Fahrenheit negative. So that's pretty difficult to do. You can imagine that's hugely expensive. So what about pressurizing it as they do in these little Toyotas running around in California? Again, an ammonia tank would be rather like your LPG tank or your propane or your butane, about 250 pounds per square inch. There's two types of Toyota running around California, 4,000 pounds per square inch and 10,000 pounds per square inch. I do not want to be on the roads anywhere near a vehicle carrying that kind of explosive power in the trunk. So, back to ammonia. We can store it more easily. Again, for large volumes, we use cryogenic storage for 20, 30, 40,000 tons. It can easily be loaded onto barges, onto ocean-going vessels. That infrastructure is already there. There's about 188 million metric tons of ammonia produced and traded around the world every year. Over 20 million tons is moved by ships already. So there are export terminals, there are import terminals, there are ammonia-specific ships. In fact, going to barge vessels as well, Amogy, which is a joint venture between Aramco and a barge operating company, just last week demonstrated an ammonia-powered tug on the Hudson, I think. Some of the biggest shipping companies in the world, such as Wärtsilä and Maersk, have on order ammonia, or at least dual fuel ammonia vessels. So shipping is definitely the way forward, I think. As I say, I don't think cars will be for a while. As to your question, or your comment rather, that all ammonia is not the same, it is. Ammonia is ammonia is ammonia. Look at it under a microscope, a spectrum analyzer, whatever you like. It's one nitrogen, three hydrogens. There's no difference. But how it is treated is different. Whether it be grey, which is produced with natural gas and therefore has a carbon footprint, blue, which is again produced with natural gas, but you have to capture the carbon afterwards and do something with it, which I have my own gripes with, because are you using the carbon or are you sequestering the carbon? If you're using it, you're just saving it to release it another day, but that's another argument. Or it could be green, which has absolutely no carbon footprint, as we do. Now, the project we're developing is on the Victoria Barge Canal, a couple of hours drive southwest of here. And my job as a project, the head of project development, is to find suitable locations. And I would love to say that this was by my incredible intelligence and site selection skills, but by luck I found out that our new neighbours consume as much ammonia as we produce. Now, you would think, why don't we just pass our ammonia over the fence? They don't have to pay for green ammonia. We can just give them our ammonia over the fence, and we could sell it from somewhere else. In their case, it's produced in Trinidad. And that's 1,000 miles closer to where we need it to be for our customer. So carbon footprint-wise, that makes sense. Now, of course, we make green ammonia, and we attach a little certificate to say this is green. That goes to the person who's paying the green premium. So that's called book and claim. It happens all over the world. You know, you pay for a bioethanol in Beaumont, and somebody's actually made it up in Washington. You just buy the rights to it, you buy the certificate. Europe won't allow that. So they say it encourages fraud. So instead I have to watch ammonia, grey ammonia, being delivered up the canal to my neighbours, emptying into their storage tanks, and then we fill it up and return them back again to from where they came. So ammonia is going back up and down the canal. So when it comes to green credentials, ammonia is very much treated differently, although it's exactly identical. There could be variance in the water content, but that's just a given. Chemical grade is about 99.8%. So whether it be grey, blue, green, or polka dot, it is exactly the same thing.
Okay. Cynthia, we've heard from 2 fuel providers. What about everybody else in this supply chain of energy? What are they going to have to do to look at this multitude of fuel sources? Talking about ports and truck stops and everybody else. What do you see out there?
So if you combine all future fuels and future energy projects around the globe and you place them in a world map, what do you think you'll see? Probably over 1,000 projects being discussed from business case under construction today. So when I look at the map, and you can find IMO a website and see the map just for ammonia projects, you're going to see a risk board game from the late 50s. I think the transition to a new fuel global economy as well became, I think, an economy and economic and power race. And we're not 100% ready, in my opinion. It really depends on the type of the fuel, the type of transportation, the technology, the feedstock used, and the role of the government. So using ammonia as an example, MAA, which is a German technology provider, they are testing an engine fueled by ammonia. So talk about the velocity of burning ammonia. So it's actually 12 times lower than diesel. It requires 651 degrees Celsius to burn ammonia, initiate a combustion process. It takes, actually, they use diesel as a pellet to initiate the combustion process. So technology is not there yet, like 100% fully developed for the large vessels. M&A is stating, well, what we did with methanol back in 2015, we'll do the same with ammonia, hopefully by 2025 and 2026 to pretty much develop I'll have a commercial vessel in the market. So I think the question that we need to ask, we're probably not asking the question correctly, is that the question is, do we need to solve the greenhouse emissions, gas emissions? No, it's not. I don't think that's the right question. Do we need to find a solution that reduces emissions is also safe? Not yet. This is not the right questions yet. So we need to find a solution that reduces emissions. It's safe because ammonia has its hazards, right, and concerns, and also it is commercially viable. So ammonia, right now, if they will initiate a testing of ammonia engine filled with ammonia with 4 cylinders. They have been testing with only 1 cylinder since July of 2023. That will be the full scale testing ammonia as confirming that will be an option to use as a future fuel for the maritime industry. I believe that's possible. I think it will happen, but based on the studies and the data they have today and the recommendations in terms of making sure this is a safe solution, it can take up to 1,000 containers space in a commercial vessel. So it will probably continue to be a commercially viable solution. But I don't think we're 100% ready yet to have a large vessel filled with ammonia today. But I think we'll be probably roughly, I believe, by 27, 28. So there is no specifically, best of my knowledge, in the West, an ammonia policy for the maritime industry because the technology is still being developed. Most of the studies and analysis that have been conducted have been led by Asia, Singapore, with the support of the ABS. But I think in terms of what are we ready, I think we're probably ready for other options, but not yet for ammonia. But I think we will be.
Okay. All right, Matt, back to you. Because what Nestle does kind of piqued our interest. You aggregate used cooking oils and grease and things like that. And you produce drop-in diesel, but is that same feedstock used for sustainable aviation fuel?
It is.
And if so, how much of that feedstock is there, and which of those industries is going to win out in the battle?
So I think they're both going to be here. Right? I don't know if we could say one will win over the other. They both do exist, and they both need their low carbon solutions. They do use the same feedstocks, and we've seen there's been some studies for the past couple years that say right now there's probably around 30 million tons per year of feedstock available in what we these fats, oils, and greases, right? So that's used cooking oil, animal fats, technical corn oils, things like that. That 30 million tons will probably grow to 40 million tons by the end of the decade. And you can do some conversion math on how many, tons of feedstock make gallons of fuel and things. A couple things to note though. One, when you're making SAF, sustainable aviation fuel, you have to use renewable diesel as the base for that. So you're gonna start by making a renewable diesel and then turn that into SAF. But you're not turning all of it into SAF. So basically you're gonna take, I don't know, for rough numbers here, feedstock to diesel, 80%. Now that next block, when you go from diesel to SAF, there's a loss in that too. So you're making a portion of SAF, but you're still making a lot of diesel on the side as well. So they're never gonna be totally separated. And then you look at the future feedstock market, right now we're talking fats, oils, and greases. That's not the only technology that exists out there though. We're looking at things like lignocellulosics. So taking,
I'm sorry, you're looking at what?
Lignocellulosics. So forestry waste, crop waste, all that sort of stuff, right? So we would not use the same technology we use now, this hydro treating. It would be more, pyrolysis and Fischer-Tropsch and things, but we could still make the identical molecules at the end of the day. Now that feedstock pool is 10 times what we're looking at now with these fats, oils, and greases. Beyond that, we're still working on algae. Everyone's heard some of the larger companies out there have maybe given up on algae or pulled back investment. We're not. At our Singapore refinery, we have a feedstock technology center. I've seen their algae work there. It's really cool. They're doing good stuff. And then there's e-fuels. There's the carbon capture into, we call them e-fuels, but power to X, right? So renewable hydrogen with captured carbon, synthesizing that into whatever you want to make. So we're not just looking at these fats, oils, and greases, even though that's all that gets talked about right now. So, we're going to say both fuels, both products will be here, and we'll be able to support it.
So a frivolous question. Your company announced an agreement, I guess it was with American Airlines and McDonald's up at DFW, to produce sustainable aviation fuel from McDonald's. Will that fuel smell like French fries?
No. No, that's actually a really good question.
I just thought it'd be cool.
So if we were talking about biodiesel, yes, it could, because we're not breaking it down to that base molecule. When you get to the renewable diesels, the renewable hydrocarbons, they look like water, they smell like water, they're aromatic free. It literally looks like that bottle of water on the podium right there. So from a consumer standpoint, you'll never notice a difference.
Okay. So Lee, you went down to Victoria and you started building this ammonia plant.
Don't get ahead of yourself. We haven't built it yet.
Yeah, but you're working on it. What's it for?
Well, so
who's the customer? What mode of transportation?
So as Cinta mentioned, the ammonia technology or ammonia fuel technology is getting there, but it's not quite there. You mentioned for example, the flammability of ammonia and the high temperature, which is difficult to achieve. Plus, it's only flammable in a certain margin in the air, between 15 and 33% concentration in the air. So when they talk about ammonia as a fuel or ammonia on ships, people are saying, well, what would happen if there was a leak? Well, it is actually very, very difficult to light it. And in fact, there are some engines which use ammonia as the hydrogen carrier, and then they split it and burn the hydrogen as the fuel. So that's one way of approaching it. There is actually a spin-off company called First Ammonia Motors that is building an automobile engine which would burn ammonia using a little bit of hydrogen as a pilot light. But this is all something of a pipe dream, you could even say. It's almost a hobby on the side. Before 27, 28, whenever it might be that the big ocean-going vessels are around, there are plenty of organizations in the world, and certainly government entities, that have been, quite frankly, courting us. They've all got their own decarbonisation targets. There's only so many ways you can do that. And in fact, I mean, I can say our first off-taker for the first train is Uniper, German, owned by the German government. And their plan is to take it back to Europe and use it to generate power. But they would, as I said, they would crack it back to its component hydrogen first. Japan, Korea, various Asian countries have targets mostly kicking in around 2030, phasing out coal and the like. Chile also very, very reliant on coal, or has been, and they've got targets by 2030 to be burning ammonia with coal. And it's very little adaptation of an existing coal-fired power plant because the coal gives you the sufficient temperature to get the ammonia burning. So, long answer to your question, our customer is essentially the German government. You know, Germany got a bit ahead of themselves, shutting down nuclear power plants and then finding themselves reliant on Russia and Ukraine, even having to open up a couple of old lignite plants, mines recently. So they're desperate for alternative sources of fuel that also, well, actually, alternative sources, but actually complementing the little that they've got left of their own. And so this is what I mentioned before, how it would be so much better if we could use the ammonia that's being delivered out of Trinidad to our neighbours, because that saves us 1,000-mile carbon footprint. But the EU says no, that would encourage fraud. So instead I'm faced with this idea of, I watch the barge come up past me and fill up with ammonia at my neighbour. He then reverses, we fill him up again. He has to go down to deep water, unload our ammonia into a deep water tank, and then reload it to bring to our customer. If I were the barge operator, I would just hide around the corner for 12 hours and not do anything. But apparently the other way encourages fraud. So for now, everything's destined for Europe. But there are other industrial neighbours that are asking us now about what we might like to do in the future with expansion. There's lots of ammonia consumers around there, and if all they're doing is tasking themselves with a 5% decarbonisation, they don't have to buy a lot from us, and they're local.
Well, but before we let you pass on to somebody else, question from the audience about ammonia storage. Efficiency drops to under 40% versus 70% for hydrogen. How do those economics work?
So it depends whether you're talking volumetrically or gravimetrically. The fact is that when you compress or refrigerate hydrogen and compress or refrigerate ammonia, in their liquid forms, ammonia is actually more energy dense.
You agree with that?
Just I think basically, if you compare the size of an ammonia tank and the size of a hydrogen tank, and also the fact that you're going to probably have hydrogen release depending how you transport hydrogen. I think for the global hydrogen economy to happen, you need to have ammonia as a solution, as a carrier. I don't see a global hydrogen economy existing in the future without an ammonia as a solution to transport and trade the hydrogen. So we produce the hydrogen, you transform it ammonia, you arrive at your destination, turns ammonia into hydrogen, and that's how I think the economy probably will work and provide hydrogen strategic position in the market, in my opinion. But the problem with ammonia being used as a fuel, something that I have not mentioned at the beginning, when you're burning ammonia, you generate subproducts, which is nitrogen oxide and nitrous oxide. So nitrogen oxide is toxic, and nitrous oxide is 300 times more powerful to heat the planet. So when we talk about ammonia as a solution for a future fuel for the maritime industry need to be really cautious about it. And really, and I think the best solution is having different options. And I think all fuel types, I believe, can coexist. We say that fossil fuel is the villain today. I think it depends. I think that the technology advancements we have today is because of fossil fuel. I think fossil fuel still can exist. I will be definitely, probably the projections today is to reach roughly 25% by 2050, or maybe even more. But I think we need to make sure we have different options and manage the pros and cons of using ammonia or renewable diesel, sustainable aviation, etc.
Yeah, I agree completely. A couple of points with regard to NOx, for example, which is an emission, absolutely is an emission, a greenhouse gas emission, way more powerful, if that's the right word, than CO2 is. As you say, 300 times the effect. That's actually treated in the flue gas with something called SCR, selective catalytic reduction, which conveniently runs on ammonia, which is really handy. So we could be moving ammonia around the world, these 20 million tons of ammonia that get shipped around every year, using a bit of that ammonia to fuel the vessel. Oh, and by the way, we'll use a bit more of that ammonia to clean up behind ourselves. And so it's quite an interesting idea. The other thing as well that I didn't touch upon before was that we talked about the incredible pressures you need to store hydrogen, the incredibly low temperatures you need to store hydrogen. Hydrogen, as you may remember again, is the first of the elements. It's the smallest. Yes, it travels around in pairs, but nevertheless it's the smallest. It gets out of everything. It can find a way. There's no flange yet built that can hold hydrogen for very long. And in fact, there was a commercial shipment of hydrogen. I don't know if it was green, but from Australia to Japan a couple of years ago. And they lost about 15% of the inventory on the way. Just gets out. That's not to mention a little thing called hydrogen embrittlement. Over time, hydrogen will start to kind of rot its container. So again, I refer you back to those little Toyotas running around with 10,000 pounds per square inch of hydrogen in their trunks. Get rid of it after a couple of years. Don't hang on to it for too long. The original Haber-Bosch process, which produces ammonia, Haber and Bosch were given the Nobel Prize for Chemistry for effectively making bread out of the air. They actually had this problem with hydrogen. So they drilled holes in the vessels to let the hydrogen out. It was going to find a way anyway. You might as well let a bit of it out. They're called Bosch holes. It's this, you know, I would not want to be on a ship carrying hydrogen. And because of the pressure and temperature constraints, you can't carry anywhere near as much.
No.
So one thing you mentioned also about a lot of the innovations being kind of fueled by the fossil industry that was there first. You mentioned the SCR systems. That infrastructure already exists because we're using it in trucking, right? So from mid-90s until now, those NOx levels at the tailpipe have gone down, what, 99.6 or 8%, something like that? Well, the network for urea and the diesel exhaust fluid transportation exists. So you step right into what's already there.
Yeah, we're putting in our air permit application right now, and we're not quite de minimis, because that is actually a legal standard for air permits, but we're nigh on. There's really not a lot we produce, and we can treat the NOx with selective catalytic reduction.
All right, so let's talk about the various modes of transportation. Trucking's been mentioned. I think everybody agrees automobiles, local delivery trucks, those can be electric, and that's not a big problem. But long haul trucks, hydrogen will only work if the truck stops will be a fuel stop for hydrogen. Are the truck stops going to be willing to put in these cryogenic tanks for hydrogen, and how much is that going to cost? And does that make it an unrealistic fuel for long haul trucks?
Yeah, that's a great question. If I may, comparing that question with, for example, sustainable aviation fuel, it's about how costly it is to produce. So sustainable aviation fuel is from 3 to 5 times more expensive than producing diesel. If you have the government really supporting that solution and offering tax credits and hopefully across the supply chain, I think that is definitely a possibility. I believe heavy-duty trucks, I think renewable diesel is a good solution as well that could be considered. Right now, most of the hydrogen fuel stations, including renewable diesel, they are located in California, if I'm not mistaken. So that's the only state to have access to the network. I think someone mentioned before today, earlier, that is about a chicken egg situation, or I think we need to think more holistically. It's about what is a system we need to have in place that includes also access to fuel stations to make solutions or options or type of fuels more viable, if you will, for users, consumers, and producers as well. We think that, I think the critical problem to solve is we need to merge the climate change professionals, and they need to have a business mindset. And then if we have the business also understanding different ways we can help the climate and reduce emissions, if we can merge the two and have commercial viable solutions that help organizations to produce and sell in a competitive, with competitive price, I think we will definitely make more progress than we're making today.
So I guess my question though is, who's going to make those decisions? Because right now you have a trucking fleet, and a huge amount of that trucking fleet is owned by independent owner-operators.
Correct.
Their entire life savings are tied up in those rigs. They can't go out and buy a new hydrogen-fueled vehicle. So how, I mean, I'm just going to blurt it out. To me, the only thing that makes sense is something that's going to be a drop-in transitional fuel for that existing trucking fleet. And all this conversation about exotic fuels, I just don't see that happens in my lifetime.
So,
Matt, you want to jump in?
Yeah, to touch on what she was saying, it is a chicken and egg thing, right? And think about just all the alternatives that are out there right now. Say you're Cummins or Caterpillar or someone. They have their diesel engine core business, but now they also have their internal hybrid teams and their hydrogen teams and their natural gas teams, because they don't know which way it's going to go either. You know, even with hydrogen, is it fuel cell or is it combustion? And there's a lot of legislation we're seeing coming out of California first and then pushes elsewhere that tends to be focused on one pathway, build a battery, right? It's not, let's be carbon neutral. The goal is not zero, it's, well, we're also gonna ban all of this. I think that is also not good, because that removes some incentive for a chicken or an egg to move first when you're like, why would I invest in that? It's going to go away. So I guess it is a chicken egg thing. We need some sort of broader policies for it that's not saying you lose, you win. Just here's the goal, let's all go do it. I think that's going to have to happen before someone says, I'll write a check for that.
Yeah.
So we'll get off of trucking, because trucking's pretty much all in one country, at least in North America. Let's go to maritime. Maersk has ships currently either on order or in place that are fueled by what? 6 or 7 different fuels?
Yeah, they ordered 19 methanol vessels back in 2021. So they're trying different avenues.
So whatever gets decided though, if you fuel a ship with a certain fuel, no matter what it is, the ports are going to have that fuel available. And is it realistic to say that every port's going to have 6 or 7 different fuel sources available to the ships that call on that port?
I think I'm right in saying that many of them are actually dual fuels. They can be, you know, so for example, the ammonia vessels that Maersk has ordered.
We're working with some that are
Right.
LNG diesel dual fuel.
Right,
Yeah.
right, okay. But you know, a lot of the major ports, ammonia, methanol, you know, they're 2 of the most traded commodity chemicals in the world. It's everywhere. And it's not hugely complicated to introduce the infrastructure that would be necessary to fuel ocean-going vessels. If you want to start talking about, well, let's build an ammonia terminal and we want to rail it and we want to truck it inland, that's a whole different kettle of fish. But if you just want a tank and a loading arm on the port, it's not a big deal.
Yeah. If you look at the map of all the terminals that traded ammonia, you have so many globally that wouldn't be a problem. The problem with methanol is not the greenest solution.
Of course.
The reason why they made a decision of investing 19 vessels fueled by methanol is because at that time, of course, using ammonia as a fuel was not a reality. They announced months ago they purchased from ammonia carriers, not vessels fueled by ammonia yet. But if you look across all the investments in the globe, we have countries such as Egypt. They announced back in July, I think, of this year, 37 billion of investment in ammonia. So some countries are making some decisions what pathway or swim lane they will be focusing on. China is the largest producer of fertilizer. They use coal as the main source. But Asia as a whole, Japan, Singapore, and Korea, they don't have a lot of natural resources. So for them, it makes more sense to bet on ammonia as an option for their economy. So depending on the country and the natural resources you have and the productions you have, you're gonna pick a swim lane. For ammonia to be used also as a fuel in the maritime industry, you also need to figure it out two critical things. One is the safety procedures, crew experience and training, and also making sure the bunkering process is safe. So based on not real data, but some of the studies they have performed, if there is a leak or ammonia leak happening during the day or during the night or in Singapore or in Houston, that makes a difference in how a human being is exposed to ammonia. So ammonia is colorless, is toxic. Our body is made of 6% of ammonia. If you look at all the incidents that someone was exposed to ammonia, the death rate is extremely high, but that doesn't necessarily mean that ammonia is not a solution to be used as a fuel. We just need to be prepared as an economy in the industry to address when something, a bad situation might happen in the future.
Well, of course, those of us who have lived in Houston for very long remember an ammonia truck went off Highway 59 and killed 24 people because they were caught in that ammonia cloud. That's not to say I'm against ammonia, I'm just saying that people resist. So the bottom line question, and railroads are probably the easiest, simply because they're self-contained. They have their own fuel sources. They can decide whatever they want to do. Are you hearing anything about what railroads are looking at in this country? I know in Europe they're mainly electrified anyway.
I think that that option probably is the reality in the West, but not yet. I don't know much about the road options today, to be honest.
So this might be a little bit outdated, maybe 3 years outdated. I was working on a grey ammonia plant up in Washington State, and we took the decision that we were going to rail ammonia, and it's incredibly difficult. The insurance that's required by the rail operators with BNSF or whoever it is was so prohibitively expensive. Just by adding one single ammonia rail car into a unit train, you ended up paying pretty much all of the insurance for the vehicle. There's also very specific routes that can be used to ship ammonia. So for example, again in Washington State, we had to go all the way up one side of the Columbia Gorge and all the way back down the other, and then up to Seattle to get down to Longview, because those were the only places they considered were safe enough railways for us to use. Recently, Clovis, New Mexico, a project I was looking at, we established a route with BNSF that could get us the entire distance down to the Gulf Coast under what they call PTC, which is positive train control or positive track control, which is basically a remote controlled system to ensure that trains don't run away, trains don't slide back down the hill, those kind of things, and you cannot transport ammonia unless it's under those operating conditions. And even if you can do that, they'll make it so darn expensive that you won't want to.
Well,
so I imagine that, that makes sense.
That's in terms of transporting, but I'm talking about as a fuel, and of course, hydrogen is a hydrogen fuel cell on a railroad. If you go out and ask the general public, they say, well, diesel engines run trains. Well, no, diesel engine produces electricity that runs electric drive motors. Could hydrogen work the same way?
Well, as I said before, because of the issues we have with combustion of ammonia, most ammonia-fueled vessels that you're talking about will in fact be cracking it back to hydrogen. But the reason I mentioned the railways in that context was that given their reluctance to handle any ammonia whatsoever. But they are still open to handling arguably way more dangerous chemicals. I mean, we saw Palestine, was it Palestine last year, the derailment, chlorine dioxide, those kind of things are on the rail all the time. Why ammonia should be victimized or villainized in that way, I don't know. It just makes me feel that they'd be reluctant to handle it as a fuel. But yes, hydrogen, cracking ammonia back to its component hydrogen is a perfectly sensible way of
But I think to answer your
consuming it.
question about specifically railroad, I think electric, I believe if you look at the type of fuels, to me it makes more sense, a best solution today.
Okay, Matt, this one's for you. Okay. How do you see California's LCFS credit system spurring alternative fuels? Do you see hydrogen or ammonia being a significant part of that?
So I guess for anyone unfamiliar, California has this low carbon fuel standard program that says every year the state's total emissions need to drop by a certain amount. And as a fuel producer, an obligated party, if you're below the line, you generate credits. If you're above the line, you're negative credits, and there's a market that we trade credits on between each other. We can, because we have such low carbon intensity fuel, we generate a lot of credits, which helps us offset that much higher production cost that you mentioned. Because our feedstocks can be 2 to 4 times more expensive than a petroleum feedstock for diesel fuel. That is definitely driving more innovation, for sure. It's driving more producers to start making these alternative fuels. It's driving engine manufacturers to produce the engines for it. The market's a little weird right now. The credit value is not where it was 2 years ago, which is kind of putting a pause on some of these investment projects. People are just, you have the election coming up. There's new rules coming about credits from the IRS and things.
There's an election coming up?
I don't know if you heard, but yeah, you may keep heads up.
I try to avoid those things.
Yeah. So all of that plays together. So right now everyone's kind of paused until that's done. But I mean, California's been leading the way for 10 or 15 years with that program now. And now you have Oregon followed suit with their clean fuels program. Washington has theirs. New Mexico, of all places, passed one this past year. And then we're looking at the Northeast now, probably led by Massachusetts or New York, one of those. And then that's like the first domino that knocks over the region up there. Everything's going this way. It's just a matter of, these states are missing by 1 vote every time. They're really close. And the more states you get, the more you get, like I said, engine manufacturers willing to commit to do the R&D to really optimize for these new fuels or develop entire new powertrains. So, whether or not you agree with everything CARB and California do, the big picture like this, they're definitely driving everyone forward.
Okay. Lee, I think this one's for you. Why is pumping hydrogen around the country a problem? The UK pumped town gas 50%. I guess I can't really read that. Carbon dioxide, maybe? Or 50% hydrogen all over the UK.
Yep.
And you're from the UK.
Yep. Well, I mean, coal gas was abandoned in the late 40s, early 50s, I think. This is not the sole course. We also banned burning coal and wood in the cities, but pollution was greatly reduced when we got rid of coal gas and replaced it with natural gas. Not to mention lots of other things that changed, which is not appropriate to mention here. Hydrogen, as we explained, has to be under incredible pressure or extreme cryogenic temperatures. Just me installing an ammonia line from my plant to the dock, it's at least $1 million a mile, because you have to have the ammonia line, which is being kept at minus 30 degrees. You have a little line leading back, which keeps recirculating it to keep the line cool. If there's a low point and a high point, you get gas pockets. So you need another line picking up the gas, taking it back to the refrigeration, making it liquid again. Not to mention another line for instruments and electrical. So all of a sudden, $1 million a mile. Now, I mean, Texas is 5 times the size of Great Britain. So maybe we did do things like that in the past. But that was a chemical that was not eating away at its very container. It did not have to be kept at cryogenic temperatures. And quite frankly, if we'd never heard of natural gas and somebody said tomorrow, we're going to install a gas network and pipe it into your homes, I think a lot of people would say, are you crazy? Do you know, talking about, which way are we going to go, which fuel are we going to go, I'm seeing change. I went to the World Hydrogen Leaders Conference in May of 2022. And I guess I should have guessed that the clue was in the title, the World Hydrogen Leaders. All they wanted to talk about was hydrogen. And one brave soul from the port of Corpus Christi put his hand up and said, it's kind of tricky stuff to handle. Shouldn't we be thinking more about ammonia? He was quickly shut down. One hand went up in the audience. What does hydrogen embrittlement mean? Too complicated for now. We'll talk about it later offline. Now, First Ammonia has been an invited guest the last 2 years. When ammonia was almost a curse word at the World Hydrogen Leaders, now really, it's one and the same. We talk about hydrogen, but it's kind of acknowledged we'll be moving it as ammonia.
Okay, so clearly this is a complex topic. Let's go back to the very beginning as kind of we wrap up here. As I mentioned, in history, all modes pretty much use the same. Now they're not going to. 2 questions. For each mode, who's going to make the decision? Is it going to be government? In the past, it's been basically markets, technology. I mean, railroads switched to diesel electric because it was more efficient than steam. I mean, it didn't take a government telling them to do that. So is the market going to win out, or is the government going to win out? And of course, that depends on which country you're talking about. And then all these fuels can't win. There's only a certain transport market big enough for maybe 1 or 2. So who are the winners going to be? Matt's laughing.
One of you guys want to go first?
I'll chip in if you don't. I'm sorry, Nico.
Go by mode, though. I want each mode: rail, truck, air.
I think so. In terms of who's going to win, I think technology should drive. So if you don't have technology that's fully developed, you're not going to have a commercial viable product. So technology should be definitely the first on the list. And then the role of the government is definitely critical because, for example, the government has approved the hydrogen hubs. Hughes is one of them. So in order for you to advance technology, you need to have the support of the government. And then I'd say the third one would be the industry itself, the companies making the decisions to make the investments based on their existing facilities and the strategy they have for each country and type of fuel. I think railroad, just short answer to your question, I think it will be electric. I think for a matter of time, I think it will be a mix between ammonia, methanol, and what we have today. Aviation, I think it's increasing. So if you compare, Matt and I were talking earlier today, if you compare sustainable aviation fuel production, it's 5 times more or 3 times more-ish comparing today and 5 years ago. United Airlines is in the top of the list in terms of agreements to purchase sustainable aviation fuel. So I think SAF has a long way to go, but I think 30, 20 years from now, I think will definitely be potentially number 1 solution for aviation. And heavy trucks and transportation, I bet on electric and hydrogen. But also have a place for diesel, renewable diesel, and other options. I think would be just, as you mentioned, as you asked the question, would be a collection of options, but we're going to have the 2 preferred options for each type of transportation.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm not going to break it down necessarily by mode of transport, although I still believe, as I said before, aviation is not appropriate for ammonia. Because you're going to have to crack it to produce the hydrogen, you're going to have a significant amount of hydrogen stored on the plane, so it all becomes a little tricky to me. I think whoever decides which way we go, and then I'm sure there will be a combination of a smorgasbord, if you like, of different fuels that we can all use depending on what's available and what suits us. I think it's going to be a combination of governmental carrot and stick. So, for example, right now, as part of the Inflation Reduction Act, green hydrogen receives a tax credit of $3 per kilogram. And when you consider there's, 175 kilograms of hydrogen per ton of ammonia, that's a tax credit of over $520, $530 on a product that if it were grey, i.e. produced by natural gas, right now on the Gulf Coast is about $400. So we're getting a premium built in before the customer's even touched it. I think not only will there'll be an element of government at carrot and stick, there will of course be the consumer, and that will have some sway on the on the final selection, albeit probably not the right one. I mean, I liken it to the famous Betamax VHS debate. VHS won out, and it clearly wasn't the better one. So I don't know we'll make the right decision.
You've stolen my closing line.
Did I? I picked your pockets before.
So I think, sorry, we done?
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, sorry. I think some markets like marine and things, it just makes more sense to have these different fuels because you're fueling at a port. You're not having to worry about hundreds of thousands of fueling locations around the country. You can have much more centralized, larger infrastructure. So that, to me, that makes total sense. Rail, I see that being some sort, obviously combustion with electric drive on, just like it has been, maybe a different fuel. Trucking, I think it depends what you're looking at. Medium duty type stuff, hub and spoke, it makes more sense to do the alternative fuels where you're coming back to a home base at night and you're not having to necessarily build out a nation's infrastructure overnight. For the longer over the road stuff, I see the diesel being there for a long time because it is drop in, and like you mentioned earlier, there's a lot of owner operators that are not Ryder and Penske in these huge fleets, right? So there's a bigger thing there, and I think the longest one that's going to hold on how it is right now is SAF, just because one, the safety factor for an airplane is so much greater than these other things. You can't pull your airplane to the side of the road, right? There's not going to be some experimenting with something crazy on an American Airlines plane, and whether or not it's government or other, I think it's going to be both. I think we need the incentives in place to get the producers to make the fuels. But there's also large companies out there with their own sustainability goals now that they're saying, you mentioned the book and claim. If we produce the gallon of fuel that has a carbon credit associated with it, we keep that because we go trade that. We can't also let our customers say, I reduce my GHG because you get into this double counting of credits and the fraud and things you mentioned. But now there's companies saying, what does that credit cost me? I'm going to take it off your hands, give it to me so I can go claim that. And that starts driving a different lane of decisions also.
All right. Just in terms of wrap up, I said he stole my line. Sony invented Beta and VHS. And,
I missed one.
No, they decided Beta was the better technology. Oh. How many of you have Beta tapes? I didn't think so. I still have one too. But then they said, okay, this is the better technology, we'll let other people do VHS. Well, as a result, VHS took the market, even if it wasn't the better technology. And they've all been replaced. So this whole conversation up here is probably all going to be replaced in 10 years by something totally different, and we have to keep that in mind. So in a shameless plug, as we wrap up, what we want to do here at the Baker Institute Center for Energy Studies is use the expertise that's here to talk about what are the potential fuel sources for each mode, how much can be produced, and if not enough to cover the whole world, then which mode's going to win out. And that's going to be a fascinating topic to take on, and I'm excited about it. So this panel has given us a good start. Please join me in thanking them for being here today.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. If you'll make your way to your chairs, we'll get started here. We have a absolutely fantastic panel on LNG for you. I don't want to spend too much time on introductions as there's too much wonderful material to cover. But I will say all three of my panelists I've known for quite a long time. Anatol and I have worked together as long as you've been at Cheniere, I think.
Right.
And Anatol is now Chief Commercial Officer and at Cheniere. And Julie Mayo, my former partner, is now Chief Legal Officer and a Senior Vice President at Semper Infrastructure. And Dr. Medlock, you may have heard of. He's very common here at the conference, so I won't bother with him. We've known each other quite a while here, even more than the 8 years since we started doing this conference together. So maybe to start off for our panelists, LNG is a market, been around my career, I've been doing it over 20 years, and when I started, I was assured that no one had ever heard of it. It was a very small market. Basically in Asia, some ships went around from Indonesia to Japan and Brunei and a few other places, and that was LNG, and no one was really doing much. It wasn't too interesting. Today, I think you've all heard about it because it's become quite a global market, and really the question is, how global a market is it? This is an industry that currently, to build a liquefaction plant, can, depending on the size, can be, let's say, $8 to $12 billion, somewhere around that, for a large-scale infrastructure and facilities and all that, without any upstream investment associated with it. And you need long-term contracts to make that happen. So 15, 20 years for 90, 80, 90, 95% of the volume of the offtake of the plant. If that's the case, and now it's grown from this tiny industry to a huge global industry, what's changed? We price it off of local gas markets, or maybe an LNG price in Asia, or a gas price or an LNG price in Europe, but certainly not a global price, something like oil or LPG that reflects a price plus some contract transportation differentials, something like this. How big is the LNG market, and maybe how global is it? Are we at a place where it's going to be a commodity that you can have globally whenever you need it, and you know that the market's going to deliver it, and you don't have to do long-term contracts? How close are we to that kind of liquidity? Anatol, why don't you? So we just go down the line here.
Well, in the remaining 45 minutes. Thanks, Jason. Thanks for having us. Always a pleasure to participate in this. It has grown quite a bit, to Jason's point. It has roughly doubled every decade. 20 years ago, it was a 100 million ton market. Today, it's a 400 million ton market. It's still, in many ways, a very niche market. LNG is about 3% of global primary energy. It works really well for our companies in the large scale, world-class kind of facilities, standardized tanker sizes, moving it from A to B. But the thing that the U.S. model brought to bear, what Cheniere kind of pioneered and the U.S. has scaled up very successfully, is the ability to bring the volumes essentially any place in the world that has a receiving terminal, and the number of places that have receiving terminals has grown dramatically. We have delivered at Cheniere our product to 40 countries now. There are about 50 that can import. Certain countries we cannot import to, like the United States and some others. But it has grown a lot. It is still a fairly bespoke product. There are different solutions. You mentioned long-term contracts. We are first and foremost an infrastructure business that is in Julie's company's name as well. We signed these long-term contracts. That contracted cash flow underwrites our investment, and we provide that service. As Jason said, for the next decade plus, about 95% of our volume that we expect to produce is committed against those long-term contracts. We use that to finance the projects. But in the rest of the world, especially a number of these legacy suppliers that you mentioned, the model is quite different. The upstream resource is integrated into the project. The major companies that promulgate these projects at times don't subscribe to this long-term contracting model and prosecute those projects differently. Even a transaction that is in process here that is led by a major Australian company purports that it will not, in fact, have a large portfolio of these long-term contracts. So the very homogeneous world of LNG of 25, 30 years ago is becoming less homogeneous, but still for us at Cheniere, it is a long-term contracted infrastructure value proposition first and foremost.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Anatol. Thank you, Ken, for having me again. So I'll take it from a legal perspective because that's my very favorite perspective, and I think that contracts really drive the world and everything, and unbeknownst to the rest of you, lawyers are really kind of running the show back here. But but I think that, you know, I remember, Jason, talking about kind of the history of the development of some of this. I remember when we first negotiated and drafted swap and substitution language into long-term LNG sale and purchase agreements.
and it was in the mid-2000s, and it was kind of this big shift in the market, right, where we were thinking about changing from point to point, right? You just run a milk run, or just run a single ship, right, from here to there and back again, and that was the deal. And opening up that opportunity really did change a lot of things, and I think it happened to coincide with a lot of other developments in the market. I think that fundamentally, it still is, as Anatole was describing, particularly for US LNG projects, be they greenfield or brownfield, a long-term contract market, but we're certainly seeing the development of a very robust short-term and secondary market, and that had really kind of started. And then there was a new wave of LNG projects, and then I suspect, much like you're seeing, that in the US and other parts of the world, we will see that shift as well. Right. I also think the barrier to entry question, the capital investment that's involved in an onshore project, I think that's another interesting point, because we are seeing alternatives to that. I think that's part of what has helped to expand the number of countries where we have regas terminals and the different types of opportunities that are available, and I think that also really impacts the market.
Both your companies, neither one of you has any reserves. Neither one of you was in the oil and gas business, and so even the barrier to entry from pre-2011, right. Those were all oil company or national oil company, international oil company consortiums, and it involved gas assets. And
you
now
just stole my point number 4,
I took
which
it.
is, and see, this is why I couldn't sit next to you. But that's another thing that I think is a differentiating factor, is that the U.S. had long had a liquid natural gas market, right? It was one of the things that was a real distinguishing factor for the U.S. compared to other parts of the world, particularly where you had these, big gas fields, and you were just pulling it out of the ground and then monetizing it. And now that concept and that idea and that, the liquid pricing points and all of that has really kind of spread around the world, which I think also creates a lot of opportunities that did not exist before. So.
Absolutely.
So this is a fun conversation, because I'm looking out here at my colleague Peter Hartley, and he and Bob Brito, I think it was in 2002, you published this article in the Energy Journal talking about how the market will fundamentally shift, well before anybody was talking about flexibility. And really what they did is just lean in on basic economic principles. And very simple sort of way to think about the distance of trades and how swaps would ultimately become profitable, because you minimize transportation costs, maximize value of cargoes, and nobody likes to leave money on the table, really what it boils down to. So it's fun to hear, the discussion on the stage here, because it really does remind me.
We lawyers have finally got around to catching up to the economists.
It's interesting, and I remember them actually sending me this piece where I was working at the time and asking for my thoughts, and I said, yeah, that's kind of what we're predicting will happen. And it was kind of interesting. It's also interesting to hear about the sort of move to a more at-risk model, right? Some of that also follows from expansion of liquidity in the marketplace. So the deeper and more liquid a market gets, the less risk there is from entry. And so that's one of the things that you've seen beginning to evolve in the LNG space. It happened in pipeline gas markets in North America a while ago, right? But you're talking about a much different, deeper, more liquid marketplace. But as LNG continues to expand, I think you'll see more of what you've seen in the US and North America more generally begin to spill out into the global marketplace, because once you let the genie out of the bottle, you can't put it back in.
Interesting. Well, let me hang with you for just a second, because in the LNG business right now, all I've seen is like demand go like this, and of course LNG projects are like, they move in stair steps. But both of them have been going up and to the right. Demand and supply will sometimes be a little bit above, day on demand, but on the whole, demand is above supply at almost every point. And yet, I hear from people not in the LNG market that gas has this limited future and it's not going to be around and we might not need it in 20 years or 30 years. And I watched your presentation this morning, which is excellent, by the way. Those of you who missed it, go back and watch it. Talking about how there has been no slowdown in any commodity, energy commodity. It's all been up and to the right as far as how much of it is needed. Are we reaching any plateau? Do you see any signs of any limit to LNG or gas growth? I guess it was limited to LNG, as gas is very local, right? So what do you think?
So, gosh, I'm going to go back to a lot of the modeling work we've done here. One of the things we always try to get our heads around for LNG first is what is the market potential? And this was directly related to some work that we actually did for the Department of Energy back in 2015, looking at the public interest of LNG exports. And we would really have to flex what was going on in the rest of the world to drive LNG exports into, you know, realms higher than what we're seeing now, but what a lot of people think will come to pass. And that was really because of competition between US gas and other gas supplies, competition between gas and other fuel sources, so a lot of things going on. I don't think any of that's really changed. So, you know, if you're gonna develop an LNG export facility or get into that business, it's gotta have commercial legs. For the gas business in general, there is still significant room for growth. If you think about, and I actually showed some of this morning, but if you think about what's been going on in the coal space globally, places where you've seen a decline in coal use, that is directly connected to the legacy infrastructure in those, particularly in the US and Europe. It's really where you've seen most of the decline in coal. The reason for that is the last time there was a major build out of coal-fired infrastructure in those regions was 1978 to 1982, that kind of time frame. And a lot of that stuff was built with a 40-year life in mind. Where are we? Right, we're at the tail end of that. And you, in the US in particular, you're in a position where you've got really cheap gas and renewables are growing, so why would you add coal, right? Just on economic basis alone, you don't need to worry about emissions. It doesn't make sense. And so when you look at the rest of the world, you look at China, India, they're still adding coal, but they're adding everything. At some point, some of the local environmental concerns will become very binding, and you'll actually start to see restrictions on local construction mount. And what that means is you'll work through that legacy infrastructure and you begin to retire it, but you're going to replace it with something cleaner. I think that's where gas actually has a really significant role to play going forward.
Interesting. Well, since the U.S. has been at sort of the white-hot center of LNG, certainly for the last 15 years, I mean, some would say it's displaced a lot of projects that would have occurred elsewhere. I think that's exactly right. Maybe we'll talk about that and some of the challenges here. We have our two panelists here are probably they're from gold standard companies. Sempra Infrastructure and Cheniere are amazing in the number of facilities, both new and brownfield facilities and expansions, and they've just done amazing things in growing LNG in the U.S. But this isn't 2018, 2016, 2012. We're in kind of a new era, and we've started to hit some challenges. And I'd mention three, and you can take them whichever order, whichever one interests you. But I think three that people around the business would mention: the DOE's pause on non-FTA approvals, the very odd vacation by the Fourth Circuit of the permit, the FERC permit for next decade and for Texas LNG, and whether that applies to just them or anyone else, and then the EU's very interesting methane regulations that they just published. And so maybe those are three like new challenges to the business. I think maybe talk about those or any other challenges and how you think US LNG will respond, how Cheniere will respond.
There are always new challenges to the business. In the late aughts and early teens, when the crazy idea of exporting this resource came up, I would say the biggest challenge was explaining to the world what a Henry Hub was, right? Yeah. And these new commercial terms and destination flexibility and how we're going to develop these projects without owning any resource. So those were pretty big challenges. Permitting 1.0, the DOE studies 1.0, Dr. Medlock's DOE studies 2.0, et cetera, et cetera. There are always challenges. We DOE pause-wise, we've said at Cheniere that we do not expect it to materially affect our timing. We think that we proceed with an expansion of our Corpus Christi expansion that's under construction now in 25. We do think that another study was long overdue. I mean, if any of us gathered here 5 years ago, by the way, I also meant to say that I plan to be here for the 28th and the 38th conference.
There you go. All right, there's your answer. That was the better answer, kid.
Aim high. If anybody 5 years ago told us that we would be well underway to exporting 25 BCF a day, and we wouldn't blink twice, and NYMEX prices would be between $2.50 and $3, the same place they were in 2016 when we started our first train at Sabine Pass, I think a number of us would have been incredulous. To jump to your third question, now everything that we know about methane science and emissions, to not incorporate that in our public interest determination would also, in our view, be incorrect. Like, we need to have a comprehensive assessment of what this means with good, transparent data on emissions, and that's something that we at Cheniere and we, the industry, have been working towards for 6 years and counting now. We've made a dent in it, but there's still a tremendous amount of work to do. So we welcome this additional engagement with the DOE. I have no comment on the DC Circuit Court and its activities, but we're dealt a very good hand. We have a great resource. I get lectured sometimes by some of our European counterparties on regulatory uncertainty and policy decisions, and there's only so much of that lecture that I can take, but we always are navigating different challenges and expect to be successful navigating them for the Corpus expansion and for the Sabine expansion in 26.
I feel like
you do the DC Circuit Court
I
thing.
was going to say, first of all, everybody's stealing my notes, and second of all, no, I will look at it maybe from a little bit more of a legal perspective, because the thing that all three of Jason's points had in common, coming from a lawyer, was regulatory uncertainty, right? So all of that touches on what is the appropriate regulatory regime, what are the appropriate regulatory standards, and how are we going to enforce it, whether in the courts or otherwise. So if we want to start with the DC Circuit Court, they've been quite active. They've made things quite exciting for lawyers. There had been for quite some time, right, a little bit of pressure on FERC to take a position, right? Do something on GHG emissions. Tell us what you're going to do. Tell us what it's going to look like. Those particular certificates had kind of bounced back and forth a couple of times, trying to get FERC to do the thing that everybody had been wanting FERC to do. And I think the DC Circuit, particularly in a post-Chevron, Loper-Bright area where administrative deference has really taken a hit, felt empowered and felt a little bit like, we've told you what we want you to do, and now we're going to make you do it. And so I think it was just a slightly, it was just a different approach to that regulatory process. And I do think that it plays differently depending on the project. Every project, as those of us who are project developers know, has different risks, different considerations. And so I don't think that this is a big blow, generally speaking, to the LNG industry. I think these are issues that are going to be resolved. FERC has already put forth a schedule to do the supplemental EAs for these projects. So I think there is a path forward here. It might not be on the time scale that is most appealing to some of the folks that are lending money into these projects, but there is a path forward to address this. EU methane regulations, I would say, is just kind of the other big point. That's another place where there's a lot of uncertainty. And it's, on the one hand, you understand what the EU is trying to do. It's something that's kind of sort of similar to what the DC Circuit Court has said, right? They've said, we would like to see methane intensity go down.
and we would like to kind of dictate what the approach should be there and what the requirements should be. But on the one hand, the EU is saying we would like to have more US LNG. On the other hand, there's a regulatory structure being put in place that is in a lot of ways anathema to the entire construction of the US natural gas market. So there has to be a reconciliation there. And I think we're still in very early days, and we need to understand what that's going to look like. There are reporting obligations that are going to start before we really have criteria. And so we're kind of going to be building the airplane as we're flying it, I think. But there are things that we can be doing now, and we're certainly looking at exactly what we're going to do. You know, this impacts gas supply in the US, it impacts selection of technology, it impacts the partners that you pick. And so I think all of those things are important for us to be thinking about now, because the EU is a very large destination market for US LNG, and so we can't just ignore it. And to Anatol's point, I think it is a valid effort, and we just have to think about how we get there.
For those of you that are not familiar with it, the methane regulation just came out, and they basically say we're interested in what are the methane emissions from the production of natural gas. Not from the pipe, not from the LNG plant, not from the ship, from the production of the gas. And we want you to report those, which sounds like a fairly uncontroversial concept. Like, we want to know what's the methane intensity of the gas, how much is being lost and not flared. And then you say to yourself, okay, well, what if we don't have the information? They say, well, we're going to fine you. Oh, that's good. And it was made by someone who literally, I think, sat in a room and maybe read a book about LNG one time, because they took no complexity of the US market, where there is an absolute disconnect. Even the world's largest, the largest gas buyer in the US is just right here. And there's a trading of molecules on pipes every single day. Even if you buy from someone, you don't know necessarily exactly where it came from. So.
Yeah, so just to pick it up where Jason teed it up, we have been, we at Cheniere have been looking at this honestly in earnest since about 2018. We started exports in early 16, unveiled our climate principles, and have made tremendous amount of headway on this. But as Jason points out, we have production from order of magnitude 1.3 million wells, right? A nice project in the East Africa can be producing its gas from 4, 5, 6 wells, right? And they're all owned by that facility.
And directly contracted with the owner of the gas.
Physically directly going into. So we on any given day buy from 70 to 100 different producers/entities. We move this stuff on a little over a couple dozen different pipeline systems. What's unique in our case, and we'll soon be joined by Julia and her projects, when we started off in this, we said we're going to control this gas value chain. All of the other projects in those waves, until Venture Global came along, used a tolling model where the capacity holder was responsible for the gas procurement. So we're in a unique position operationally to date of actually controlling that infrastructure and buying those molecules. Our guys have mapped all of the unique ways that we do that. It's about 2,000 of them. And we have, a handle on how this stuff comes into our system, how it flows, and are making good progress on figuring out these emissions profiles. But as Jason said, on any given day, about a third and up to about half of the volume comes from marketers, and we have no idea where they source the molecules. So what the guys in Brussels wrote, North America simply cannot comply with in terms of the letter of the law. None of the contracts that we have are subject to that strict compliance, because that came into effect on August 4th or 6th or something. So, but still, there's a best effort basis. And as Julie said, we completely agree with the intent and the direction and the goal of this to figure out what the profile of the product is and work to reduce it. We're all aligned on that. The mechanisms that Brussels embedded are not compliable for a North American project.
So Kenneth, we talked about some of these particular challenges. From your perspective, what do you think are some of the challenges for the U.S. for growing U.S. LNG, the fourth wave, as it were?
That's a great question. I mean, ultimately, it comes down to what is the appetite longer term in Asia. I'll just be blunt, because that's really where the growth market is. Europe, up until February of 2022, was not a destination market. It was a market of last resort. LNG cargoes typically landed there because there was nowhere else for them to go. But Ukraine was invaded by Russia. Gas supplies were subsequently shut down, and that changed the entire landscape. So now it's hard to envision Europe not needing LNG for the long term, but the competitiveness of U.S. LNG into that space versus Asia, particularly given expansion plans in Qatar, for example, and other places, I think remains to be seen. I think it's likely that in terms of growth, we're talking about an Asia-specific type of destination. So it really comes down to what is the uptake in Asia. Based on a lot of the work we've been doing, we think that's actually pretty robust. That means U.S. LNG is going to have to compete with other sources of supply into that market. But U.S. LNG enjoys a really unique sort of set of circumstances, right? First of all, you've got really cheap gas supply. You're not, as a developer of an LNG export facility, as already been outlined, you're not married to a well site, which allows you a lot of fungibility on the buy side to move gas through the facility. And oh, by the way, something that a lot of the previous analyses of long-term LNG viability from the U.S. have missed. The oil sector in this country has triggered a landslide of associated gas that a lot of people just 15 years ago were not anticipating.
That's how we could have the same price and
exactly.
loads more
That's
volume.
Exactly right. So
Marcellus
and
associated.
Yeah, I mean,
exactly.
You get into a situation where you start to realize, all right, U.S. natural resource prowess is actually conveying multiple benefits, not just on the side of we have a lot of natural gas, but we have a lot of associated gas that, I mean, hell, if you go back to the late 90s, there was virtually no associated gas production in this country. So it is a seismic shift, literally, in the way we think about the gas supply situation in this country.
And all that associated gas needs is
infrastructure,
pipeline,
yes,
to get it from where it is
yes.
to the LNG plants.
That is the irony of all of this, right? So we're talking about methane emissions and flaring. There are projects that could substantially benefit from the ability to move more associated gas to points of offtake. Yet getting that infrastructure developed is not the easiest thing in the world to do. And the irony is if you developed it, you actually do end up reducing flaring. I mean, that's actually been shown in various studies, one of which has been done by a colleague of mine, but it's pretty straightforward.
I mean, that's another recent court decision that is really relevant to this exact point, right? The ability to develop pipeline infrastructure under the Natural Gas Act, because there was a recent case where it was determined that precedent agreements with local distribution companies, kind of historically the gold standard, right? These are utilities, were deemed not to satisfy the requirement for convenience and necessity under the Natural Gas Act for the awarding of a certificate. So that's another very interesting case
would make
that's
you wonder
out there.
What does meet the requirement.
It really does. It begs the question of, if not that, then what, right? What do we have to show to satisfy that standard? Right. So I think that's another interesting question that's out there that does, strike fear in the hearts of many a pipeline developer, I suspect.
Yay, intrastate Texas.
Yes,
no
intrastate
kidding.
Texas is where it's at right now.
Another advertisement for the state of Texas right here. So maybe one more in the challenge. This one came from the audience, but it sounds eerily similar to a question that I was wondering about myself. There's a lot of discussion of data center growth. Like data centers are going to grow, and to have the data centers, you can't just do renewables, and then same problem with renewables and intermittency with data centers, especially. So what can we use? Well, we can use nuclear, that's a ways off. There's hydros not everywhere. Okay, that's not necessarily, we're not going to do coal. So it brings us back to natural gas. And a lot of people believe that data centers, the growth of sort of multi-gigawatt data centers, which apparently we need an enormous number of, is going to consume a lot of natural gas. Is that a threat to the cheap available supply of natural gas for LNG exports? Anybody who's interested in that topic?
Yeah, I would say over the last year, I have not had an investor meeting that didn't ask that question.
I'm last with the good questions as usual.
The battle cry from some aspects of the North American market is very, let's say, North American myopic, right? I can rattle off 24 places in the world that are seeing a very similar dynamic. And from a self-serving LNG infrastructure solutions provider standpoint, one of my favorite rules of thumb is 1 gigawatt of combined cycle power run at a little more than mid-merit or baseload uses 1 million tons of LNG. And when we talk about China building 45 gigs, it won't be the US hyperscalers that are building data centers there, but they're building their own data centers. Our hyperscalers are building in Singapore and Malaysia, in Thailand and Philippines, in Japan, et cetera, et cetera. Domestically, all of this development, which will happen, some of these hockey stick projections are just idiotic. You simply cannot have the amount of equipment, turbines, transformers, high voltage copper, et cetera. Like you want to put in an order for a 345 kV copper line, your delivery is in year 12, right? So all of these things will constrain that growth. It will be concentrated. It will be in certain parts of the world. You guys were talking about associated gas. I chimed in, I apologize for that. With the growth of the Marcellus gas production, which has gone from 0 to 35 BCF a day and will not grow anymore, in my opinion, because what crazy person will bring to their board the potential investment for another interstate pipeline that Julie already mentioned? This is what happened against an existing pipeline that miraculously was built and is operating. You all probably have come across Mountain Valley Pipeline that was 5 years late and 3 times over budget. What's the next one, right? However, if you build this stuff in pockets of the Marcellus, in Northern Virginia or close to Northern Virginia, it can't be accessed by this additional production. It simply will not compete with the product that Julie and I bring to market, which is a US Gulf Coast, and then Julie has a West Coast Mexico project as well, but also feeds largely molecules from Texas. And whatever the case is, that commodity for us is a pass-through. So our customers do wear that risk. We need our customers to believe in the long-term, sustainable, affordable commodity price here, but it is not an economic headwind for us as we pass that through. So I believe there will be additional demand for data centers. I believe it will be pockets, and it is as much a global theme as it is a North American theme.
You guys have obviously been modeling this. I'd be willing to.
Well, yeah. So a couple of points that Anatol made that I would just sort of second. First of all, these data centers, particularly if they're going to be fueled by natural gas power, are going to look for the cheapest source of power, which means they're de facto looking for the cheapest source of gas. And so thinking about having them sited in West Texas or North Texas, guess what's happening? There are large commercial real estate developers that are doing exactly that. Why is that? Well, because we mentioned associated gas. Well, gas in the Permian is often negative. So you're talking about creating demand pull in a region where it needs it, quite frankly. That does not disrupt the flow of gas on existing infrastructure to facilities in the Gulf Coast. And I would argue it's not even going to have bearing because of where the pipeline interconnects and gathering systems are for delivery to the West Coast, right? So you have to realize that, yes, we talk about the North American market, but it's not a Henry Hub price, right? There are multiple prices all over the place. And if you go back 25 years, the price up in the Mid-Atlantic at places like Leidy, and they were higher than the Henry Hub price. That's no longer the case, right? So what that tells you is that if there's an opportunity to create demand in the region, there will be uptake. So I second that point. Tomorrow, there's going to be a lot of discussion about data center growth because the first half of the day is really just focused on electric power. And you're going to hear a lot of comments about this. I'm going to hazard a guess. I don't know for sure, but you'll hear a lot of seconding of what Anatol said. Some of these projections are a little bit overblown.
You always hear a lot of seconding. He's not usually far off the mark. All right, last question. I think for those of you whose questions I didn't get to, apologies. We'd like this just went like that as I thought it would. But a last question, really in the administration, whether we're going to have a new administration, and it looks like it's either going to be Trump or Harris. In the past, regardless of Republican or Democrat, there's been a lot of support for LNG. Like, it doesn't matter which group. There's been different kinds of support, but LNG has just sort of steamed through a number of administrations. Is any of that going to change depending on who wins this election? Let's go this way.
Jason points out very nicely that we have managed to navigate this through a number of administrations and a number of cycles. We don't expect that to change. I think a lot more depends on the overall composition of government. Again, we touched on the DOE process that we are supportive of. It has been historically a very robust process. We think that will give us good guidance on what the future rules of the road are and how projects will be promulgated. It's not getting cheaper, it's not getting easier, but it's all navigable for large infrastructure providers, and we're optimistic that either administration will ultimately be supportive, but with different conditions and different rules of engagement. So we remain resolute in our view that ultimately we deliver a product that is in the public interest, does create a better world, and as long as we're focused on reducing the life cycle emissions profile and doing it transparently and scientifically, we're going to be at this for a very, very long time.
Thanks for making it socially acceptable for me to say I agree with Anatol.
Yeah, exactly.
So I do agree with
Empowerment's
everything.
my game.
It really is. It really is very freeing to just be able to say that. I think I agree with everything that Anatol has just said. And again, I'll kind of come back to the lawyer in me. I think there's a hope that we do see some reduced regulatory uncertainty in the event of either administration. I think, election years are always a little bit challenging, and so I think we're hopeful that, I think industry has been quite clear that regulatory uncertainty is not good for business. And I think if we're going to continue to have a history where no matter the change in administration, where there is a path forward for natural gas and LNG, then that path forward needs to include resolving the regulatory uncertainty that exists today.
So regardless of administration, one clear and demonstrable benefit of U.S. LNG exports has been related to energy security. Hasn't come up yet in the discussion, but if you need proof of that concept, imagine if the Ukraine issues had all transpired in 2013.
Yeah.
It's a very different world that unfolds. The fact that you have LNG that's delivered FOB and ultimately is flexible because it's injected into a portfolio of supplies that can chase the highest price adds tremendous security value because you inject flexibility into the marketplace. That is not lost on U.S. diplomats. U.S. State Department understands this very well. U.S. administrations, regardless of who's in office, understands this very well. In fact, you saw the current administration make pronouncements that we would definitely ship more LNG to Europe in the wake of the invasion. Now, to be clear, they don't have any ability to do that, right? But they understood the rules of the game, right? So it was a very easy thing to say.
But this is the same administration that gave us the pause as well.
Of course, but it's an election year. I'll just
give it and take it away.
Look, and in truth, the pause has not affected the development of existing projects. Right. And this is actually where I get back to a question, and before I ask this to all of you, actually. When you think about the pause, first of all, it didn't affect existing projects, but in reality, and this goes back to something, again, Anatol said earlier, DOE had within its purview the ability to say, we've got to study this again to make a public interest determination, because the previous study that was done in 2018 didn't go up to the volumes that we're actually talking about providing authorizations for. So it didn't need to make it this political dance. It could have very easily just leaned in and done it. Now, I don't know why, right? But again, election year. The question I have for you, because I don't think that the issue is really one of who's in office. I actually looked at what happened with Loper Bright, and I thought that potentially could open Pandora's box for major infrastructure projects. So I would really love to hear your thoughts on that.
Oh, man. So I agree. I think, and I think there was an initial view, oh man, isn't this great, right? Chevron deference is gone. This is fantastic. And then people kind of sat back and thought about, well, what does that actually mean? And what it actually means is that now the courts decide. The courts that are not experts, they don't have scientists and technicians and engineers and all of that have done this for decades sitting in the back behind the bench. They have to go on the basis of what they hear during the proceedings. And I think that that's going to be a challenge. I think it removes a little bit of the flexibility that existed previously for an agency to make a determination and then ultimately kind of say, ooh, maybe we should think about that this way. Because now that will go and be determined by the courts. And from an infrastructure project development perspective, I will just say that you now have a lot of questions about at what point in time do we have enough certainty to be able to take FID on a project? Do we have to get all the way through not only the permitting process, but also the appeals process before we can say we're good to go? Right. And so I think those are some challenges that we will see.
Yeah, a quick soapbox, I apologize, but what other place in the world, and we touched on this along a couple dimensions, could see an effectively bankrupt company that said, hey, importing LNG is going to be a really good idea, turn that around and become the second largest operator of liquefaction facilities in the world. Cheniere is to LNG volumetrically what Aramco is to the crude market, right? From a standing start and virtually bankrupt in the late 10s, early teens. But that era, I think, what you heard from Julie is kind of coming to an end. The idea that you can have these 20-year contracts with the help of our wonderful attorneys, and you package all this up, and you borrow a ton of money, and you get a little bit of an infusion from our friends at Blackstone, and you put all of that together and create this foundation, in part because you could run the regulatory and permitting gauntlet fairly quickly. Well, it's not going to be fairly quickly anymore, and the idea of two people and a truck being the next LNG developer is probably a much longer putt than it was. Again, we touched on this earlier. There are always challenges, and the challenges are always different. So I think the industry going forward will continue to grow. We of course think that we have attractive projects. Julie's company, I'm sure, does as well. I know does as well. So,
I hope so.
But perhaps the 50 BCF a day of exports that are coming from names that you've never heard of are going to have a much more difficult, if not an insurmountably more challenging time.
Yeah, some barriers to entry have gone down. Others appear to be going up, and not in a good way. I think I don't disagree with anything you guys are saying. Certainly, Julie's legal views are kind of right where I'm at. A lot of people were cheering, but then you were like, wait, why are my enemies cheering? Wait, this isn't what I thought. But I would say this has the opportunity to force something that probably should have happened a long time ago, which is actual congressional action to get real permitting policy that actually works and doesn't run into some of these odd issues for pipelines. And I don't, never bet. Always bet the short on legislation. That's my thing. And it's just, as anybody says, do you think it'll happen? I'm always like, no, nothing happens. But I think when you force an issue where so many jobs and energy security and a lot of projects, the whole energy transition, and if there's more demand for gas, I just think it's maybe going to force a moment where, you know, we'll have to get different legislation, and that would be probably, depending on who passes it, a good thing. So I think that'll be something to watch. Look, we're well over time, and you've been very kind to sit and listen while we went on, but really appreciate y'all coming today. Hope you're coming back tomorrow. This will conclude the panels for the day, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. Round of applause for our wonderful speakers here.
Thank you. Yay, speakers.